Oh, you're going crazy. Oh, you're going crazy. You're going crazy.
You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, you better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step. Them Georgia boys. Hey, but we not from Atlanta. It's boss man the blick and it's crucial the cake. When we come together, nigga, form on me hammer. Fuck it, I had no manners. They sleeping on us good in they pajamas. I bam 'em, nail 'em down like a hammer. Stop playing with 'em, gon' kill 'em, nigga. Damn, what's next, nigga? I don't even know. I'm a giant around this bitch, nigga. Fee 5-4. I been round and around this game like a rope. It's about to go down like a motherfucking slope. If I had to be an animal, I'd probably be a goat. And I stay up in the hood, you can call me a coat. Can't beat me in rapping, nor beat me in trapping. Can't beat me in chess or tic-tac-toe. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better 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 march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step.
I'm the lieutenant. I'm checking you bitches ain't minding your business. I'm from the trenches, you niggas ain't taking it serious. Pussies, they tend to be curious. You gotta be kidding me, keep me a remedy. His head on the guillotine, that what it finna be. I know you scared of me, that what it better be. Open chest, nigga, but this ain't no let it be. So what are you telling me? Greener than celery. I know the truth that you niggas prepare for me. All of these bitches, I know they don't care for me. I'm cooking them up and I been had the recipe. Softer than pleasure me, bitches, they pleasure me. That ass be so soft and shaped like the letter B. Calling me king and they wanna be queen. You messy little bitches, I do not fuck with you.
You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step. Nigga, I'm ancient, nigga, I'm fossil in this bitch. You a tad bit too late, shaking the game like an upgrade. I'ma roll up in this bitch like the wood on some dollars. You want it with me, nigga, all you gotta do is holla. You can call me a duck, cause a nigga bout a bill. Nigga, I ain't worried than a fucking $2 bill. Suit up and kill, I'm a mixture between Bruce Lee and Kill Bill. I'm a bitch, nigga, mad. Hey, bitch, hey, what's happening?
Mic check. What's good? It's the streets back in y'all area. Shout out to the homie Crucial K. Holding this thing down for me. Shout out to Blade VP, DC Block, Mika. Let me tell my story. What's good, show girl? We about to get into the content. I'm just giving a little bit of time, man, because, you know, I set this live about an hour ago. Y'all know how YouTube like to do me. They like to take their time to put my content in front of everybody. Especially if I ain't doing the drama. I don't know why they don't like to put my regular videos out there like they do my drama videos. That's amazing, ain't it? It's all good though. So, let me stop the music real quick. Now, once again, like I say, shout out to the homie Crucial K. Shout out to the homie Boss Man Blake for the soundtrack for the live stream. So, y'all, last night I was up chilling, just looking for something to watch on YouTube, and I end up seeing this debate come up on my live stream. So I tuned in because I'm a fan of. I ain't gonna say a fan of, but I am a watcher of both of these guys. And immediately when I saw who it was that was gonna debate, immediately I was like, "Oh, okay, this probably be a good one." That's the first thing I said. I said, "Oh yes, yes, yes," because one thing about these two brothers is both of them are smart. Both of these brothers are smart. Only thing is, you got one brother that's on the conservative side of the black community and how we should, as black people, should be, rebuilding our culture and things like that. And on the other side, you have more of a liberal black man. And both of them are for the black race, or they claim to be, both of them supposed to be, they claim to be pro-black, pro our culture. Both of them are well-traveled. Both of them have political connects. Marquett, which is the bald-headed dude on the left, this happened on his platform. He's been a growing YouTuber over the last couple of years. He's been, kind of in the ranks of all the black YouTubers who've been doing numbers and becoming very popular. I did a live on Marquett. He calls his, I guess his brand or his followers the saint and the sinners. So, he called his followers the saints. So y'all probably would hear him mention that a couple of times and everything. And I stumbled across his content probably about a year or two ago. I know I definitely stumbled across it. I stumbled across it right before Kevin Samuels died. And, I was hearing some talking points that he was making and stuff like that. And I was like, some stuff I agree with, some stuff I didn't agree with. And then when Kevin Samuels died, I seen him do I thought it was kind of distasteful kind of reaction to after Kevin Samuels died, you know what I'm saying? I think he had a little salt that, because, they kind of was doing the same type of content, so I kind of got a bad taste in my mouth after seeing that live, but, I don't throw people away just because I might see something that I don't like. I still listen to people to understand and not to react. So I kept watching him. Like I say, some of his content, not so much. Some of his content I enjoy, but I still watch him because he is a smart man. But I do think he has that. I does think he has a narcissistic complex. And when we watch this debate, y'all probably will see what I mean. But I mean, hey, sometimes the narcissistic people, they become successful. When you think about all me, and everybody else works for me, and you better do it the fuck I say, sometimes that works. You dominate the people around you. So, that's why a lot of times the alpha male and the narcissistic complex works. You tell women whatever the hell they want to, and they'll follow you. And, a lot of these narcissistic guys are pimps and, street hustlers or whatever. And some of them are just smart as hell, But when it comes to this guy, like I say, I have pros and cons of what I think about his opinion. Same thing when it comes to Mysonne. A lot of people like to call Mysonne a ambulance chaser because, when black stuff happens, Mysonne, he's been trying to be an activist and come to the scene of things or whatever. But when you're dealing with Democrats and Republicans, the way that Republicans fight this war is that they use what Kwame Brown called white boy tactics. They do the white boy tactics. They throw a whole bunch of dirt on your name, so when you speak, people just dismiss what you're saying. They start calling you a whole bunch of names, start grouping you up with a whole bunch of people. They never take what your words are, actually, and say what it is you said. They a lot of times they like to group you up with people and throw all type of insults once you catch them in a great debatable point. And we're gonna see a lot of this stuff in this debate. And I thought this debate was really good. You know, both of them made some great points. And then at the end, it got a little messy. I think my boy Marquett realized that Mysonne wasn't as weak as he was expecting him to be. And in my opinion, Mysonne made a better argument doing this thing here. Now, what is this guy in here talking about? Oh, man. Said this boy have to, you can't finish a sentence, mention your name? Sir, I said, did I say this nigga name? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But it's not about you, sir. I just say you're narcissistic. What's wrong with that? I just mentioned you because a lot of people know you. What's wrong with that? Hey, you ain't had no choice but to stop in, though, didn't you? Because you wouldn't have heard your name if you wasn't watching, right? Yeah, showgirl, at the end, it got kind of messy. You know, I think Marquett ended up realizing that, Mysonne wasn't laying down with just little small answers and everything. And let's get into it, man. I don't want to hold y'all up too much with all the blabbing and everything. So let's get into the content. All right. Oh, you know what? Let me do it this way. That way I don't have to worry about. Let's get into it, man. And I think, like I said, I think this was a great debate. It's pretty much two sides of the spectrum. You know, some things I agree with Marquett about, some things I agree with Mysonne about. So let's get into that. Now, they're going to do a quick introduction. I'm going to let y'all do an introduction. I'm going to let the introduction play because there's some people that might not know who Mysonne is. There's some people that might not know who Marquett is. So it's a real quick intro. Mysonne is just going to explain what it is he do, where he come from, and his kind of background. So let's check it out. I'll speed it up just a little bit, not too much, because we do got a lot to go through.
We have a fine guest here. We have Mysonne. I'm going to yield the floor for the gentleman to introduce himself. For those of you who might not be familiar, I yield the floor.
How you doing? My name is Mysonne. I am a hip-hop artist and an activist. I've been a hip-hop artist for over 20 years. I was signed to Def Jam Records. Then I got incarcerated in the year of 1998. I was signed to the late, great Chris Lighty. I ended up serving 7 out of 14 years sentence for an armed robbery, that conviction that I never actually committed. Came home in 2006, started to continue to pursue my rap career. But I also came home with a new knowledge of understanding that only black and brown people were pretty much populating the prisons. And I had to understand why, because a lot of us have been taught wrong. We have been taught that there was some type of honor in being in prison, that there was some type of rite of passage from being in prison. So I wanted to come home and dispel those myths and stop young black boys from going into prison. So I started to change the message in my music. And along the way, you know, in that time, there was a couple of situations that pulled me into activism, like the death of Trayvon Martin. You know, at that point, I had a 14-year-old son, and I was actually in Florida for the verdict, and seeing the man be found not guilty brought me to tears like I never had in my life. And I wrote a poem, which later was heard by Trayvon's mother, which I actually performed for her and have been doing at her conferences for the last 10 years, called What Do I Say to My Sons? And then, which actually pushed me into the final stage of activism, was the death of Eric Gardner when he was choked to death by Daniel Pantaleo in Long Island in New York City. And that was the first protest I actually went to, where over 500,000 people were in the streets. And then I started to utilize my passion and my purpose, because I'm for activism and just speaking on behalf of what's going on in our communities and on my purpose. And music was my passion, so I combined both of them. Currently, I have an organization called Until Freedom. I'm the founder of a worldwide initiative called Boycott Black Murder. I'm also the founder of an organization called Raising Kings.
I appreciate that. It's very thorough and meaningful.
We gotta drop a bomb for that brother. Because think about what he just said. Said, can I turn it up? It wasn't turn. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry, y'all. Damn, I forgot to turn the fucking shit back up. Do y'all want me to play that again? Should I play? Y'all need me to play that again? I'm so sorry, y'all. I forgot to turn the overall audio up. Damn, my fault, y'all. Okay, I got y'all. I apologize. I'm gonna try to not make any more errors this live, y'all. I'm gonna try to make no more errors this live.
And I had to understand why, because a lot of us have been taught wrong.
Introduce himself. For those of you who might not be familiar, I yield the floor.
How you doing? My name is Mysonne. I am a hip hop artist and an activist. I've been a hip hop artist for over 20 years. I was signed to Def Jam Records. Then I got incarcerated in the year of 1998. I was signed to the late great Chris Lighty. I ended up serving 7 out of 7 14-year sentence for an armed robbery, that conviction that I never actually committed. Came home in 2006, started to continue to pursue my rap career. But I also came home with a new knowledge of understanding that only black and brown people were pretty much populating the prisons. And I had to understand why, because a lot of us have been taught wrong. We have been taught that there was some type of honor in being in prison, that there was some type of rite of passage from being in prison. So I wanted to come home and dispel those myths and stop young black boys from going into prison. So I started to change the message in my music. And along the way, in that time, there was a couple of situations that pulled me into activism, like the death of Trayvon Martin. At that point, I had a 14-year-old son, and I was actually in Florida for the verdict, and seeing the man be found not guilty brought me to tears like I never had in my life. And I wrote a poem, which later was heard by Trayvon's mother, which I actually performed for her and have been doing at her conferences for the last 10 years, called "What Do I Say to My Sons?" And then, which actually pushed me into the final stage of activism, was the death of Eric Gardner, when he was choked to death by Daniel Pantaleo in Long Island, in New York City. And that was the first protest I actually went to, where over 500,000 people were in the streets. And then I started to utilize my passion with my purpose, because I felt activism and just speaking on behalf of what's going on in our communities was more my purpose, and music was my passion. So I combined both of them.
All right. So everybody heard everything pretty clearly at that time, right? So I wanted to play that part, which I could have skipped that part and we could have went straight to the debate. But I thought it was very important that we can kind of hear his perspective of why he started going into activism. Because you will hear a lot of, people, mostly people on the right, and they want to try to discredit anybody trying to do anything positive when it comes to black people. So you will hear a lot of people say, oh, my son, the ambulance chaser. My son, he's paid by the Democrats. My son, everything he do is for the Democrats. He too liberal. I mean, they take a whole lot of shots at this brother, ignoring his reasoning for, doing what he do. Everybody wants to always make it about a paycheck. Nobody wants to make it about, okay, well, maybe a brother that comes from a background where he had an opportunity. Like he said, he was a popular rapper. He was signed. He had a major deal. And he ended up going to prison for a armed robbery that he didn't commit, but he acknowledged that he had did a lot of other crimes that he didn't get caught for. So it wasn't that he was totally innocent, but he did 7 years of a 14-year sentence. He got out. He started back on his rap career. He had an epiphany where he realized that he should be more of a leader than a follower. So instead of continuing to rap about violence and things that he see that was bringing our community down, he decided to start doing more of a conscious and a more of a awakening kind of hip hop. Now, we ought to know you ain't gonna get no damn record deal when you start talking positive. We know this. You cannot be a positive rapper and thinking that you about to blow up, about to go on tour and make hundreds of millions of dollars. It just don't happen. So Mysonne hasn't been the most radio played rapper out there because of his activism. Now, like he said, what made him want to dive a little deeper in activism is when Trayvon Martin lost his life to George Zimmerman. We all remember that situation. He had a 14-year-old child, as he say. So it hit a little close to home just like it hit close to home to me because at the time I had a teenage kid. Yeah, they got a bad rap from that BLM movement. And I think they had the right intention, but you know, the BL movement got hijacked. It got hijacked, and you know, hey, unfortunately, it made a lot of people that supported it look bad because of the hijacking. And that's what the colonizers do. But like I say, Mysonne, the Trayvon Martin, he said the Trayvon Martin situation, because he had a 14-year-old kid, it made him want to do something. It made him want to do something, use his voice for something. Nothing wrong with that. You know, so a lot of people try to accuse the man of just doing stuff for the wrong reasons. I can't respect that, man. Like, why y'all always try to take the heart out of black people just trying to do the right thing? And that's what a lot of people do. They try to get you, they start using all these words. You a liberal, you a this, you a that. And y'all remember that goddamn goofy ass, he don't want me to use his name, so I'm going to say Wackoon. I ain't going to say this nigga name no more. We just going to say the Wackoon. Y'all remember when he couldn't have an intelligent political debate with me? So what he does, he starts calling names. Starts saying, oh, you a liberal, you a this and that. He tried to group you up. They don't listen to the ideas. They don't listen to the logics. They just try to group you up with a bunch of people that they know the people that get behind them. It's the dog whistle for the people that's behind them. It's niggas that just want to see. They love the white man so much. They love the white man way more than they love any of their family. But like I say, I just want to let y'all know, just in case y'all didn't know who Mysonne was, and if you heard a lot of, you know, the negativity about him, at least listen to the man, you know. So now let's listen to him and Marquett have their debate. Let's go, y'all.
Currently, I have an organization called Until Freedom. I'm the founder of.
Oh yeah. He had to. Let's hear his foundations and everything. So this is a definitely a positive thing too, man. The man does a lot of has a lot of organizations that helps people who need to be helped, especially these young men. Try to help them stay out of prison. That is a big job alone in itself, and that's one of the things that, you know, I try to do myself. Whatever I could do to help a young man stay out of prison and, you know, forward with a trade. I might have not helped as many as he has, but I've helped a lot of young men myself, and it's very fulfilling.
Worldwide initiative called Boycott Black Murder. I'm also the founder of an organization called Raising Kings.
I appreciate that. That's a very thorough and meaningful introduction and accurate. And that's one of the reasons I thought this might be a worthwhile conversation. So often I talk to people who haven't done a damn thing. They've not lived any life and they've not served people. So I think I personally will enjoy this. The audience, you're here to watch it. If you have any comments or questions as we go through, please do use the information below. I want to show you guys what sparked this conversation. I trust we can have this conversation like gentlemen. As the gentleman shared some of his background, I know that he's been in many environments where respect is at a premium. So I think this will be a very polite conversation. Let's go ahead and show you guys the background on how we came to have this conversation, and then we're going to go ahead and get into it. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to play you guys the clip, and then we'll read through the comment that was made. I think you actually had a...
So this debate came about because Marquett did a video, and I think Mysonne made a comment on the video. So that's how this debate came about, and this is the video that caused this debate. I believe it was on Willie D's Twitter, aka X page, where this debate became a thing.
A few comments. I only saw the one that you, or rather I only read the one you replied directly to me, but I'll check out the other one because I saw your name on there. But let's see if we can get this play from the beginning. In the audience, if you'd be kind enough to populate an Alpha 1 into the chat to confirm that you can hear the video as it plays. Black family. So some people say, oh, you don't understand, you're well off. I'm like, look, man, I really came from the mud. Like, I was poorer than the other poor kids because my mom was on dope when I was a young boy. My father was in prison doing 10 for selling dope. So I really come from the mud. And one of the things I have to admit is that, well, damn, if you can still afford to use drugs while you on Snap, maybe if they took away the Snap, you'd use that hustle you used to purchase those drugs to cover the basics, just maybe. And if not, if you're actually in a tribe, we'll be forced to take care of each other. It'll be necessity. They say necessity is the mother of invention. What we need to invent is the black family because it's currently dead. So, of course, my heart goes out to people who are struggling, but
I apologize about that, y'all. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to hit the bomb button. But he made a very great point there. You know what I'm saying? He came from the mud, but he looked at it as all the money that my mama was spending on dope. If she wasn't spending it on, spending on dope, if she wasn't spending the food stamps on dope, she wouldn't need the, if she wouldn't spend her money on dope, she wouldn't need the food stamps. Hold on, if y'all didn't get that part, let me play it again. He said she'd be a damn good hustler if she wasn't on that dope.
then for selling dope. So I really come from the mud. And one of the things I have to admit is that, well, damn, if you can still afford to use drugs while you on Snap, maybe if they took away the Snap, you'd use that hustle you used to purchase those drugs to cover the basics, just maybe. And if not, if you're actually in a tribe, we'll be forced to take care of each other. There'll be necessity. They say necessity is the mother of invention. What we need to invent is the black family because it's currently dead. So, of course, my heart goes out to people who are struggling, but I think mostly they're not struggling as much as they think they're struggling. And Snap has destroyed black families. So some people say, oh, you don't understand, you're well off. I'm like, look, man, I really came from the mud. Cool. So that was the actual video. We'll discuss later what was
Okay, so that was what he said, and it pretty much sparked up a debate. It sparked up a debate on Willie D's ex-Twitter account. Marquett and Mysonne had some words to say back and forth, and Marquett invited Mysonne to his platform so they can do what men do, and that's not fight and say, oh, bitch ass nigga, you a pussy ass nigga, you just acting like a bitch. No, they have a debate, an intellectual debate. That's what we should be able to do. Like that goofy nigga that always telling y'all, oh, this nigga so dumb, he's so dumb. But he would never have an intellectual debate with me where we use evidence. Where we use evidence to prove the facts. Because a fact is backed by evidence. This fool, he likes to come up here and just run his mouth. Then when he get proved wrong, he want to switch the subject. He don't want to pull up the facts. So I can respect that these two men, decided to have this conversation. Now, I think where Mysonne had a problem with when he was saying, that food stamps ruined the black community. So I'll give my opinion on that, but I'm going to let these two give their the first shot at the debate. Let's go.
actually said in the video, because some people have erected a straw man that they're arguing against. But first, let's look at the comments that were made, particularly by the gentleman. I'll let him read his if the characters are big enough for him to see, but I'll read mine. The gentleman can read his, and then we'll go from there. Thank you for the platform, Willie D. And shout out to Willie D, by the way. I wrote, sad to see some black folks arguing for government benefits, subsistence, instead of trying to figure out how we can really thrive. We shouldn't want SNAP. We should want wealth and power. Anyone who wants to discuss on live, DM. Okay. And you want to read that one? You able to see that?
I said the government gives more benefits to billionaires than it does poor blacks. Most of the people on SNAP truly need it and have raised successful children who've been able to create generational wealth. Your comparison is just false. There are so many people who fell to drugs that weren't even on SNAP.
Okay, very good. And you had another comment. We'll address that one later. So we'll just start with.
Okay, so that's what the first part of this debate is going to be about. So before I play it, let's make sure we got a full understanding of what their disagreement was about. He did a live with Willie D, and he mentioned that, SNAP has been, a problem, for the black community. My side's position is, food stamp SNAP has helped a lot of people. A lot of people get out of poverty, and a lot of people have become, successful by, depending on that until they didn't need to depend on it no more. Now, that's true. But what Marquett is saying is also true. You have a lot of people that when they use this shit, they'll use it for fucking forever. I know some people that's been on welfare since fucking for 30 damn years. You know what I mean? So some people are, just lazy and don't want to do nothing. I know some motherfuckers that they'll have better job opportunities, but they're like, nah, I don't want that job because they're going to take my stamps. And yes, food is expensive. I totally agree. It's even expensive for a person like me. I make good money, but I still have to spend a lot of money on food. Why can't I get SNAP benefits? I'm a taxpaying citizen. Why am I getting told I make too much money? I don't make $200,000 a year. I don't make too much fucking money. If you don't make $250,000 a year, you don't make too much money to be assisted with food. Look, $5 a day would not hurt the fucking government, especially when we sending $300 billion over across seas. I ain't even gonna say the name of the people because I might get in trouble. We send $300 billion to them people to fight wars and to do whatever the fuck they want to, but we get cussed out every time we ask for a little $5 a day to help us out with food because food is too expensive in America. Jobs are not paying enough in America. That's just a fact.
With this one, and I got a bunch of screens up here, so do forgive me. But I want to make our faces larger, and we'll take it piece by piece. So I'll engage the rebuttal right here. I got my pen and paper out too. So the government gave more benefits to billionaires than it does to poor blacks. Now, right there, we agree there. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we all agree there. Now, why is people okay with that? That's the motherfucking problem. Everybody talks shit about giving the lower percentage of Americans help. But nobody has a problem with the rich getting richer. And then you have the broke people advocating for the rich to get richer. That's what I don't understand about. But I get that part, Mika. They was giving migrants $9K a month, but being mad at them don't get us nothing. We been mad at the immigrants and said, okay, let's put a motherfucker in office that ain't gonna get an immigrant shit or us shit or nobody shit. And you have people say, yeah, we don't need shit. And you can believe that until you need some shit. Until you see the billionaires on government assistance. You be like, well, shit. If we don't need a government assistance, why y'all need government assistance?
In fact, I would forward the idea that the government is a tool of the wealthy, and that's mostly what every government is. So there's that. So are we agreed that the government is a tool of the wealthy?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. All right, so we're on the same page there. So carrying on to the next point, the gentleman writes,
Yeah, I can agree on that too. The government is a tool of the wealthy. So with that being the understanding, I think they debate should have stopped right there because we both got the understanding that the government is a tool of the wealthy. So if I advocate for the poor, what the hell is your problem? What the hell is his problem if he's advocating for the poor and y'all both agree that the government is a tool for the wealthy? But hey, I'm pretty sure this intelligent brother is gonna explain that.
People on SNAP truly need it. So that's not even the whole sentence, but that's the first piece, which I actually disagree with that. And so I think we have a fundamental disagreement there. Tell me more about when you say most people on SNAP truly need it.
Well, when you talk about most people that are on SNAP, they're truly elderly. They are incapacitated, injured. They have injuries where they can't work. There are some people who just are highly uneducated and don't have the resources to actually work to where they can make a livable wage. And those are realities, right? And what happens is I come from a family like that, right? My mother wasn't able to make a wage that was able to sustain.
Now, somewhat agree with Mysonne there. You know, there's a lot of old people. A lot of old people that really do need food stamps. For example, my foster mother, before she passed, she worked 30 years of her life, 35 years of her life as a waitress for rich folks on Sea Island. 30 years. But the economy changed. Inflation changed. So by the time she retired, yeah, she get a retirement check. She get food stamps. She get a little government assistance. She still was barely able to get by because of the way, because of inflation. Shit wasn't the same as it was 20 years ago. When she got old and retired and everything is going up, going up, going up. She got medical bills, all the stuff like that. She needs those food stamps. You have a young girl that done made a mistake, which is too many of those. Ain't got nowhere to go. They need food stamps. Young men that done moved out early, trying to get out there on their feet, get their feet wet. Why not? They need food stamps. Like I say, anybody making under $200,000 in this economy, with this inflation, they kind of need food stamps. Just a little bit, just to help out. Why not? You're a taxpaying citizen. Why are you saying, for my taxpayer money, I shouldn't get shit? Shut up and go back to work. Now, on the other hand, you do got some old fat, lazy, sorry motherfuckers that don't want to work, and they'll do anything to stay on food stamps. They take their food stamps, they go buy dope, they trade it for cash, all of that stuff like that. So, but the few shouldn't determine what the majority still needs. You're going to have a few bad apples, but that don't mean you should punish everybody because of the few bad apples, in my opinion.
Staying two children. And when she started out on welfare, she started out on SNAP on welfare, with getting benefits, was going to school at the same time, right? She was utilizing the system like most other ethnicities do. When we talk about, SNAP, we only represent 25% of the people that are on SNAP for Black people. So when we're having these conversations, I know a lot of people that I know who are successful, who parents were on welfare, right? And it motivated them to never want to be on welfare. And their parents didn't say, hey, this is a tool that you utilize, that you're supposed to be on welfare. I'm on welfare right now because I don't have the resources. I didn't get the education. I didn't have all of the access to wealth that someone else had, but I'm giving you the resources. And right now, this is what put foods on your table. So when you go to school, I need you to study harder so that you don't have to be in this position. So I think for me, when you say that it ruined the Black community, I say a lot of us were products of SNAP, and it made us want more. I know a lot of people, there are a lot of people that I know that.
Now, he ain't lying right there. Because we're looking at two people that's admittedly been on welfare, government assistance, and are currently successful. Particularly Marquett himself. He just admitted his mother was on drugs, they was on welfare, and look at him now. He's wealthy. Why? Because he never wanted to go back to that shit. Now, there's 100 other dudes like him that didn't make it out the hood. And they're probably abusing the system. So, that's probably why he feel the way he feel. He probably like, shit, if I did it, they could have did it. But life is about choices. And sometimes just a little bit of luck.
In college, who graduated top of their class, who parents came from welfare. Even if you look at athletes, most of the athletes, they'll tell you their stories where their parents didn't have anything. They started out on welfare. They had cheese sandwiches.
Now I do agree with you right there, Mika. I do agree with you right there. You got a lot of motherfuckers that, keep having babies, knowing damn well you can't afford these babies, and keep resetting their welfare clock. Now that I can agree they need to do something about. you should be able to get food stamp for like 1 or 2 years, or SNAP benefits like 1 or 2 years per child up to your third child. After your third child, you don't qualify no more. So a max that you could be on any kind of government assistance, food stamp assistance, is probably 6 years. And that's just because you got 3 kids. But after every 2 years, a kid falls off. Yeah, you might have to be a little hard about it, but you ain't got to take it away altogether. People still need help. But if if they keep having children knowing that they need help, sometimes you got to put your foot down.
They were on the cheese lines. They were getting the butter. They were going to free lunch, free dinner.
Oh, they got that cheese line. Oh, so they was going to the cheese line. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people a paycheck away from poverty. A lot of people. A couple of paychecks away from being, out on the streets. Another COVID would, man, that would devastate the country.
And it motivated them to do more than their parents did, and their parents did the best they could. So when you say that it destroyed the black community, I just don't believe that in full.
Did I say that SNAP destroyed the black community?
Well, what exactly did you say?
The message is that SNAP is destructive to the black family and the black future. And
I'm saying, what did you say? That's not, those weren't the words.
Sure, we'll play it back. We'll play it back.
So the discrepancy is, Mysonne is saying that he said that SNAP benefits destroyed the black community, and I think Marquett is disputing that he said that. So let's listen to what he said.
Like, I was poorer than the other poor kids because my mom was on dope when I was a young boy. My father was in prison doing 10 for selling dope. So I really come from the mud. And one of the things I have to admit is that, well, damn, if you can still afford to use drugs while you on SNAP, maybe if they took away the SNAP, you'd use that hustle you used to purchase those drugs to cover the basics, just maybe. And if not, if you're actually in a tribe, we'll be forced to take care of each other. There'll be necessity. They say necessity is the mother of invention. What we need to invent is the black family because it's currently dead. So, of course, my heart goes out to people who are struggling, but I think mostly they're not struggling as much as they think they're struggling. And SNAP has destroyed black families. So Okay, right. So here's the difference. You stated that I said SNAP has destroyed the black community. Okay, I said SNAP has destroyed the black family. And those are two different things. Number one, there's no such thing as the black community. And we can explain that another time. But the black family, there's no doubt that SNAP has been a part of the destruction of such. When you look at the data in terms of blacks getting greater access to SNAP benefits, we see that there has been an inverse correlation.
Okay, so now he's kind of doing some word salad. Because, yes, you did not say SNAP destroyed the black community. But now you're saying that SNAP was a part of destroying the black family. But in that video, you said SNAP destroyed the black family. So, I mean, okay. Just want to take note of that.
In terms of the black man being in the household and being at the helm of the family. So it has driven more instances of illegitimate families, fatherless children, unprotected mothers. And in fact, there's a study that points out that while on SNAP benefits, a woman is less likely to actually get married. And then when that same woman gets off of SNAP benefits, the likelihood of marrying shoots up. And that's because the government has been positioned where
I don't know if we can actually find that study, but I kind of believe that, without the SNAP benefits, I think a lot of women would, stay into relationships. There would be a lot more marriages. There would be a lot more two-parent households. There are a lot of women that say, all right, I don't need my baby daddy because the government gonna give me food. Or they don't want to allow their baby daddy to be in the household because it would, mess up their welfare, their government assistance. I know a female right now. I got a person that I know really close. They baby mama told him, I would take you off child support, but I need my food stamps. Even though he pays the child support and he pays the daycare every week and he spends plenty of time with the child. He picks the child up from school. He helps to do her homework, just every day in the child's life. That's what a father is, not a paycheck. He pays the daycare, feeds the child while it's with him, buy gifts, buy the necessary stuff that it needs. If y'all stand in the same city, that's co-parenting. But why should that man be on child support? Oh, I need government assistance. The man doesn't get no government assistance. He just has to struggle.
Where the black man would have been. So it's destructive. And I'll ask you this. Do you think that the short term is more important in general or the long term is more important? Which would you say is more important?
It's always the long term.
Always the long term. We agree there. And my discussion, my ideas that I share, the system of thinking that I promote, and the revolution that I'm currently waging is for the long term. And there can be no birth without pain. The truth of the matter is that, did you know there was a time when black women had a higher marriage rate than white women? But now it's flipped around. And both are increasingly becoming single mothers. But the fact of the matter is it can be directly tied to those SNAP benefits we call them today, but before we just used to call it welfare. And that's been the destruction of the black family.
Well, I think what we're correlating is two different things. I think the black family, right? I think what I realized, right, that throughout history and me listening to women, just having conversations with the black women, there was a time where there was a family unit that wasn't really secure. That woman was staying out of desperation. There was no love. There was no unity. There are black children that were born in households. There was no love, that they didn't even see passion between parents. There are black children that said that they wish that the parents that they had probably would have been separated because the mother staying out of desperation because she didn't have need, didn't create or foster love in a family. I think what happened now, and because I can say that accurately because I know parents, when we were on welfare, my father didn't have a job, right? But what he did was he went to get a job to get us off of welfare. I think that any man who loves his family is not leaving his household for SNAP benefits. I know that there's this ideology and this myth that black men left the house because you couldn't be in the household because you couldn't get the SNAP benefits. But my father would leave when the welfare person came. He would leave, put his little stuff in the corner, and when they came, he came back. And what he did was he made sure he left the house and he went and got a job until we didn't need welfare anymore. He didn't abandon his family. He didn't abandon his wife. He didn't abandon his children. And most men of honor in any level of integrity that I know didn't leave his family for SNAP benefits.
Now, only problem I kind of have with this, this breakdown that Mysonne is doing, because it's very anecdotal. It's very personal. You know what I mean? There's millions, 40-something million black Americans. I'm not sure exactly how many black Americans in the country. But everybody's situation ain't the same. Everybody's looking at situations like, oh, the father left the mother, this and that. All the situations ain't the same. Sometimes you have mothers who are mentally ill and children have to stay with other people. So other people need SNAP benefits to take care of kids of people who are mentally ill. That happens a lot. Most of the kids that are in foster care are because they come from people who are mentally ill. You think somebody not going to fuck somebody just because they retarded, you got another thing coming. Retarded people fuck too. And they have babies too. And those babies are innocent and somebody got to take care of them. A lot of times that's going to end up being the government. You got old people who work their whole damn life, then put into a system, they deserve some damn SNAP benefits. You got disabled people. We have a lot of disabled people. They deserve SNAP benefits. You have people with deceased parents, which is something I know a lot about. Whoever's taking care of the children of the deceased, which is mostly the state, somebody dies every day. Plenty of people die every day. Most of the time, those people who die, they got kids. Them kids still got to eat. Somebody got to take care of them, and they need a little help feeding those kids. So there is a lot of people who actually need it. So I agree with Mysonne say most people that's on them really need them. There's a handful of motherfuckers that don't need them. The narrative that we should get rid of all of them because they're making the black households worse and they're making parents leave. There's a little truth to that. There's a little truth to that, but it's not a across the board thing.
There's no man who loves his family that just leaves his family for SNAP benefits. So what I think has happened is that there were families that probably were broken from the beginning because there was a hierarchy. There was because I have conversations with men like you had a conversation. I seen on your conversation where there was a man saying, if we could have a conversation and you say something and you sound like a man and I hit you in the mouth, I didn't abuse you. You just lost the fight. And that mentality is toxic. And no woman should have.
Oh, my son, you hit me with this white liberal female talk.
I didn't say it's toxic masculinity. I'm saying that mentality. I don't speak like a female. And I think when we talk to men, we can't talk to men and say that they're talking like females because we started off saying something we're going to talk with respect. I'm talking to you like a man. Yes. I've never done anything like a female. Everything.
No,
now, y'all, I let this part play through right here because in my opinion, this is when feathers got ruffled. And y'all gonna see what I'm talking about in a little bit. I think this thing, see Marquett, one thing I noticed about him, this dude here is very slick. He the type nigga I think get you goddamn boy. Yeah, never mind, let me shut up. But this dude here is very slick. So I think he invited Mysonne up here because he believes Mysonne is a liberal, believe that he's paid off, and he felt like, hey, let me get him up here. This would be a perfect time to expose a Democrat, a liberal, or, you know, whatever it is he was trying to expose. But this is where you kind of hear the first insult. The first insult. Because Mysonne was bringing up an episode that he had on his show where a guy was saying, if you on the street with a guy and a guy get out of line with him and you hit him, that's because, you know what I'm saying, they put themselves in a man position. And he's pretty much saying that the guy was saying that about a woman also. So let me play that part back a little bit and you can instantly see that this thing is about to start heating up. When this guy started smiling like this, it's something, he got a little weird smile about him that when he's doing some, you know, little slime ball type shit.
You hit me with this white liberal female talk.
I didn't ask you in a mission where there was a man saying conversations with men from the beginning because so what I think has happened is that there were families that probably were broken from the beginning because there was a hierarchy. There was because I have conversations with men like you had a conversation. I seen on your conversation where there was a man saying, if we could have a conversation and you say something and you sound like a man and I hit you in the mouth, I didn't abuse you. You just lost the fight. And that mentality is toxic. And no woman should have.
Oh, my son, you hit me with this white liberal female talk.
So as soon as Mysonne made a stance for just because you are a man and a woman doesn't listen to you, that doesn't give you the right to hit that woman. Pretty much. And in the conversation that Marquett had, that was pretty much what was said by that man, not Marquett, but the other man. But he didn't address that man and say, nah, that kind of idea, you know, that kind of thinking, nah. That's, you know, that's weak man thinking. And that's what Mysonne is mentioning. It ain't just no damn food stamps. It's a lot of time in the black community, you got a lot of men can't keep their fucking hands to themselves. They think that just because they're the leader of the household, just because they make the money, just because they know that this woman can't leave without them, they think that they could just beat the shit out the woman when the woman, back in the days, that's how them old school dudes used to do. A lot of women were scared to leave the household. Mysonne is not lying. How many of y'all know back in the days how violent them old men used to be with their women? Cause back then, you used to could beat the shit out your woman, go to jail, and be back out the same night, and you can go home and do it again. And that's how my mother lost her life. I'll be an advocate to say that Mysonne is telling the truth. Back then, them dominant so-called alpha male that think that they, if a woman pop back at them, they could hit them in the mouth. They'll go to jail. They'll let their ass right back out. Domestic violence has always been a problem in every community, not just black, white, mixed, whatever. And Mysonne is pointing that out. And this is one of those things that I'm guessing, because I'm just going off of what I'm seeing, he wants to dismiss. Because from his perspective, a woman ain't never supposed to get out of line. This is where this conservatism little shit comes from. Or what he called conservatism.
I didn't say it's toxic masculinity. I'm saying that mentality. I don't speak like a female. And I think when we talk to men, we can't talk to men and say that they.
But you think this man don't know it's disrespectful to tell another man you sound like a white woman? But that's the shit that other nigga do. That Panda Coon can't have a intelligent conversation without throwing the insult. The minute you don't like what somebody else is saying, you gotta throw an insult. And then try to slick do it. You sound like a liberal white woman. And then gonna act like you wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Watch this.
They talking like females because we started off saying something we're gonna talk with respect. I'm talking to you like a man.
Yes.
I've never done anything like a female.
No, I'm not saying you're talking like a female. I'm saying the ideology is
it's not ideology.
Feminist liberalism.
What I'm trying to tell you, I've been a man. I'm almost 50 years old, and I've been around men my whole life. Men of honor. I've been in jail around killers. I've been in jail around the most notorious men.
And see, this is what a lot of people do, especially content creators. When they know that they have a certain audience that they feed certain shit. You have the liberal white woman ideal. All you heard was one thing that the man said. You already try to put a jacket on him. Put this jacket on. That's what they do. You ain't heard the man out. Nothing else. You don't know nothing about the man. But you already throwing this jacket on. This was a setup from the beginning. But I think Mysonne knew that.
In the world. And none of them think putting your hand on a woman because she says something that you don't agree with is masculine or strong. So I'm trying to tell you, there's an ideology that certain men have that think because a woman doesn't abide by your rules and you pay the rules that you have the ability to abuse her. So what happened? Do
you mind if I address some of the things you said because you're kind of going on to a different topic at this point?
So let me just finish. So what I'm trying to say is when you talk about that SNAP benefits broke up the home, it wasn't that SNAP benefits broke up the home. There was a level of independence that women had in toxic relationships that made them believe that I don't have to be around a man who thinks because I say something he don't likes and he hits me in the mouth that I lost the fight.
Now, to these narcissistic minded people, speaking up for a woman, oh hell no. You ain't no man. Because you better not talk positive about a woman in a man's world. You better not have no motherfucking respect. What? For a woman. And that's where the liberal divide is, and this conservative, or whatever you want to call this. We don't want to call it toxic masculinity because they've already put through enough shit on that to say, oh, if you say that, you being a white liberal woman, you weak because you don't want to see men be men no more. You knock a woman in the mouth if she don't listen to what you say. Dumb as shit. Dumb shit.
I'm just making some notes here. Okay. So I would challenge that a number of the things you have articulated are speculative, they're anecdotal, they diverge from logic, and they're very much so what feels good, what sounds good, and what's emotional. And the reason I say that is because you noted that Black people represent 25% of SNAP benefits recipients. And I know you said that because I wrote it down. Now, that actually doesn't make sense in as much as Black people in America, and I'm not talking about the foundational Black American, because I think that they're more so like 10%, but Black people, which would be inclusive of Haitians and all of these other groups that have a different ethnic background, but Black people represent 13%. So they're nearly twice, they're at 200% of the representation they should be at, kind of similar to prisons. And you spoke about that earlier. You know, we're 13% of the US population, but a much higher percentage of the prison population. We're overrepresented. I think there's a very reasonable story that you could articulate in both cases, but what is certain is that we're overrepresented in a bad way and it's detrimental. So you stated that as though it was a good.
Now I can agree there. Those are two statistics that we are overrepresented in. You know, when it comes to prison and being on SNAP benefits, 25%, that is a high percentage when we only 13% of the population. But that's not saying that those 13% or 25%, or at least I'll say 20% of those people really need it. And that 5% might not really need it. I wouldn't take away from the 20% for the 5%. And I'm not going to piss down on my people because they need help from rebuilding from a country that was built by whites for whites. Yeah, we would be in a fucked up situation as a whole. And of course, there are a couple of people that can, you know, get out of the hole. We would love to see everybody rise up at the same time, but that's not reality.
Good thing that we're 25% of the welfare benefits as opposed to us being representative, which would be 13%. I yield the floor for a rebuttal to that.
Well, basically, if we're talking about wealth in America, we only represent 3% of the wealth in America, right? So if we look at communities where Blacks inhabit majorly, most of those are poor communities, right? So if we're in the poorest communities, you know, then more likely we're going to need the most assistance. So the fact that we only represent 25% of it and everybody represents more than that, the whites represent about 40% of it, you know, and they represent 70% of the population, and they represent 83% of the wealth, right? So that there's also a correlation. So what happens is when you look at the other people who are on SNAP benefits, they've utilized SNAP to their ability, right? If you look at the Jewish.
And it definitely has a point there. Because not only Black people are, you know, 200% of the SNAP beneficiaries, you know, 25% of the SNAP beneficiaries, that's 200% of what should be on there. It's the same way when it comes to the white community. So it's kind of an America thing, not just the Black people just can't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. If you got the same percentage when it comes to white folks as Black folks, why is it that they always call out the Black folks side? Just like when they'll tell you the percentage of crimes that are committed by Black people, but they'll never tell you the percentage that are by white people, white on white crime. Of course, Black on Black crime going to be a thing. Mexican on Mexican crime going to be a thing. White on white crime going to be a thing. But they'll only tell you about the percentage of Black people. Only tell you about the percentage of Black people on food stamps. We ain't heard Mr. Marquett mention the percentage of white people on food stamps.
Population, they are one of the highest, also a high population on SNAP benefits. They utilize the housing of the SNAP benefits. They utilize the housing. They figure out how do they get free housing, and they also own their own communities within the community they live in, and they also figure out how do they benefit off it. So what I think is what we haven't learned is how to benefit off of using the state's money, like the billionaires have, right? They call and they say we are bankrupt, right? We have our money, but we're not going to spend our money. So we want you to give us your money, and we're going to continue to make more money. I use the example of Rich Dad Poor Dad. The rich people figure out how to use OPM. right? And that is a form of government assistance. So if Black people were in our communities and we were taught how to utilize the government assistance, right? We taught how to utilize SNAP benefits. Right now, and they're trying to stop us from doing that. Right now, there's a crackdown because the lady brought cakes, right? She brought cake mix with her SNAP benefits and began selling cakes. Everyone else in other communities utilize the SNAP benefits and they double and triple those benefits. Everyone else uses government.
And he's speaking all facts right now. Yeah, you ain't gotta like the shits, and yeah, they do, enable some people, but he's right. Every other community utilize whatever the fuck the government would give them, and they use that to catapult themselves in a different tax bracket. Now we're the only people who fucking sit there on the government assistance and act like it's forever. But yeah, a lot of other races, like when the Chinese and the Indians come over here and they give them the government assistance, the loans, and all this other shit to get these stores and all that, they utilize that shit. Them motherfuckers will live in the store and pay off the store and all of that shit. We don't do that. It's the mindset.
Assistance to double and triple and make money off of it. They are intentionally trying to keep Black people poor. So I don't think that the SNAP benefits broke up the Black family.
And we just saw yesterday when I showed the sting that they did down here in Florida when it comes to the SNAP benefits fraud. Remember the guy that was accepting the SNAP, the EBT cards, and he was paying people 50 cents on the dollar, and he was using it to buy pizzas for his pizza place, to resell the pizzas. So what my son's saying is true. We just watched the video of how that dude was what? He looked like he was Italian or some shit. He didn't get him, but shit, he damn sure used them to enrich himself. So all my son's saying is, yeah, some people might use them motherfuckers as a crutch. But if we change our mindset and we use these benefits to actually put ourselves in position, just like all the other races do, we'll be all right. But you just saying, hey, we shouldn't get them. Don't even ask for them. We don't want them. But you ain't got no solution for the people that are fucked up, that are truly fucked up, that are born in fucked up situations. It's not the same as a person born in a fucked up situation in the 80s and 90s, and they evolve with what's going on. You born into a fucked up situation now, boy, you in trouble. And you're right. A lot of us spend a lot of money on material things, and it does leave us fucked up.
I think what broke up the Black family was not understanding how to utilize Black benefits, being targeted in our communities, because they understand that the biggest threat to America is Black unity.
So both of them have philosophies on what broke up the Black community and what broke up the Black family. Kind of that's where the debate is right now. Marquett is saying stuff like government assistance, and Mysonne is saying not so much of just government assistance. It's a lot of our bad. He's taking responsibility, like accountability. Saying that Black people need to take accountability. It ain't all about what the government doing for us. It's that shit. We ain't using it right. We ain't using it fucking right. I gotta agree with my son on this. Not that I want to see motherfuckers get free shit. I don't like to see motherfuckers getting goddamn food stamps while I don't get shit and I gotta pay into the shit. But I agree. If people use them right, if it is a way for you to, get across the hump, I have seen more people that needed them that had them and didn't need them. That's just reality. A person like Marquett, respectfully, he's probably haven't been around the poorer Americans in a while, which is nothing wrong with that. Hell, you make it out the hood. That's the point. You're supposed to stay the fuck out the hood. But that don't mean everybody has been able to get out the hood. There's babies being born in the hood every fucking day. There's people being born into poverty every day. And their time might come where they might pull themselves out of poverty. But just saying, hey, we should just let your ass starve. And I understand he's saying we got to go through a painful period. But I don't think that's the answer, sir. Of making millions of people just starve and go hungry. I think that would probably rise a lot of violence.
The president said that, Nixon said it himself, the biggest black threat to America is black unity. So they've always tried to do that. I think the biggest thing that destroyed the black family, especially when you look at the time that's most been destroyed, is drugs and crack. Crack was the biggest thing that destroyed the black family, because prior to that, we were still unified and we were moving. We were doing what you said. There was a community base. We're going to make sure that you're okay. But before crack came into my community, every door next door to me was open. We walked in and we lived like a community. We actually lived like a community. We were able to walk into our neighbors' doors and get sugar. We were able, my grandmother and grandfather, my family, we had family meetings where we had the susu, where we put money in and we had family businesses.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was trying to pause it. I don't know why my screen deck is acting up. And I don't know why it's acting up like that. All right, there you go. So he made a very important point right there. And that's something that a lot of people, and I wouldn't think that a brother like Marquett that just told his story a minute ago about his parents, you know what I'm saying, coming from where they came from. Going through what they went through. He tend to forget about the crack era. People love to tell you about how the black family was together in the 70s and people got married more and, you know, all of that stuff like that. But they forget how crack was dropped into the black community. And no one can sit there with a straight face and say that the crack era didn't affect their family. You will be a bold-faced lie if you sat right there and say the crack era didn't affect my family. Nah. Bullshit. Bullshit.
We were able to walk into our neighbors' doors and get sugar. We were able, my grandmother and grandfather, my family, we had family meetings where we had the susu, where we put money in and we had family businesses. So when crack came in, you couldn't trust your own family member because once they got the money, they wasn't going to come back to it. So I don't think SNAP was the biggest thing that destroyed the black family. I think drugs, and that was an intentional thing by the government to destroy the black family.
Okay, very good. So my challenge with folks who often take your position, and your position can very much so be described as a liberal position. I don't suggest that.
And see, there it go again. To get away from the actual facts that this man just spoke. Because a fact is backed by evidence. The evidence shows the destruction of crack cocaine to the black community all over the country. That can't be denied. And like Mysonne said before, the black community lived in a more simpler time. The data shows it. There were more families. There were more trust within the black community. There wasn't niggas running around with saggy pants, guns tucked in their goddamn, you know what I'm saying, shit. Even the gangsters back then had their pants up on their hips and wore suits. They had principles. When crack hit, all the dignity, all the pride, all the principles in the black community went out the motherfucking door. A lot of black men got locked up, left a lot of black women out here on their own, strung out on drugs, raising kids on their own. It became normal. Crack played a huge, huge part of destroying the black family, and that is undeniable. And to not hear this man even say, hey, that we can agree on. I expected to hear this man say, that we can agree on. Let me tell my story. I got me some gummies, girl.
To put myself on the other side as a conservative. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, a liberal or a conservative. I just follow this ism. Marquettism is for the kids. Marquettism saves lives. Now let's talk about this piece. So we agreed earlier that the government is for the rich. I think we can probably also agree that the government is, and always has been in the United States, organized for and controlled by white people. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if the government is for the
Hell, I agree with that. It's for, controlled by the white people. Now, why is it you trying to get him to agree with that? But he just made a valid point. The SNAP benefits didn't destroy the black family. The crack did. The government, the same government that you're telling him about right now. Y'all are agreeing. Y'all are in agreement. But for some reason, you didn't even get a man the props for that. Because I guess, it's part of those, narcissistic traits of I can't be wrong. You can't be wrong not one time? Damn. Your argument is SNAP benefits destroyed the black family. And this man says no. Crack did. Drugs. Propaganda. Hip hop. All of that comes before SNAP. SNAP might play a portion. I'm not saying that, it doesn't affect some black families. Like I said, I got a family member right now can't see his son. Great father. Only when he allowed to be. Baby mother will say, I would take you off child support because, yeah, you do support the child. But I'll lose my government assistance if I do. So I think I will give you a hard time. Because I can. So, yeah, there are some situations where it is, it is shitty. But overall, it's not the reason the black family is divided. Drugs, let's start there. Domestic violence, that's another place, which they're going to talk about very soon.
The rich, and you said black people are not the rich in this country. If the government is organized for the benefit of white people, organized by white people, and black people are in fact black, which color-wise would be opposite of white people, then why is it that your idea is using government benefits, which is to say using the benefit from the enemy or from the person or the group that doesn't care about you? How would you think that that would benefit you? It's nonsensical. Furthermore, it suggests a level of inferiority. Not that the white man believes you're inferior, but that you believe you're inferior, such that you must rely on the government handout. Furthermore, you reference the Jews and other groups that are utilizing the welfare benefit system. Well, obviously, mathematically, being that blacks are overrepresented at 200%, there's obviously some groups that are underrepresented. And
what's good, kiss my cheeks? So I think this debate is starting to get just a little bit under Mr. Marquett's skin. Because, like I said, Mysonne just made a very good point, and he didn't even address it. The crack era. He didn't agree. He didn't disagree. This is when you know somebody know you're right, but in front of his audience, he got to look like the dominant one. So now he's starting to throw a lot of shit out there that this man didn't even say. This man ain't say we should depend on the government. He say we should utilize it and use it at our advantage, like other races do. This man is too educated to not understand that, act like he didn't hear clearly what that man said. I have a high school education, and I know what the fuck this man just said. So you can tell people want to do this selective educated shit. I don't be liking that shit. I know this man is smart. This man is brilliant. But he does this selective educated shit. But I do respect his, mind on a lot of shit. Don't get me wrong. But I do think he's a narcissist.
And I think that's worth considering. Furthermore, the Jews are actually categorized as white and have been for some time, especially since the data started being recorded when these public benefits were given out. Now, with regards to the black community, what they're lacking today and in times past, especially during the time of the crack epidemic, which destroyed many of our families, mine included, is ideology. You see, the reason I say that there's no such thing as a black community is because communities have a lot of things in common, but core things. You mentioned the Jews earlier. It's a great example. They have religion. They have language. They live in proximity. They don't allow outsiders in. They have patriarchy. They have their own hospitals. They have their own policing force. And they have a strict system of belief, and they don't snitch and rat on each other. And also, they don't rely on the outsiders, the goyim. Whereas conversely, you're kind of describing all of the opposite things for black people. You're describing.
Now, here I am. I got to jump on Marquett's side. I agree with you here. I'm with you when you're right, brother. I'm with you when you're right. But I'm on your goddamn milk dud head when you just bullshit. You're making a great point right here.
The idea that we should rely on the government, which has been our open enemy since we arrived here on a slave ship named Jesus. Black people, some are Muslim, some are Christian, some are atheists. They don't have a uniformity in the religion. Black people don't have their own language. Our folkways, mores, and our music and culture has been commercialized and stolen from us. And that's precisely why there has to be one system that dominates. And because black people are very effeminate as a mass, very soft and emotional, they have trouble accepting the fact that something must dominate to unify us into what would rightly be described as a community. Furthermore, you speak of the.
Now, that is a bold statement, because is he suggesting that we need to be. So we need something to dominate us for us to become a whole. So would that mean like we need one strong black man? Like one strong leader. I wish he would expound on that a little bit more. Because all the leaders that, have come forward, they all been unalive. The other ones get discredit. And the other one's gonna be out-financed. So how do you catch up when you're so far behind, when you're light years behind? We need somebody so strong that it's going to bring all the black people together. You mean we got two smart brothers right here, two powerful brothers, and we can't even goddamn get y'all two on the same page. But you want a whole community of black people to follow one? When our brightest minds can't even come together? Malcolm X and Martin Luther King couldn't see eye to eye. John Brown and Harriet Tubman couldn't see eye to eye. Yeah, John Brown wasn't black, but shit, he did more for blacks than a lot of motherfuckers that we celebrate in history. So that's asking a lot, but he does have a, solid point.
Idea that blacks need welfare and they need government assistance. And if you were to only look at.
But I think he's not, I don't think he's being genuine right here, because the man is not saying that blacks need. He's saying some poor people need. That's not just blacks. Some people need assistance from their government. That's just a fact. They're in a situation they have no control of. They're handicapped. They're old. They got hurt. But not saying every single goddamn Shanika that want to keep goddamn having baby after baby after baby. I get it. Yeah, we can make regulations and all that. But Mysonne is winning this argument when he's saying that you're saying that SNAP benefits ruined the black family when there's proven evidence that there are a lot of elements that broke up the black family, and SNAP benefits is probably at the bottom of it. Like you said, you got crack, we got the prison system, we got, homosexuality, we got racism, we got, systematic racism. We got a lot of things that's in front of SNAP benefits. So when it comes to the SNAP benefits debate, I'm leaning towards Mysonne on this one.
The 54 states of Africa, and you find every one of them is accepting foreign aid, also known as welfare and assistance. From whom? From the same group, which is to say the West, the whites. And they're all failing because government assistance is not designed to get you off of it. And even though you think it's benefiting the black people, it is actually not. It's making them weaker because, as you yourself admitted, it forced your father to have to disappear when the social worker comes up to check in, to make him have to creep around with no dignity. The truth of the matter is black people are the wealthiest group of black people, the ones in America, on the whole planet Earth. And so I assure you they can get.
Now, y'all see the slick shit? He used this man's struggle story to kind of just, poke some shit at it. Yeah, your father had to sneak around and, do this and do that. He's telling a survivor story, and he uses it as a weak story. This boy here, boy.
Get by without those SNAP benefits, and it will open up a whole different way of living. You mentioned something about the woman being independent. I would describe it as disobedient and rebellious. The man is the leader, and he is more rational, and there's data on that. And he is to lead. The idea that the black woman would use SNAP benefits to allow her to shirk her responsibilities and her duty to the black man is an abomination. And that is something that has caused a great deal of trouble. So what you're describing as a good thing is in fact a bad thing. When you look at the data, we see that those black children who grow up without their father because their mother was independent for whatever reason, they have higher levels of criminality. And you were locked up with a lot of them. They have higher levels of mental illness. They have low levels of educational attainment. And then the other thing that you mentioned that should not be mentioned at all, and it is not a factor, and that is why this ism has to spread around the whole world. You mentioned love. Love is fantastic. Marriage is not about love. Family unit is not about love. It's about pushing toward a particular set of milestones in a life well lived. Love is great. Compatibility is better. Love is great, but being able to cooperate and produce is better. How do you measure love? Love. You can't measure it. And the worst thing about it is love is something that the women are very much so hooked on. And that's when they want to leave the relationship because I didn't feel the love. You have a duty now to be a mother. You have a duty to be a wife. And that outstrips love. the floor to you.
And I respect everything that you said, with the exception that a family unit, it should not have. I mean, you actually did say, you said that there should be compatibility, right? And it can't be compatibility if we have a disagreement, and because we disagree, I lose a fight and you hit me in my mouth, right? Abuse should never be. Listen to me. I listened to you. I didn't interrupt you.
I just want to say, but I never said that though. Like you're. I don't want people listening to you thinking like I said that.
Well, you agreed with the person who said it. You made a full statement. I watched the video, and the man explained his verbatim that if I say something and you say shut up, bitch, nigga, or whatever, and I hit you in the mouth, I did.
Mic check. Okay, my fault. Okay, I must have had I had it on mute. So he's explaining. Let me rewind that back just a tad bit, just in case we missed that. Because, like I say, things about to start heating up.
Hey, but I never said that though. Like you're. I don't want people listening to you thinking like I said that.
Well, you agreed with the person who said it. You made a full statement. I watched the video, and the man explained his verbatim that if I say something and you say shut up, bitch, nigga, or whatever, and I hit you in the mouth, I didn't abuse you. You lost the fight because you used terms that would be deemed fighting words, right? And you said, well, I understand that, because you should not say things if you're not prepared to fight. And I don't agree with that mentality. I'm a man, a strong man. I am a masculine man. I don't agree that if a woman doesn't agree with me or says something that's out of line to me, that I should put my hands on her. I don't believe leading a household requires me to be physically abusive to a woman. I don't believe that showing strength or even in a relationship, that compatibility, that her word should not matter in the household. I believe that I should have the final say, or we should come to agreements about how we're raising our children, how we're doing things. I think that if I'm in a relationship with a woman who respects me, that I've earned her respect, then she will yield the floor and understand that I'm the head of the household. But there are a lot of men who are not men. They're merely males, and they only have control in their homes, right? They don't even have control in their homes. Only way they have control is because they're physically stronger than women and children. So they go into those homes and they beat and they harm women and children.
I gotta pause him right there, man. He cooking. What's good, Brute Life? He cooking right now. How many of these motherfuckers we see out here in the world? For real, for real. A lot of these bitch niggas, they don't get no respect nowhere else until they go home and outmuscle their girl. Tell me where the lies at. Tell me where the lies at. There's a lot of people who experience this, and he's in the now of it. A guy sat right there on your channel, and he was saying, if a man in the streets get out of line and call me a bitch nigga and all that, and I hit him in the face, it is what it is. So, you know, if you put yourself in a man's place, pretty much what he was saying, and all he was saying is you agreed with it. You didn't stop him and say, oh, no, nah, nigga, I don't agree to, you know, you never put your hands on a woman, you know what I'm saying? Just stop fucking with her, nothing like that. So now that he's being confronted, I don't think he kind of like that, because y'all going to see a whole different energy up here. Shout out to Carl Belton. Salute to you, my brother.
And they don't produce strong men. They don't produce strong women. They don't have partners. They have people who are in fear of them. And I believe that for years, that's how a lot of when you have conversations with elder women, there are elder women who say, I wasn't in love, I wasn't in compassion, I was in fear. And I lived in this relationship out of fear. Right. So no woman or children should be in a household where they're in fear of someone who is supposed to be the head of their household.
And that's a great point. Now, I want y'all to take note. Did y'all just hear how he said partner? Briefly. But I'm going to show y'all what these people do. And when I say these people, I mean conservatives. Listen to what he said. When you're losing a debate, you have to find a way to turn it into a heated argument.
But there are a lot of men who are not men. They're merely males, and they only have control in their homes, right? They don't even have control in their homes. Only way they have control is because they're physically stronger than women and children. So they go into those homes and they beat and they harm women and children, and they don't produce strong men. They don't produce strong women. They don't have partners. They have people who are in fear of them. And I believe that for years, that's how a lot of when you have conversations.
Now, all he said is they don't have partners. They just have somebody that fear them. This happens a lot.
With elder women. There are elder women who said, I wasn't in love, I wasn't in compassion, I was in fear. And I lived in this relationship out of fear. Right. So no woman or children should be in a household where they're in fear of someone who is supposed to be the head of their household. There should be a unit. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, I believe that a man should be dominant, but I believe that a man should be proven to be dominant. I think that you prove your dominance through intellect. Out of fear, right? So no woman or children should be in a household where they're in fear of someone who is supposed to be the head of their household. There should be a unit. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, I believe that a man should be dominant, but I believe that a man should be proven to be dominant. I think that you prove your dominance through intellect. I believe you prove your dominance through compassion, to
Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I did mute myself. I muted myself. So let me repeat what I was saying. So I totally 100% agree with what he's saying right now, because, you know, a lot of families, especially the older folks, you can find an old woman that'll tell you, man, I stayed with this motherfucker because I was scared to death. And we're talking about, you know, situations, because we're talking about what goes on in the black community.
empathy, to being able to teach, to be able to teach your children. To a woman feels like when she's around you, she's learning something, she's growing. If a woman's around you and because you are unable to teach her or able to reach her, all you can do is beat her, then you have not shown any level of any type of superiority. You are not leading a household. So when we talk about those things, and when you talk about the stats, right, and we talk about, yes, they did. We are the black people are the only people, they took our culture from us, right? They took all the things. They took our culture, they took in our religion. I say this all the time. Only thing that we unite in is pain and trauma. When we see another black person in pain and trauma, we all united. Prior to that, I'm black, you foundational, you this and that. We are divided. So what I'm trying to explain to you, that's why that if we're in America and all of the resources are held by the white people, right? If all of the resources are held by the white people and we're figuring out because they understand that anything that you teach us, we outlearn them, and we've done it over and over and over. I've watched, and this is why every 100 years they disenfranchise black people, because what happens is once you teach us the game, we play it better than you. So what they do.
May I respond to your earlier point, since you're going on to a different point now?
I'm going into what you went into 3 different points. So
okay. I was just asking. Carry on.
To what you said. You were talking about how we're divided as a culture, how we don't have a culture, how we don't have religion. So I'm explaining to you what happened. So they know that we don't have religion. So what happens is now that we start to build our culture, we start to come back in congruency, we start to be united, and they see that united. This is right now. There's a reckoning. This is a reckoning for what Obama did. People say Obama, the president, didn't do anything individually for black. He did. What he did was inspire and motivate more black people to be professional, to be strong. They seen black people in positions of power. So black men said, I can own things. I can be the president. I can be the president of Fortune 500 company. And they began to do that. Black women did the same thing. So as they see that now, you see the reckoning to where they trying to rewrite in America. So I understand what you're saying, but I also want you to understand that this government owes black people. They pay reparations to everybody else. So if we can't get reparations, even in the form of the real reparations that we deserve, and we can't utilize the government money to be able to build and as a foundation, a lot of people do. I know white people who live at their parents' house, right? And they stack up their money. They say, okay, we don't have enough money right now. We're going to put our money and we live at our parents' house for 2 years. And what happens is After those 2 or 3 years, after they lived off their parents, they go buy their homes and they create a foundation. So I think that if black people were taught that that's what we should be doing with the government's money, instead of trying to say, don't take no handout. No, everybody else is taking handouts and they're utilizing it and they're benefit from it and they're growing. So why shouldn't black people do the same thing?
Now, what he just said was very, very, very fucking clear to me. Wasn't saying we should beg the government for handouts. Wasn't saying we should expect it or whatever. He just saying, hey, if they goddamn offer it, use it to leverage yourself because they've put you in a fucked up position. Now, I get what Marquett is saying. If the people who hate you are trying to give you something, don't you think it's there to hurt you? And my defense to that is everybody there ain't there to hurt you. There could be a good bit. There could be over 50% of motherfuckers that are trying to hurt. So I'm supposed to think 100% of the white men are evil because of the because of a handful of them are evil. And then, hell, a lot of times you have an option to feed your children or not. When he was getting fed with the food stamps that his mother was, using, whether she using to feed him or whenever he got a meal, if there was somebody that successfully was like him at the time, stopped those food stamps from going, you would have pretty much starved. So that's all people are saying. Like, nobody's saying, hey, the whole community need to depend on them. Like, we're just saying that, hey, utilize them. We need to learn how to spend our money better. Even the free government money. If they give us fucking free food, you need to really be saving your money to buy a home. If you getting free food, free and Section 8 and all that, because I do know some people that use that shit to catapult themselves in a way better place. There's way more success stories than there is of people that just took advantage of it.
Thank you for that. Now, I was taking notes as you were speaking so that I can respond directly to what you've said. One thing that I want the audience to take note of, and you as well, is that there is a red herring. You engaged in a major distraction. So the conversation that we agreed to have, and I'm happy to have this additional conversation, but the conversation we agreed to have was specifically about the clip that Willie D put out. And it was a clip with me speaking about SNAP benefits. And then from that discussion, out of nowhere, you start talking about another clip that you saw on my page with regards to a man speaking about how men and women communicate with respect and how that can or cannot turn physical. So I just want everyone to observe that that was a major distraction on that one.
And I don't think it's really a distraction. I think that you talked about the black family, right? So we're talking about the black family and you say where was the disconnect and how something broke up the black family and how SNAP benefits replaced the man. And I want you to understand that in my point of view, that I don't believe SNAP benefits.
So I didn't yield the floor, and I appreciate that. But that is to bring emotionalism and to pull on the heartstrings. It's not a logical argument, and it's not even a part of what we were discussing. You basically
come to reflection. I cannot respect this because this is the same thing that Black does. When a man makes a solid point to combat your argument is SNAP benefits destroy the black family, and his argument is SNAP benefits did not destroy the black family. There are more people who need them that are on them than people who are using them. The government gives more benefit to rich than they do of SNAP benefit. So if anything, I said, Mitchell, mic check. How about now? So, if anything, You should be more advocating for the government shouldn't be giving so many tax breaks and benefit to the rich instead of advocating of the poor are getting too much. That's all. That's all the man saying. And you don't have to agree. But for you to act like the man saying, okay, when he's saying SNAP benefits didn't destroy the black family, a lot of things that destroyed the black family are black men being abusive, black men not stepping up to the plate, the crack epidemic, which affected a lot of the black families to start making these black men go to prison, become abusive, abandon their families, become thieves. You're leaving out a whole bunch of elements, but you're only pointing to a government assistance that's breaking up the black family, but you're leaving out the government that, has poisoned us. And he makes a valid point. You think the same government that's poisoned us is trying to help us? But what Mysonne is saying, hell, black people are at their mercy, including you at one point in time. Because you were a child and you were at the government's mercy. You were at the mercy of being a melanated American, whatever you are.
Basically tried to position me as someone who approves of beating women and referencing a clip that had nothing to do with the clips that we were talking about. And this is it's almost like a mudslinging tactic, honestly. But I will address it and I will double down and stand on everything that I've said. Now, one thing I like about you, there are a number of things I like about you, but one thing I like about you is that you're against.
I actually appreciate you.
I appreciate you. And one thing that I know that you've taken a public stand against is blacks murdering blacks, black on black violence. And I agree with you there. In as much as that's the case, we all have to engage one another with respect, and especially women who would claim that they're equal, then you would be treated as an equal. If you wish to be treated as a child or be treated as one who is not as rational, as responsible as a man, then you need to completely submit and be obedient. Now me, if I had you on one hand and my lady on the other hand, and you said, Marquett, you this, that, and the third, cursing and being vulgar and being verbally threatening, I do my best to give you my worst straight away. There'd be no conversation. If my lady said the exact same things that you said, I wouldn't even take it seriously because she is truly a lady. She's feminine. I know she's irrational, but most importantly, she's in full submission to me. So even if she got emotional for a moment, I would forgive it because we already understand our hierarchy and that there's asymmetry and that I'm above her. So being that I view myself above her, she views me above her. I don't expect her to engage me with an equal level of rationality and of decorum. So I would not engage her physically. However, if I'm dealing with a woman who says that she's an independent woman, she says she's a strong woman, she says she's the same as a man, she's not taking my leadership, we're equal partners. Now, me personally, if I have an issue with a woman at any level, she's gone. There's no need to even play games with it. I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average guy and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Well, if you, my son, say something that would lead you to getting your eye blacked and the woman says the same thing and she believes she's equal, then she should get her eye blacked. And it's that simple, unless you truly don't.
So he clearly saying that if you act like a woman, a man would never, because you're in your femininity, a man would never, put his hands on you. But if you one of those ratchet chicks that get all in your face and, put your hand on me, yeah, I might gonna knock your ass back out. Now, the way he's saying that is not the way I just said it. But a lot of men agree that if a woman hits you and your first instinct is to knock her ass back, hit her ass back, you might feel bad about it. Nobody might like it. You might have got taught not to do it. But you can't tell a man what to do once you put yourself in the man's position and put your hands on the man, because you got to think about what he just said. He said, black your eye. So he's speaking of if a woman put their hands on you first. So I'm gonna make sure I'm a good listener. So I'll play that again just in case y'all didn't realize what he was saying. So I agree, if a woman put their hands on you now, I'm subject. I'll still try to just slam a female. As far as blacking her eye back, I really have a hard time doing that. But some niggas, they'll put fists on you. Me, a woman start hitting me, I'm just gonna pretty much try to contain her. Might slam her, but that's about as far as it's gonna go. I'll be more trying to contain her than trying to combat with her. That's just me though. But I can't say somebody else is wrong for clocking a female back that's been, aggressive and putting hands on her.
With it, I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average, you this, that, and the third, cursing and being vulgar and being verbally threatening, I do my best to give you my worst straight away. There'd be no conversation. If my lady said the exact same things that you said, I wouldn't even take it seriously, because she is truly a lady. She's feminine. I know she's irrational, but most importantly, she's in full submission to me. So even if she got emotional for a moment, I would forgive it, because we already understand our hierarchy and that there's asymmetry and that I'm above her. So being that I view myself above her, she views me above her, I don't expect her to engage me with an equal level of rationality and of decorum. So I would not engage her physically. However, if I'm dealing with a woman who says that she's an independent woman, she says she's a strong woman, she says she's the same as a man, she's not taking my leadership, we're equal partners. Now, me personally, if I have an issue with a woman at any level, she's gone. There's no need to even play games with it. I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average guy and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Well, if you, Mysonne, say something that would lead you to getting your eye blacked, and the woman says the same thing and she believes she's equal, then she should get her eye blacked. And it's that simple, unless you truly don't believe that they're equal. And there's a lot of lies about it's liberal, white woman, feminist ideology. And it's really not about being equal. What it really is about is actually matriarchy and domination. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. You accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality because I'm not a homosexual. So why would I have to accept?
Are you pro-homosexual? Are you an ally? I'll give you three. I just want to figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you neutral?
I don't have anything against somebody.
Shut up and take my money.
It's not my
against,
at
neutral,
Carl Belton,
or pro?
1941, super chatted $50.
Against,
Tradesman supports tradesman. 100 emoji. 100 emoji.
Hey, man, shout out to Carl Belton, man. Shout out to Carl Belton. He says tradesmen support tradesmen. Hey, man, I appreciate that, brother. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah. So, yeah, this thing is starting to swing a little bit. Let me rewind that just a little bit.
figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you?
Oh, so out of the blue, y'all remember that partner statement? When he said partner, he said it in the context of the partnership of a relationship. He said, he didn't say me and my partner. He said y'all supposed to be partners, which mean business partners, which like it was very, very brief. But this conversation, I think, then got out of control as far as when it comes to the facts. So now here comes just the, the insults and the bickering and the, just trying to gaslight.
She's gone. There's no need to even play games with it. I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average guy and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Well, if you, Mysonne, say something that would lead you to getting your eye blacked, and the woman says the same thing, and she believes she's equal, then she should get her eye blacked. And it's that simple, unless you truly don't believe that they're equal. And there's a lot of lies about it's liberal, white woman, feminist ideology. And it's really not about being equal. What it really is about is actually matriarchy and domination. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers.
And see, and this what when I was watching this last night live, it kind of blew me. I was kind of blown when he just jumped off of the part about SNAP benefits destroying the black family. And my son's argument was there's a lot of other elements that destroyed the black family way before SNAP benefits, pretty much. And he mentioned some, which being the crack pandemic and domestic violence in the black community, which a lot of it comes from drugs and alcohol abuse. And a lot of women have, abused the system, or the system has given them an option out. So what he's saying is both of them have a point, but what his name is, damn it, I forgot his name. Marquett. I keep trying to remember his name. I keep wanting to call him Saint or Sin or whatever. And I'm just trying to be respectful or whatever. All I'm doing is a reaction. Like I say, I think the guy is very smart. I think my son is very smart. I'm just calling it how I see it. When it comes to these politics, man, these people, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. All y'all know this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not doing this from no Democrat spot. I'm not doing this from no Republican spot. I'm doing it from a human element. And at this point, I think that my son has made some very intellectual points, and he's trying to gaslight them to be able to say, see, these people are weak. They're effeminate. They get in their feelings. They get in their emotions. And my son is just sitting here damn near emotionless. And he's actually showing that he's getting these emotions. He's switching the topic from the SNAP benefits. And he's going to be the one to say, hey, man, I only brought you on here to talk about this one subject. You said that SNAP benefits, did not destroy the black family. Now y'all having a debate on it. He makes a great point. He named other things that destroyed the black family. And he made a great argument about the people that it actually does help. And if people just use those benefits and the government benefits to, if you use them in more wiser ways, and stop thinking about it in a negative light, maybe we could change some things. Maybe we could change some things. So what you're trying to do is tag him. You're trying to box him in with every Democratic talking point, and I get that. Because after you step down on government assistance, this is all Republican talking points. People say they in the middle, but they ain't really in the middle. Homosexuality, homophobia, government assistance, and black people don't need shit, and they need to raise themselves by their bootstraps. But, don't throw them no lifeline. We just leave to let as many of them motherfuckers drown as possible. Keep the strongest ones. I get it. I'm just calling it out. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it's right, wrong. I'm just calling it out. We see it all the time. We see it from Anton Daniels. We see it from Kwame Brown. We see it from the Hodge twins. We see it from, you name it. We can go down the line. Officer Tatum. Go down the line. Who's really getting paid? Who's really paying who? They'll tell you about who getting paid on the left, and, my son is getting paid by all the Democrats. It sounds like a whole bunch of deflection to me.
Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality
And domination, and it's equal. And there's a lot of lies about it's liberal, white woman, feminist ideology, and it's really not about being equal. What it really is about is actually matriarchy and domination. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality because I'm not a homosexual. So why would I have to accept?
Are you pro-homosexual? Are you an ally? Like, I'll give you three. Like, I just want to figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you neutral?
I don't have anything against somebody that's homosexual. That's their way.
See, and this is one of those trick questions. Because you want the man to get up and say, hey, I'm against homosexuals. Okay, so now what? Now you're supposed to have everybody mad at you, but you really don't have a problem with it. So you can't just answer the question and say, I ain't got no problem with homosexuals. You want me to have a problem with them? Watch how this thing goes, y'all. This shit about to go left.
Way of life is not my
against,
way.
Neutral, or pro? Or excuse me, I'm sorry, that was wrong. Against, neutral, or ally?
I'm for anyone loving who they love.
You said you're a man. I'm just asking you as a man. Respectfully, I'm asking you to make it plain. You know, black folks, we say make it plain. So like, make it plain for me. You're against it, you're neutral, or you're an ally?
I am for people loving who they love.
You sound like a lawyer right now. Now, here's the thing. I'm from LA. I know you're from New York, right?
Yes, sir.
And one thing we could always respect about the two cities, I always look at us as, you know, very influential groups of black people. But we always look at you guys as blunt and straightforward. And we like to think that we're very honest, especially if you come from the lumping class or the underclass or the criminal class. Mm-hmm. Now, in my neighborhood, you ask a nigga a question, he's just going to tell you flat out. Like, I feel like you're going Jesse Jackson on me right now, bro.
No, you feel like that I'm not giving you what you want to get.
No, you're going Jesse Jackson. I just asked you, like, you from the Bronx. I just asked you, like, are you against it? Are you neutral, or are you an ally?
Once again, I'm going to say again, you don't get to explain to me how I answer a question. You ask me a question, and I say I'm for people loving who they love.
Okay, so you're okay with a grown man loving another grown man?
Being okay with if that grown man is okay with loving that grown man, that's his decision. That's not
okay. Got you. Understood. Now, so that's why I used the term partner earlier. So this kind of ideology that you believe in and that you're sharing, this is the ideology that's extraordinarily destructive to the black family in particular, and all families in general across all the racial categories, racial and religious. Because number one, you're talking about independent.
I kind of agree with him. Mic check. So I kind of agree with him that the ideology of worrying so much about some shit you have no control of is destructive. So, I mean, I agree that what you're saying, but not in the way that you're saying it.
Women. And then you're talking about love. Families are not about love. They're about compatibility, business, moving forward, surviving and thriving. That's what it's actually about. And then when you talk about, oh, you know, you ask the.
Well, you can't do none of that shit if you don't love none of them motherfuckers. I'm sorry, sir. I don't see too many families going off a man saying, hey, I don't love my wife, but I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to take care of my kids. I don't love my kids, but I'm going to take care of them. Hell nah. Come on, bro. Now, I do understand what he's trying to say. Like, okay, a marriage, say you and your wife, y'all ain't in love like you used to, but y'all raising kids. And, you know, put aside that y'all ain't seeing eye to eye and do what's best for the kids. Don't split the family. Don't let love, you know, fell out of love, split the family. I get that part. But saying that, you know, families ain't about love, that's why you got a lot of these little white kids shooting up schools and shit. Yeah, you need some type of damn love. I ain't saying that you won't turn out okay without it. But the most beautiful people had love from their family. You don't want to meet no woman. You wouldn't wife a woman that didn't have love from her father. Or at least love from her mother, love from somebody. Because she's going to be, out of control if she doesn't. So stop that, man. I don't think he believes what he's saying right now. I think he's desperate to win this debate. I think he realized he's down 2-0. I'm counting. When they switch subjects, like he just switched subject on that when Mysonne made the point of the SNAP benefits, how they, there's more people that's on them, that need them, than people that's on them that really don't need them. How, the old people, certain people or whatever. And then they got into, they're not the most detrimental to the black household. That was the crack era. A lot of domestic violence. Most of the people probably, I can go in my chat right now and go through the people in my chat, and a lot of people will say there was domestic violence in their household, whether it got reported or not.
Older women, they weren't happy, they weren't in love. That's fine. Grandma had 9 kids, and it was very common that everybody's grandma and great grandma had 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids, 8 kids, 9 kids, 10 kids. Apparently things were doing all right.
Not necessarily, because we know one person who, parents had a lot of kids, and yeah, there was an abusive relationship behind it. We've heard of these stories. So that don't mean shit is just fine because a woman having a whole bunch of damn kids from a abusive, crazy ass, drunk ass man.
You see, what you're describing is the unruly, disobedient nature of woman in general, but particularly a woman who's traumatized, particularly a woman who's unprotected. A woman should not be leading herself. And what has happened is that they've led themselves to destruction. They think that they're thinking clearly and making good decisions, and they're not. And we can see all of the outcomes as a result. And it's shown up in all of the bad things we've been seeing happen, particularly in the black community. Now, another thing that reeks of this white woman liberal ideology, you brought up Barack Obama, who, number one, is irrelevant to the conversation. Number two, he's not done a damn thing for black people. I find it offensive. Number three, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number four, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf.
Well, if you're going to say that, you do have to say, okay, when I think it was Mike Brown situation or the Fidel Castro, not Fidel Castro. It was one of those situations where he passed a law for the body cams. That wasn't for white people. Guarantee you that. So I mean, if you've had all these presidents and not one of them did anything for black people, but you wait for the one black person and then you want to chop their head off because they couldn't go and give every black person $1 million or give every black person free education or all these things that you wanted a black man to do when you know damn well outside of signing executive orders, you got to get Congress to do all that bullshit. But when the man mentioned Barack Obama, it must have made this man's skin crawl, which it does to a lot of people who are on this rampage of trying to make you think that these white men was so much better than the black man. Just seeing the image of a professional black man, that was just the step in the door of changing the imagery of our of black America. Just seeing it. One thing that a lot of people from the hood can tell you, the reason they never went to school and said, hey, I want to grow up and be a lawyer. I want to grow up and be a doctor. I want to grow up and be a congressman. You know why kids in the hood don't say shit like that? It's because they don't see shit like that. They don't see it. You don't see your parents go to work every day in a fucking suit. Because if I saw my father every day dress up in a damn suit, go to work in the suit, go out every day in the suit, guess what I'm liable to start doing? Wearing suits. So seeing a positive image of a black man outside of a fucking rapper and seeing him at the highest position of the country, that does help. It's not everything. I'm not saying it's gonna change the world. Niggas want this big ass leap. Niggas don't want the baby steps that it take for our people to start opening their eyes and start waking up. They don't want the baby steps. Everybody wants shit to go from 0 to 100. Oh yeah, we all gotta have a utopia. Yeah, we need to get our own country. We need to have our own rules. We need to get our own shit, this and that, own shit. And it's baby steps. You gotta let a nigga see that. You gotta let these niggas see that you can actually be successful first. But this man got triggered hearing this man say just that little small part about having positive black man images when he was describing what has been destroying the black family besides the SNAP benefits. So this man is too smart to be to do it. I know he's so smart that I know he's got to be doing this on purpose.
And it's shown up in all of the bad things we've been seeing happen, particularly in the black community. Now, another thing that reeks of this white woman liberal ideology, you brought up Barack Obama, who number one is irrelevant to the conversation. Number two, he's not done a damn thing for black people. I find it offensive. Number three, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number four, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf. I find him to have been a stain for black people. Did I vote for him the first time around? Absolutely, because just like most of us, I was swept away. I was swept away with seeing my image reflected at a high level.
Exactly. And if that was just all that our kids saw, because you was a grown man, you've made your decisions and all that, but just the same way it made you feel, it made a kid feel like, you know what, I can do better. All that bullshit you thinking about or worrying about, you so homophobic that you can overlook anything that was helpful to not just black people, all people, because it's not just black people in this country. We don't live next to just black people. And I know we got to do for ourselves first before we start worrying about everybody else and all that other shit. We still have to live in a world with other people. Period. He was the president of the United States, not the president of black people. But y'all say zero about any of the other presidents. You key in on the one black man and get so butthurt just for somebody mentioning them.
And then I realized, oh, he's not like us. He's not like us. And many of us are lost. I am the souls of black folks. Black people have the highest level of religiosity in this country right here. And that's because black people are people of spirit and rhythm. And that's all of us around the whole planet Earth. We're deeply religious, spiritual people. And if you go to the continent of Africa, for the things that you said you're okay with, the LGBTQ stuff, there's capital punishment in many places. There's a death penalty because black people, that is against the souls of black folks. And you're a hip hop head. You may remember the time when hip hop was black, when hip hop was positive, when hip hop was political, and when hip hop embedded our culture, and you would hear people say things like no homo, or you finish battling somebody, especially in New York, and you would say, and I can't even say the word right now, that's all been ripped out of our culture by the liberal whites. What they did was they commercialized our culture. They put it on social media, they put it on Netflix, and then they told us who we are. Before, they used to observe us in our ghettos and then reflect our image in Hollywood. But now Hollywood tells us who we are and then we follow it. And that's how you get a Lil Nas X, and that's how you get Mysonne, the general, telling me he can't speak up straight like a man and say, I do not condone the abomination of a man laying down with another man, especially a black man, because that reduces our population. The black
But he just tried to throw a quick little shot at him. And you got to respect how Mysonne, his face expression don't change. He don't interrupt and get all mad, start going back and forth. He's trying to gaslight him. The man never said he condoned it. He just said, I ain't a homosexual, so why the fuck should I be, why the hell do I got to say I'm pro, con, or neutral? Why do I have to even have an opinion on some shit that doesn't concern me. The shit that concerns me, that's what I work on. That's one of our problems as black people. We worry about too much shit that don't fucking matter. Yes, it is reducing the population. So why not worry about the fucking men that aren't turned that way first? The ones that are gone, they gone. Let's work on what we can control. You talking about somebody condone it? What the man supposed to do? Go around just mad at all homosexuals? What you want him to do? Just because you don't go around and beat on the drum and try to, say, oh, well, I don't want this right for this person. Like I say, when it comes to the T in the LGBTQ, I have issues that I don't like, and that's what bothers me about the Democratic Party. That far left shit, that all inclusive shit, I ain't with that shit. But that don't mean I can't look at other things that have been done and say, okay, now that might be a good thing. Same thing when it comes to the Republican Party. I can't get down with all they shit, but there's certain shit in there that I'm like, okay, now that, you know what I'm saying, I can fuck with that. I like that they want to get these, don't want to have transformers in men and women's sports. Former men and women's sports. They don't want this all inclusive. You born what you're born. You can go out there and play in Fantasyland all the fuck you want to. But we don't have to accept the reality that you're portraying to us when you're in our presence. When you're in your house, you can be whatever the hell you want to. But when you come out in public, you can't, if you was born this, you don't need to be in the bathroom of the other. Sorry. Not discrimination.
Black woman aborts more children than she gives birth to. Her birth rate is like 1.9. You need a birth rate of 2.1 for replacement and for growth. And we cannot have all these people, males laying with males and women laying with women and black women abort children because we are being reduced. You talk about reparations. You say the government owes us something. Maybe they do. But one thing I can promise you is they ain't giving you a damn thing. You ain't going to get 40 acres.
But the thing is, y'all both agree that they owe. He never said, we going to sit here and wait and not do shit till they give us the shit. Just because everybody acknowledged that y'all did, that the government did us fucking wrong, they still doing it, they got their foot on our neck. Just because we acknowledge it, it doesn't mean you're crying about it. It doesn't mean that you're not going to keep pushing. Just because you say that the government owes reparations, what, you're not supposed to say it? You'll have niggas getting mad just because you say it. They ain't going to give y'all shit. Okay, so what? That don't mean we ain't going to say that goddamn they owe it. Yeah. So what? They owe us the shit. Y'all rooting on it so bad. I hope they don't. I hope that they ain't going to give y'all shit. All y'all doing is just holding your nuts. You got your bag. You hope everybody else stay broke so you can look better to everybody else. We get it. Cool. I don't think the government should give everybody no fucking reparation. Only if they can run your bloodline and say that you was really brought here, your bloodline was really brought here from another country as slaves. Yeah, then maybe. Other than that, you have to be able to prove that shit. I don't think everybody should just get no fucking blank check. Maybe some free health care. Maybe some free education. That's enough reparations right there. But to sit up here and not have one word to say about the money that the government gives to billionaires, which they did both acknowledge that the government is, a playground for billionaires. But we're arguing about what we deserve.
You ain't gonna get a mule.
I ain't guaranteeing neither one of them. I'm just giving my opinion between their shit. I agree on some of both of their points.
Doing is I got Burton Plantation, 62 acres. We're giving out 2 acres, 30K. It's a hell of a deal. And building a cooperative community where we have farming and all of the things that you need for your children, including homeschool. But what I'm not about to do, I'm not about to wait for a government that I already know hates me. Because goddamn it, the government hates the white man too. He ain't doing a damn thing for the middle and lower class white man. Why in the hell would he do something for me? So I tell you this, logic. I asked you, what's more important, short term or long term? You said long term. Dig this. If we believe that the black man in America, the black family is owed something and we want to get it, you have to get it through force because that's how it was taken. It was taken by force. Malcolm X, one of your New York brothers, told you can't ask to get free. You got to take.
Like I said, I'm with him when he right. I ain't lying. I'm with him when he right. He got a solid point right there. If that's what he's saying. They ain't asking for shit. We taking that shit. I agree with him. But how many people can you actually get on that boat? That's the problem. John Brown couldn't get enough niggas on that boat.
Take it. So if we want to be able to compete, we need population, we need education, we need religion, we need heterosexuality, we need unity, leadership, and patriarchy. The things that you're talking about being a partner and focusing on love and not having reproduction, those are all things that destroy us. And that's what's happening right now. There will be no reparations. We have to build up our population and take the reparations by any means necessary.
He definitely has a good point, though, yeah. He definitely has a good point. It's like we're hearing the ideology of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. But with the amount of manipulation these days, is there any black leader that you can 100% follow at this point? That's going to be the biggest problem there. See, white people, they'll follow their leader whether he retarded or what. Black people, as soon as we can see one of our brightest minds shining, and guess what we're going to do? We're going to tear them down.
So a lot of what you said I agree with, and a lot of what you said is false, in my opinion. Right? First of all, I don't have a white liberal mentality. White women, I've probably been around 1 or 2 white women my whole life. I've been around strong black women who are probably smarter than the men that they were around. I've been around strong black women who were smarter. My grandmother was smarter than most men I've ever seen. She was stronger than most men I've ever seen. And my grandfather was stronger than her. But he never put his hands on her. He never put his hands on her. And she talked crazy. He never put his hands on her. He was a man. He was a strong adult man. And he never felt like he had to overpower her or take or diminish her power for him to be great. I don't feel like I have to diminish any woman's power around me. I'm around strong, intelligent, beautiful, smart black women every day of my life. The most powerful black women in this country every day of my life. And I don't.
So y'all seen how Marquett, he tried to kind of pivot the conversation because it started at the SNAP benefits. And then it shifted to the conversation that he seen on another live about a man saying that, hey, if a woman put herself in a man's position, hey, you know, it is what it is. Mysonne also made a point of it wasn't just SNAP benefits that destroyed the black family. It was abusive households. It was the crack pandemic, the systematic racism, you know, things of that nature also. So I think Marquett, he wanted to pivot again because he's trying to paint Mysonne as this super liberal that's here with liberal talking points, but these are just common sense talking points at this point. So all of a sudden it changed to, what do you think about gay people? Neither one of these guys are gay. Why the fuck? I don't even know why that question came up. Do you support them? Do you not? Are you neutral? Who gives a fuck? We're talking about SNAP benefits and black families and things of production. Now we're arguing about, do you support gay people? And the man just saying, I ain't homosexual, so why the fuck should I be mad about a homosexual? We got bigger fish to fry. But the need to want to put somebody in the box, you know, with all of the things, and that's the thing about it. You can't agree with one democratic idea without people trying to link you to all they weird ass shit that they got going on. Just because I agree with one democratic idea, that don't mean I agree with every fucking thing that they say. Just because I agree with one Republican idea, that don't mean I agree with the whole damn party and everything that they throw out there. And it would be nice if everybody thought like that.
But I don't mind following them in certain situations. They follow me in certain situations because they know I'm strong enough to lead. Any leader is strong enough to follow. And if you think that you have to lead in every situation, then you've never really been a leader. And that is what you call a weak man's mentality. And it's a weak man mentality. It's not a white woman liberal. It's a weak man's mentality to believe that every room he's in and every time he's around a woman, that he has to be in some position of power. No, I've been around women, like I said, who are stronger, who are doing more, who are more educated, who are more or more artistic, who are more theological, who lead better, who are organized better. I've been around those women in my life, so I understand what that is. So when we talk about women, I understand that from my perspective, not from the white woman's perspective. When we talk about homosexuality, I've never seen a homosexual stop being a homosexual because I didn't like it. Right? I was a 20 and 19-year-old person. My father was so anti-homosexual that he used to beat homosexuals up. I grew up until I was a grown man. I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual. Right? Understanding that they believe that this is who they are. I had a different understanding. I don't have to agree with someone else's lifestyle, but I don't have to impose upon it. And because you kill and you make a law that says homosexuality is forbidden, it's not going to stop people from being homosexual.
Now, that is a very, very great point. Making a law, killing people, doing it, that ain't going to stop them from doing it. And no homosexual going to stop being a homosexual because you mad about it. How you think they got here? They been here for thousands of years. They brought that shit from wherever the fuck they brought it from. They been doing it wherever they been doing it. And the only thing you can do is move around. And like you say, it is lowering our population. Hell, all these fine-ass women goddamn fucking each other and shit. No, you know what I'm saying? Raising kids alone and shit. Raising kids in same-sex, two-parent households and all that. We don't know the effects of this type shit. It's never been something that's been done. And nobody said we're fine with this. But we're under attack by a lot of motherfuckers making this shit okay, and we ought to know who's doing it. We know who's doing it. And still can't stop it. So only thing you can do is control what you can control. And you're going to have to abandon the shit you can't control. You can't control what those people are going to do. And yes, you don't want to. You don't have to impede on their life to still live your life and be productive. They're not like us.
Because you don't call a person trans, they're not going to stop being trans because you don't like it. So what you should do is build your tribe, raise your kings to be kings, teach them what manhood looks like, and raise them in your own image instead of worrying about what somebody else is doing. I don't have to kill you or impose upon your ideology or your life or your culture for me to be strong because I'm a king in real life. So when people see me, they gravitate to me because I lead. I can go into the most dangerous communities in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Chicago, anywhere and be treated like a man. I make people put their guns down because I move like a king, and that's what power is. So the ideology that you think that we have to impose upon people who are weaker than us, who have different ideologies than us, is not manhood at all to me. I think what's weak in our community, and when women stop having respect for men, is because they see men think that you got to rule because you're more physically stronger than them. Men are not all men are not mentally stronger than women. Women have dealt with more pain and been through more shit. My mother went through more shit than I've ever seen any man go through. So you're not going to tell me that men are just all the way stronger than women. That's not true. Physically, yes. And most of these weak men who don't have nothing else to provide but strength want to physically impose themselves upon women. And that's not manhood to me. So I always stand up against that. So yes, we have different ideologies. I do believe the black family should be led by men, but it has to be led by men and not males. Just your physical anatomy does not make you a man. Because you could put your hands or physically do something to me doesn't make that you're stronger than me, or you have some level of hierarchy over me. When you want to be a man, lead with your mind, right? Because if you look at the strongest people in the world, Hitler was 5'3", he led with his mind. If you look at people who had people that followed them, they led with their mind. So I understand that the strongest tool on a man is his mind. And a woman will submit to a man who has a mind. I don't have to hit a woman to make her do what I want her to do. I don't have to impose my will for my woman to do. And if you're in a relationship, and if you're in a marriage with a woman, so since you don't like the term partner, if you're in a marriage with a woman and you can't get her to submit to you because you are strong mentally and she believes in you, then you're in the wrong relationship, and you should find you another relationship. You should not stay there. You should not impose your will upon that woman. You should not threaten that woman. You should not have to do all of that shit. Your kids are supposed to follow you because they see strength in you. When you are a strong person, people see strength in you. You don't have to impose anything. And that's why we're in a system with an oligarchy and a fascist who thinks that because he imposes his will upon somebody and say, you can't be that and you can't do that, and this is with this, and that's why the world is rejecting it. This ideology that you have, the world is rejected. So you can keep on going with it if you want to, but the majority of the world is rejected it. If we want to talk about building up black families, we have to build black unities in respect and in partnership and identifying the strength in women, finding you a partner who is equally yoked with you. When you find a woman that you can look in her eyes and she sees the strength in you, the movie I like 300, right? I like 300 because that man used to go to he was the king, but he looked at his wife and everybody knew who he was the strongest person there. But he looked at her and she gave him the head nod, and he respected her and she respected him, and she was willing to die for him. So this is what a family unit looks like to me. I don't know what y'all look. I don't want to be in no family where it's just a business and you doing what the fuck excuse my language. I apologize. You weren't supposed to quote. I apologize. And you're doing what I say because you're physically scared of me, or I have to impose rules upon you that goes against your moral compass for you to be with me. So if that's the type of society that you think we need for black people to win, I don't want to be in that society. I want to be in society where people are here because they want to be here. I don't want you to be in my community around me out of fear. I don't want that. And the real kings and people who really led that I follow, they didn't need that. So, if that's what you believe is going to bring black unity back and black community back and black foundation and family back, we just have two totally different ideologies. And I respect yours, but I'm standing with
Now, he was cooking right there. I had to let him cook. I had to let him cook on that one, boy. And I'm pretty sure Marquett gonna come back with something, you know what I'm saying? So let's see if he can, just stick the topic.
minds.
Thought we were going to see the world.
Again, I want everyone to note that Mysonne again has suggested that I've promoted laying your hands on women. I've never done that my entire life. And I also, you're interrupting me at this time, sir, if I might complete a sentence. I've never done that in my entire life. I've never promoted it. I've had no experience with that. And this is how we know for sure that you're representing the white woman liberal ideology, because the main thing that you hear them talking.
So here we go again. Instead of attacking the argument, you start attacking the person with, name calling. Because there's no use. Okay, even if you feel like what he's doing is white woman ideology, you can wait till the guest is off of the panel and then, tell your opinion about that later. But right now, you're gaslighting. The man just said that, okay, if that's how you have an understanding because you clearly said that if a woman put herself in a man's position, black's a man's eye. I think that's what you said. She should have her eye black back. But you personally wouldn't do it. You would just make her pack her bags. But say she hit you on her way out, you pretty much saying you would hit her ass back. And I'm not saying you're wrong for that. But we all heard the same thing. So when this man is explaining that as a man, you have a certain aura. You don't have to be over aggressive like the guy that was explaining that and he mentioned that. You don't have to, do all that dominant shit because it's about your aura. And that's all he was explaining. Like I said, I got a high school education. So it's like these people who are really smart like this, it's like they depend on a lot of people who probably don't even have a high school education. And now when he's deflecting the actual conversation, which started at SNAP benefits being detrimental to the black family, being what broke up the black family, now we done shifted to gay people, we done shifted to abuse, and all it was Mysonne was saying that domestic violence and abuse has was one of the factors that damaged the black families. And we even heard a guy that came up on your panel and you didn't dispute it, you didn't, shoot it down, you actually agreed with the guy. So the fact that you don't want to acknowledge that, it keeps y'all going around in this circle. And, you can tell the tension is starting to heat up.
Because
may I complete a sentence?
We said about respect, right? So stop equating me with anything that has to do with a white woman. All right. So just
it's their ideology. You see, it's their ideology.
I would take a liberal ideology, but don't equate nothing to.
No, they're the ones. We're in a matriarchy.
Once again, I've explained to you that I've never been a white woman, so I don't have a white woman.
You don't have to. Even if you're around black women, you're still around liberal white woman ideology. That's what you're not catching up with. Black women today are the result of liberal.
My mother hated
all
white.
You keep on speaking while I'm talking.
Because what you're doing.
I didn't interrupt you like this.
You're not interrupting me.
I didn't interrupt you like this.
You're saying things that we already started.
I didn't interrupt you like this. You were positioning me as a woman beater, and I didn't even interrupt you.
You said something.
You positioned me like I'm Ike Turner, and I let you keep going.
I didn't say you. I said the ideology that I didn't say that you ever put your hands on a woman.
I never said that's my ideology. You can go to thesassin.com, THESASN.com, and click what is Marquettism, and you won't see one thing about laying a hand on a woman. So that's not my ideology.
You said that in this conversation. You just said if a woman speaking to you like a man and she feels like she's equal, then I will punch you in the face. You said I would black.
I did not say that.
You said if
you're incorrect.
Said certain things,
and this is a.
Sir, you did say that, sir. We all heard him say that. That's why I told y'all take note of what he was saying. Now he was saying if a woman puts their hand, pretty much saying if a woman blacks your eye, or if she thinks she's a man, she thinks she's equal and, in a position to black your eye, yeah, she should get her eye black. You're pretty much saying you should, I think that you're saying if a woman hits you, you hit them back. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you're definitely saying that a woman can get her eye black by a man. That's what you definitely was saying. So you trying to flip it like the man just made that up, and now you're about to go back to the name calling. Which that's pretty much when somebody's lost the debate, when they can't handle the topics, they don't attack the topic, they start attacking the person. I'm not college educated, but just the high school education knows that.
Again, you find this with the Democrats. This is mudslinging. This is mudslinging.
So that was the terminology.
This is mudslinging.
So explain to me what you said then.
So you have to calm down and remember the fact that I had the floor. So you don't interrupt me and then start asking me questions while I'm talking. So first you interrupted. You said you were clarifying something, and then you went. I've not tried to disrespect you. I've not tried to disrespect you.
Disrespectful. So
No,
now,
you're letting me know that you're offended by it, and that's
Yeah.
fine. Sometimes we'll get offended. I'm offended by the fact that you are suggesting that I promote the idea of laying a hand on a woman when I've never done anything of the sort. Oppositely, I recommend people to leave the woman if it ever comes to anything like that. So yeah, I find that offensive, but not so offensive that I become emotional like a woman and then start interrupting. There have been times that you were talking and I said, may I ask you
you
this?
see
Or
what I mean?
may
Going back to this.
So you see how he throws those little slick jabs. Where do we see this at? We see somebody else do this, right? They'll throw them little slick jabs in there, you know what I'm saying? They want you, and then if you say something, they're like, oh, look at you being all emotional. Oh, stop over talking me. Why you over talking me? Hey, can I speak? And they'll try to compact a whole bunch of insults, a whole bunch of false narratives, a whole bunch of lies. They'll switch topics in the middle of all that. Come on, man. I ain't on either one of y'all side on this. I'm just calling it down the middle, brother. Y'all was having a good debate. I can agree on both sides. But when you start the name calling, the man was not insinuating. He just stated a fact. There was a guy that said that, and all he was saying, you didn't disagree, none of that. And he doesn't believe in that ideology. And obviously you do, because like you said, you doubled down on it. So why are you acting like that you didn't clearly say that? The man's not insinuating that you promote that, but you just said that. So people can take that how they take it. Nobody thinks that you actually beat a woman. Well, I ain't gonna say nobody, but you do agree that, hey, if a woman put herself in a man's situation, she can get a black eye. A lot of men agree with that. But don't try to act like you didn't say that.
Same thing, and this is what I'm saying.
Why do you keep interrupting?
Because you're saying I'm being emotional like a woman, and I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you this so that because we can stop the conversation. If you don't think that you can move forward without comparing me to a woman, then we can.
No,
stop.
I'm telling you that we're all in a matriarchy right now. We're in a matriarchy, which is a female-led society. And in a female-led society, women control the culture and the ideology. And what I'm expressing to you is that I believe you are victim of that ideology and that the ideas you're sharing with me reek of that ideology. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. The male versus the female, we have a different nature. For example, females tend to be ones who want to bring people together. They're more accepting and they're all about equality. Conversely, the quintessential male personality and psyche is more about hierarchy and inequality and establishing dominance.
Well, who said that?
This is psychology. We can read all of the basics in psychology. There are traits that are typical of the human female and the human male. For example,
now, he's not wrong there. That's the psychology of the white man. I'm just saying. Because what I noticed that what he does is when it's convenient, he goes to the data. He goes to the education, what the white man has taught. And then when it's convenient, we go back to what we learned and traditional black culture. So the psyche is, the man strong, hierarchy, alpha male, all of that shit like that, capitalism. We get it. That don't mean everybody got to agree. But like Mysonne say, that way of thinking is kind of going extinct.
being neurotic, that's more of a female trait. Being dominant, that's more of a male trait. There's even a book written by a woman. And for those of you who would like to check out the book, you can find it on amazon.com/shop/the Saint, the Sinner. And it's written by a woman. And it talks about how women in corporate can fit into male culture, because male culture used to dominate in corporate, and that's changing. And when you look at HR, it's mostly women. Why? Because that's a perfect job for women, because women have different wiring than men. And just the fact that you're questioning me on the differences between the male and the female, this is gender feminist ideology suggesting that we're...
You know what's so weird about this shit? He's literally saying the same thing that Mysonne is saying, except for now he's rewording it. All Mysonne is saying that there are strong women that in certain fields they're stronger and smarter than men. And now you're turning around and saying the same fucking thing. HR. That's more of a woman's job because they're more fit to do that. Okay, that's a strong position. There's times where you would probably rather have a woman nurse than a man nurse, or a woman in a position rather than a man because hell, they fit that position better. If you are a man and say you fall sick, yeah, you probably want a woman there to help you re-heal.
We're the same. We're not the same. Now you ask, why am I suggesting that you have feminist mentality? Is because earlier you went out of your way to describe, I know so many women are strong, and my grandmother was stronger than so-and-so, and the guy from 300, King Leonidas, couldn't make a call without looking at his wife. And you've gone to great lengths to explain that the woman has to lead at some point. And what I'm telling you is the good news for you is that what you believe in is dominant right now. It's dominating right now throughout the Western civilization. And that is why Western civilization is in decline. So I'm going to get back to my earlier points before I was interrupted. And again, I want everyone to know, for those of you guys watching, I want you guys to know, to be honest with you, if I saw the gentleman in real life, I probably wouldn't have this conversation. I'm having this conversation where we're kind of splitting apart ideas. But if I had this, saw the brother in real life, I probably want to sit for a meal or hear what he has going on or go check out his organizations, things like that. I wouldn't debate him. I'd more so be interested in where do we intersect and how can we do some work together. I just want everyone to know that for the record. And furthermore, I want people to know that I wouldn't disrespect him to his face because I do respect him. So for everyone watching, I don't think that, he's someone to be disrespected, and I don't.
But you're trying to be disrespectful on YouTube. Yeah, I wouldn't disrespect him to his face, but but if you was in this man's face and you're telling this man he's acting like a liberal white woman and expect that man not to take that as a disrespectful insult, you got another thing coming, man. Stop it, bruh. Stop it. You can't act like you don't know what disrespect is. Just the fact that you telling a man he sounds like a woman, and then you say a white woman, and then you want to, try to clear it up and say, well, that's because it's just something new. Nah, bro. Nah. Say my mic is low. Mic check, mic check. How about now? Mic check, mic check.
I don't intend to disrespect him. He may feel disrespected, but I don't have any intention of that. I have respect, but I have very strong disagreements. Now, if there was a revolution popped up, hell yeah, I'm gonna have to run you through with a spear, you dig? But as it stands, we just disagree and we're pulling apart our ideas. And again, I truly believe that we are in a matriarchy and the ideas that you're sharing are liberal white woman ideas, and I'll justify it right now. And it's not to put you down. It's just to explain that that's where your ideas come from, as do the ideas of most black women. Here's the examples. Liberal white woman. If I asked a liberal white woman, now, unlike you, I've been around a lot of liberal white women. I graduated from the University of California, Berkeley. It was filled with them. They nasty too. But anyways, if you said liberal white woman, are you for Barack Obama or against Barack Obama? They'd be like, I'm for him. Okay, boom. That's liberal white woman.
So the fact that a woman will vote for a black man, liberal white woman, okay. So let's go with his points. So only a liberal white woman will vote for Barack Obama. Check. Not a liberal black woman. Not a liberal black man. Check. Gotcha.
Liberal white woman. Are you for the independent woman or are you against the independent woman? She'd be like, I'm for the independent woman. That's liberal white woman. You also said live and let live with regards to the LGBTQ. I'd say liberal white woman. Are you for the live and let live? Or do you believe that there should be order, rules? She'd say, no, live and let live. Okay, that's liberal white woman. You also talked about female empowerment, namely the woman getting independent of the man using SNAP as instrumentality for such. Liberal white woman, do you agree that the woman should be able to get independent of the man and use SNAP benefits to get out from under him? Yes, she'd say yes. all of the things that, and then liberal white woman, do you use the term partner, or do you think that that term destroys the foundations of natural relations, such as the term boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife? Do you use partner instead? She said, yes, I use partner instead. Those are all liberal white woman things that came from the liberal white woman thought factory and that are now coming out of your mouth. And one thing I know for damn sure, and I ain't even got to ask you the question to this, because I know the answer. You wouldn't have talked like this 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This is all new language. And damn sure, being a black man from the real part of New York, you wouldn't have talked like this. And for damn sure, in our culture, in black culture, before we were victim of whites tearing it out of us and forcing into us what they want us to believe, liberal whites. There's no way in hell if I said, are you against, are you neutral, or are you an ally of the Skittle guzzlers, you would have did any tap dancing. You'd be like, hell nah. Why? Because that's what your mother believed. That's what your father believed. That's what your grandparents believed. And that's what we all believe until that was torn out of us. That is not natural to the black people. That is liberal white woman ideology. And I know it because I've lived in Baltimore. I've lived in Chicago. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in San Francisco. I know the souls of black folks, and that is not us. That is liberal white woman written all over it. And so all the things that I named, 5 separate points that you espouse, that a liberal white woman would agree with 100%. That's why I say that's where your ideology comes from. I yield the floor.
My ideology comes from lived experience. I'll be 50 years old on May 16th, right? And I pretty much traveled all over the world. I've been in every scenario that you can name. I've been in prison.
Now, I get where Marquett is coming from. He has a solid point. But saying that he get it from a liberal white woman, I think that's going a little too far. Now, saying that they might have the same kind of understanding, because a liberal white woman can look at a black man and say, hey, I don't think it's fair about, what's going on with these people. Or a liberal white woman can say, hey, I do deserve independence if I have an abusive husband or a husband that uses his finances to hold over my head and leave me down and out if I don't accept his bullshit. All right, salute, bag of chips. You know what I'm saying? So just because this man is thinking on his own, you label it something, and that means you want to group him up. That's the problem right here. You're trying to group the man up with some shit just because he's had experiences and he feel like, okay, I don't have to try to go against other groups just to make my tribe fruitful. Let me focus on my tribe and stop focusing on all the things that I have no control over. If my people have been mistreated in this country, unfairly treated, and if the only thing that the government is going to offer, because they don't want to offer the reparations that they should be offering, which I ain't going to wait for it to hand out, but if I am struggling, I will take advantage of any government assistance because I see other races doing it and being successful doing it and pulling themselves out of situation. So I'm just saying how I'm following this situation unbiased. I'm not a Democrat, not a Republican. I'm a independent. I like both of these guys as content creators or at their respectful career. I like Mysonne as a rapper. As an activist, I like Marquett as a content creator, as an intellectual. But I ain't got to agree with neither one of them all the way. But right now, I think Mysonne is winning this debate.
In college, I've been in the hood, I've been in the White House, I've been in every boardroom.
Have you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They locked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me because of my.
Oh, shit. Come on now, Mysonne. That's too big of a cap to be walking back, my guy. You could have just left it at, I was invited to the White House, nigga. You said you been in the White House while you was laying a resume of shit that you done did. That'll come back and bite you in the ass.
I ain't even got an invite, bro. They ain't even invited me. You heard me.
Invites off the list because of the work that we doing in the community for anti-violence. We actually
Well, you better than me because they damn sure ain't invited me. I don't think I'm gonna get an invite, but I just want to give you your respect on that because it's very prestigious. Carry on.
Yeah, so I've been pretty much around the world and I've learned, right? So
This is Buick now. Buick.
they say as a boy you think it's a boy, but as a man you think it's a man. So what happened for me is that I started to learn different things, right? So I grew up like you said in the communities where we thought certain things. Where we outcasted the gay person, we outcasted the people that weren't like us. We felt like we were dominant over women, right? And then I started to watch women make decisions that made more sense.
Well, the thing about it, you say Mysonne sound like a white liberal woman. You never heard that phrase until this man said this shit. See, and that's how things just like people say some shit and they get parroted. That'd be weird as fuck. But hey, we can all be fans of shit, but we gotta have our own, brain. That man is making plenty of sense. Now some shit, like you say, you can agree with. Some shit you ain't gotta agree with. But just repeating what somebody else say because they don't want you to listen to the next person, and they're trying to gaslight so you don't listen to the next person. This is a whole politic. This is politics. And Marquett cannot convince me that he's independent. I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe Mysonne. Well, Mysonne is at least not hiding it. He's a clear Democrat. He's a liberal. There's nothing wrong with liberation. Who the fuck doesn't want liberty? They done convince y'all motherfuckers y'all don't want liberty. Well, I mean, okay, if all his talking points are from liberal white women, well, what is Marquett's talking points? Are they from conservative white men? Because they're not from all black men, because all black men, all black men don't believe that you have to create dominance by being fearful to your woman. Not saying that that's what he stands for, but his aggression towards women, all men don't stand for that. You're right. Since when did blacks stand with gays? But saying that you don't, saying that you're not concerned with them is not the same thing as you side with them. That's the thing. So I agree with you. When do blacks folks side with gays? There's never been a time. You're right. But what y'all want us to exterminate them? I mean, what are we supposed to do about them? Like my son say, a gay person ain't gonna stop being gay just because you don't like them. You gonna make a law? What you want us to do? Make laws? And we don't make the laws. First of all, we don't make the laws. So even if what are we supposed to do about the gay people? We just need to build around them. If that's what you want to do, we ain't gotta hate them. We ain't got what we got. We're supposed to beat them all up or some shit. So that's the point. Yeah, why sit here and keep focusing on, the gay and the gay and the gay? I sound like I was raised by a single mother. Well, obviously you ain't heard my story. So, no, I wasn't raised by a single mother at all. Wasn't even raised by a mother. So I don't have that same type of bullshit mentality that, you might have. I'm just saying. Y'all act like everybody gotta think like a fucking caveman. Like y'all need to fucking evolve.
Than the men that were supposed to be in control. I started to watch women actually, when we look at our communities and black men are in jail and they're leaving the women out here, the women at home taking care of kids, and the so-called leader.
And that goes back to the crack pandemic. So many men were taken out of the home. And I say taken because it wasn't no niggas over here bringing no goddamn boats of goddamn cocaine, and it wasn't no niggas in the lab teaching other motherfuckers how to cook up crack cocaine and all this shit. Jim Crow laws and all these things or whatever. That didn't even take men out of the household. But the crack pandemic did. Or epidemic, whichever one it's called. And what do men do when they ass go to jail? Too near me not to hear me. What would your ass do when if you go to jail? Who you call when you go to jail? Because it look like you just in here to name call and try to discredit Mysonne. I ain't trying to discredit neither one of them. But he has some solid points. He's saying that there are strong women in the community. Not saying that women should rule the world. He's saying that every now and then, smart men will listen to their women. There's nothing wrong with having a union in your household. So I need you to tell me. Most of the men are from single mothers. Well, if that's the case, then why the fuck would they? Well, when the crack pandemic started, was that the same deal then? Because we say that most of the families were, before the 1960s or whatever. So before the crack pandemic, was that not more families, right? And after that, was there not more single households? So, of course, a lot of single mothers were raising kids. If we had a boom of black men in prison, we see that 50% of the prisoners are black men. And I can guarantee you most of those black men in prison have kids. So who you think is out there raising those kids? And guess what they're going to do? They're going to end their ass up in prison too. So yeah, a lot of the motherfuckers in prison come from single mothers. Because it comes from a generational of the same dumb shit that been happening from the poison that's been put into our communities. I'm just saying. A lot of them niggas that's in prison is from the domestic violence in the household, just like the man was saying. Leaving these women out here to defend for their fucking self. And you got a bunch of narcissistic men that won't even fucking take accountability for their own actions. Now, I'm giving the strong brothers they credit where their credit is due. But there is a lot of fuck shit ass niggas out here that poison and muddy the water. There's a lot of women that make a lot of bad decisions. I ain't letting them off the fucking hook. But there's a lot of niggas that poison the water. And I say niggas. I ain't saying black men. I'm saying niggas.
Because of his emotions, because somebody stepped on his shoe, was shooting a dude, and his wife said, "What are you doing? Why would you go out there and shoot him?" Right? The woman was smart enough to know that that was the dumbest thing in the world. We weren't able to do that. So I started watching women make decisions that were.
And he has a great point right there. How many times a woman done told a dumbass nigga, "Hey man, stop selling that shit, get a job. Don't go, stop hanging with them niggas, man. Them niggas, you know what I'm saying? Them niggas keep trying to backdoor you. Don't go here, don't do that." If you ain't never had a strong woman just say that, I'm saying, okay, yeah, men lead, women follow. But like this man said, you have to be a fucking man for a woman to follow. Y'all want women to follow males. That ain't gonna fucking work. That ain't no female feminism talking point. It's a lot of fucking males and not fucking men. So you're right. I want it to be to that point where women follow men, but all y'all little ass boys and males are in the fucking way. And these women are having a hard time distinguishing men from males. A lot of times because the males ain't in the fucking household. And like I say, it is a pattern. It's a cycle. And it definitely started during the crack era. Now, we have no excuse why we can't Well, we have excuses, but we have to finally get our shit together and break these generational curses. And we're doing a better job of it. We're definitely doing a better job of it. But it just ain't it's not gonna go away no time soon. There's always another trick around the corner.
Beneficial to the family and to the community. And I started to listen to women and started to see that my life was moving better than I was listening to overly emotional men who thought that their ego meant they had some level of power. So I understand that there was a balance, right? So I understand that I needed a woman who had the intellect and the foresight and emotional intelligence to tell me that my ego should not supersede my intelligence. So that's what became a partner for me, because she possessed things that I needed for me to be great. And I possessed things that amplified her to grow to where she was. So it was a partnership. It wasn't no hierarchy for me. So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding that they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
I was in prison with gay people. Right, I was in the street with gay people.
But you don't really not supposed to hang out with the punks like that. Like, where you
don't
like,
have to hang with the punks, because most of the punks in jail are more thorough than the dudes that's not.
No, the punks. No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. But what I'm asking you is like,
I'm explaining it to you. So when you're in the yard and you watch somebody come up and disrespect the punk,
so that's genuinely really not trying to hear it. He's trying to implicate some shit. But hey, Mysonne set himself up for this. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know a lot of people like that. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. At one point in time, I was like that. Like, shit, man, I won't even talk to a person. But as you get grown, like you're like, okay, like these people are gonna kill you or some shit. It ain't been accepting of some shit. But hey, if you work at a job, what the fuck are you supposed to sit? You need your paycheck. Gay personnel, you ain't gotta like them. But you just got to move around. Just got to move around. What they do, what they got going on, just keep that shit over there. That's it. You not liking them, you having rules for them and all that shit. You're telling another black man we should have rules just in the black community about gays. You need to go talk to the white man about that shit, so they can make some laws. Other than that, ain't shit we can do about that shit. Said there's scribblers that come from two-parent households. Hell, there's killers that come from two-parent households. But I ain't accepting of this shit, though, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, I think we got bigger fish to fry than worrying about who the fuck gay and who not. I ain't got to accept shit, but I ain't got to make a judgment on it. Bigger shit that they'll worry about.
And the punk punch him in his face and beat him up like a man and have a conversation. You like, oh, this, and you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you feel about a woman, I feel about a man. And just imagine if they made a law right now that said that you can't be a heterosexual man, and every heterosexual man gonna die. It's gonna stop you from wanting to have sex with a woman. Is it going to change anything about you?
Are you asking me rhetorically, or would you like me to answer the question?
I want you to answer that question. And I want you to I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that question. I will go straight to jail because I was born heterosexual. Conversely, homosexuals are not born gay. There's a study from the Johns Hopkins University says that there's no genetic evidence. Okay. So they're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born.
Okay, if they're mentally ill, then that means they was born mentally ill. Same fucking shit. What are we supposed to do with the mentally ill people? I want to hear the solution.
Born mentally, whatever it is, if you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born mentally ill, if you're
they're not born mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you, this is me and you are having a conversation from a perspective that neither one of us can speak about, because neither one of us.
No, I can't speak about it because the data indicates that there's no genetics, meaning they weren't born that way.
They had data.
They're 3 times more likely that they were abused as a minor sexually. That's what the data says.
Now, so you're making your own point right now, Marquett. So this you just said the data says they're 3 times likely that they've been abused. So you can't speak from why a person feels that way if you can't speak from a person that's been abused. So my son just made an important point. Me and you are talking about some shit that we can't even relate to. I don't even know why the fuck y'all even talking about this shit. You can, but neither one of y'all can relate to it. You can say, okay, I don't like it. Hey, it ain't part of my goddamn philosophy, and hell, move on. I would like to hear y'all two brothers talk about something way more productive than this shit. That's just my opinion. But being that you own the fucking topic, you know, I mean, what, like you say, your opinion ain't gonna stop somebody from being gay. You ain't gonna make no laws to stop somebody from being gay. Focus on your own tribe.
That's why don't you respect the data?
It's not that I don't respect the data, because I just don't all the way respect the data, because there was data that said that our brains were smaller than everybody. The data proves that, because we didn't have the largest brains on earth. Southern Africa. So but they said that data said that we were naturally inferior to everybody. We didn't have the intelligence of everybody. They had data to prove it. They had data throughout history. They had data that proved that we were 3/5 of a man. So I'm just trying to say
they didn't have data to prove there was 3/5 of a man. But why defend the Skittle guzzlers? Like, this is against our. This is
so. This is what people do. You just because you make solid points, now you're defending, and then you want him to just say you're making it like the man is defending the shit. The man saying that, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit, but it ain't my job to impede on it. And then you're saying that the data says that a person can't be born gay, but this man say, I don't know what, man, who the fuck is listening to data? Because if I tell you a data of black people are 3/5 of a man, you don't believe that shit. If I give you data that our brains are smaller than our counterparts, you don't believe that shit. So why are you trying to hang me up on data? We two intelligent human beings right here. But we're playing with the intelligence of the audience right now.
This is against our population growing.
All I want you to understand is I'm not gay, and you're not gay.
Wait, so you've never had any sexual experience?
Never, ever in my life. So what I'm trying to explain to you is,
nah, this is just trying to be funny right here. You trying to ask a grown ass man some shit like this when, man, see, he trying to be funny. You know goddamn well. See this, he know he done lost the debate. When you start trying to do insults, start trying to deflect the conversation, steer it in all type of ways. The conversation was supposed to be about SNAP benefits destroying the black family. And look where we at.
Okay, then why are you defending it so hard?
Because what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you are humanitarian and you understand that each human has his own individual, right? I'm standing on my individual. I want everyone to be the full version of them. And if two men love each other, that's their thing. I don't care about what that man wants to do with his penis. I love women. There's nothing that I could ever see that would make me attracted to a man ever in my life. So there's no reason.
What about, is there something that your son could see? Like your 2-year-old son could see that might influence him in an unfortunate way? You feel okay if your 2-year-old son is seeing this?
I don't feel okay. That's why I'm raising my son. I don't have a 2-year-old son. I have a 11-year-old son, a 14-year-old son,
I understand,
a 27-year-old son, and I've raised my son as men, right? So that's not a thing that I'm worried about, because I've raised them in the tradition of manhood. And if for some reason that's not what they grow up to be, then that's what they've done. It's not my situation. I'm still a heterosexual man and gonna always be.
I'm just tripping.
So you're tripping because there's.
I'm tripping because you said you were like indifferent, but you're really an ally. Like you're a promoter of that stuff. That's crazy. Like you're going hard for them right now. Like that hurts me. That hurts me.
And this is just now. This is just getting messy. Because he's trying to act like the man is trying to advocate for the LGBTQ community, because the man saying, I don't have an opinion about these folks. You got to be a hater of some people to be accepted by the black community. I don't get it.
The thing is that you had a conversation, right? And you made all of these things, and you said, you're saying this because of this, and you're doing white women. And I'm explaining to you why I don't have any white woman ideology. I'm explaining to you why I have lived life experience. right? And when you have lived life experience and you have conversations you're around people of different ethnicities, different sexualities, and you actually listen and you learn because you're intellectual and you actually want to learn from somebody, then you learn something different. I don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle for that to be their lifestyle. And that's the conclusion I came to. I came to the conclusion that me agreeing with your lifestyle does not make it not your lifestyle. It doesn't change who you are. So that's what I came to the conclusion as. I'm a heterosexual man. I surround myself with heterosexual men. I'm in the circumference of heterosexual men. I'm raising my children in the tradition of heterosexual men. I have 3 sons, and I'm raising them to be heterosexual men. But I cannot tell somebody else what to be with their life. So when you have this conversation saying, well, you wouldn't have said this 20 or 30 years ago. No, because I didn't have the lived experience, and I was only going off somebody else. Listen. I was going off somebody else's perspective, right? And most people's perspective, and the people I was going on their perspective never left the Bronx. They never was in proximity of anybody else outside. They never even had a conversation with a gay person. So they didn't have an understanding.
That's probably better for them.
I mean, maybe it is. If that's your perspective, cool. You don't want to me personally, I want to learn from everything. I want to understand. I want to listen to you. I want you to give me your perspectives, because if I have your perspective, then I can give an educated prognosis of what actually I'm dealing with. If you feel like you don't want to do it, it's cool. I don't have to, but I understand the reality that we're dealing with. So what I'm saying is, my ideology and the things that I believe are off my own lived experience. Nobody has ever taught me. I don't have no white woman. None of the women, no woman in my house even liked white women. My grandmother hated white women. My mother hated white women. So they didn't share the ideology of the white woman. They were anti everything. So when you come with that, it's so confusing to me, and I take it as a form of disrespect to me, because there's nothing in close proximity to me that even equates to white women liberal. There's nothing in close proximity. I've learned. Right, I'm probably one of the most educated people in my family because I've learned and I've experienced things that the average person did. And we'd have different ideologies today. Me and my brothers may have a different opinion about certain things, but my opinion is based off my own personal experience. So please stop equating any opinion that I have or thought process I have with anything that has to do with a white liberal woman.
And this is, I can respect what he's saying right now, because he can have some agreements with what he would call a white liberal woman, or a white woman that he's experienced in his life, because that's what he said. He went to California, Berkeley. So he was around a lot of white liberal women. So he's talking from his life experience. So if somebody else says, hey, I see life as, there's a couple of places that should be balanced because what we learned is not working. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is. Because you just trying to box me in and saying, hey, just because I think that there's some places that, women are stronger at, or hell, I would be okay with a woman leader, or, these things like this, you try to group it up into something. But then if you do something like say, hey, I don't think black people are supposed to get anything. I think black people are disgusting in it. If we say, hey, you hate black people, you don't want people to group you up to any damn thing. So why group other people up to shit? And look, he trying to think of something else to switch up.
Because once again, I don't have anything to do with a white liberal woman, and it's disrespectful.
I understand why there is confusion, because what I'm saying is novel. It's an idea that very few people have heard. I say that black women are liberal white women, and there are many other demographics that are liberal white women. And when I say this, it's the first time people have heard it, so I have to unpack it. And so I get that it's just shocking because it's the first time you've heard it. But what you describe as your education and your experience is often, it's not education, it's indoctrination. And so when you leave your community, your village, your tribe, your culture, and then sometimes you move up a little bit socioeconomically, the whites start to groom you into different ways of thinking and being, the liberal whites, because they're the ones who want to go in your midst. Conservative whites.
Now, but the same thing you're saying about liberal whites and indoctrination, but you say that you are a graduate of Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. Indoctrination. I mean, you got to find education. But I'm just saying. So you're saying just by somebody living life and realizing that you don't have to live life trying to take away from others to try to gain for your beliefs. You spend too much energy worrying about what others shouldn't get. Then you take away from what you can get by just fighting the battle that's in front of you instead of trying to fight unnecessary battles. You care about your black people, yes. You understand that that's not productive to the black community. Okay, fine. But what are you gonna do? You not liking them is not gonna change nothing.
Are outright racist. Many of them, they don't even want to be around you, but the liberal whites will get around you and then they'll try to turn you from a black person into a liberal white woman, and it happened without you even knowing. For example, I think it's peculiar that we have such little respect for ourselves that we think when we leave from around where we grew up, from the Bronx, from Los Angeles, from Compton, from Chicago, and we get around all these liberal white folks, now we figured out the world. Now we can see, now we understand. No. Now you've been exposed to great levels of filth and indecency and degeneracy. So what I would like to say, as one who has been exposed to many cultures, and I didn't talk while you were talking again, sir. I did not talk while you were talking, sir. I understand what you're saying, and I have the good fortune that I too have been around many cultures. I filled up 4 passport books. I've been to more countries than anyone I know, and maybe more than most of the people you know, including the politicians. And I probably know a lot of the politicians that you know. You know, I know your mayor, Bloomberg, who was mayor for some time, billionaire. I know a lot of the folks you know, ones who have run for president and failed. That's how I know they're wicked. So when we talk about going around the world and getting cultured, well, let me talk about the world. If you travel through the 54 countries of Africa, that's a hell of a lot of countries. You could fit America, the continent, North America. You could fit Europe and China in the continent of Africa. That's a lot of countries. And overwhelmingly, they say that to live that lifestyle is filthy and unacceptable. You go through the Middle East, which is rising up rapidly. UAE and Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Oman, they all agree that kind of behavior is destructive for the public morality. You go to Singapore. The architect of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, says, this doesn't seem like a good idea. He's a pretty smart guy. You go to China. They have entire policies against what they call the lady boys, the effeminate males, and they try to...
And he definitely has a great point. But this is something that you have to, that needs to be done by law. You're telling a single black man that he's supposed to make the law about it. He's supposed to enforce the law? I don't get it.
Push off the culture that has been popularized by those South Korean pop singer bands where the guys look like girls. And that all started with an Asian immigrant in America who was very wealthy and used to fund these people and make them look like females or children, young boys, because he was a pederast. Now, here's the funny thing. There's only one place you can go on the planet Earth. There's only one group of countries you can go to on the planet Earth where they tell you that a man laying with a man, let it go. Woman laying with a woman, live and let live. That would be Western Europe, not even Eastern Europe, Western Europe, where the people are loose and slack and sick. They're perverts. That's a Western European sickness that you have caught as a black African or as a black human. That's not our culture. That's not the culture of the red man. That's not the culture of the Arab. That's not the culture of the black. That's the culture of the liberal Western white person. Again, you're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. This is time number 5. And I always warn the audience when that truth start getting out, that's when they start interrupting.
Because once again, you're telling me what I've been infected with.
I know.
Well, when that truth gets out, it kind of seems like that's when the deflection starts, because we done moved this conversation so far from where it started. But let's see.
Know what you've been infected with, because what you tried to say, one second, what you tried to say is that once one gets experience and they get exposed to different peoples and different cultures, then all of a sudden they think that it's okay for a man to go up another man's backside as long as it's not bothering anybody. And I just told you that I've been to more countries than I can name. I've lived in foreign countries. I've opened businesses in foreign countries. I have more experience than most of the politicians you probably are getting paid by. I know the world. No one can lie to me about this world. I've been through it. So with that being the case, it's not experience that opens you up to filth. Now, here's my problem with what you said earlier. This is why it's so problematic. when you try to tell me accept what they say and accept what they do, because like you, they were born this way. And then I tell you, I have a master's degree from the Johns Hopkins University, which is the foremost institution in medicine and science on the whole planet Earth. And Johns Hopkins put out a study that is peer-reviewed, and it points out two major findings. Number one, there is no gay gene whatsoever. So it's not genetic. They weren't born that way. And then number two, it says that the overwhelming majority of these people have been abused as minors sexually. 3 times the rate. And in addition, you have mentioned one of them offing themselves. I think it's tragic. It's utterly tragic. But the reason that they take their lives is because they're mentally unwell. The worst thing you can do with someone who is sick is pretend as though they're not sick. Then the sickness eats them till there's nothing left. So what I propose to do is stop lying to them and telling them that they're okay and that it's normal. Tell them the truth. Tell them that they're sick and see if we can find a solution so they don't continue hurting themselves. Marquett, what's the data on that? Yet another study from Johns Hopkins. And there's anecdotal stuff too. But check this out. The data indicates that those who are post-op, those who say that they're transgender, born in the wrong body. I always felt this way my whole life since I was a kid, born in the wrong body. After they get the surgery to mutilate their bodies, you have a higher rate of them taking their life. Now, why do you have that? Because now they're in the correct body. The reason you have that is because in their...
I just want to know what his solution to mentally ill people are. Because, I mean, he does have a point. And how can you say what the results of a person that's been, because you said that it's 3 times likely that a person has been sexually assaulted, which, you know, makes them go that way. And I agree. Most people I know, and that's what made me stop being, you know, homophobic. Because when I ran into somebody that I didn't know was, you know, a homosexual, but when I found out they was, it was like they told me something about their life before I found out, you know, saying their lifestyle. But in my head, I'm like, damn, how do you know how a person would react if they was violated before they can defend themselves? So before I judge that person about what they do in life, hell, I don't know what their story is. And from now on, I'm not even going to try to find out. Just stay out of people's fucking business. I mean, that's just the reality. So, too near me to hear me. Are you a male or a female? I'm just asking. If you was violated as a child and you decided, hey, I already got violated and now I'm going to just be this, should we be mad at you? Would you still be, do you expect everybody to still be mad at you? Would that still make you a homosexual? Because technically you done got violated. You're already a homosexual.
Sick mind. They thought that once they cut off their manhood, they'd feel like a woman. But there's still thousands of genes that say you are not a woman. But most importantly, there's still some trouble in their mind. There's turmoil in their mind that will not be healed by mutilating your own body. And that's why they still take themselves out. And the data indicates that it's a mental health issue. And they're not born mentally ill. Many of them, it's environment, it's reaction to trauma, inability to get over it. Okay. So that.
And I agree. He's pretty much saying some shit. He's really dropping bombs right now. Sexual trauma, and they can't get over it. And you're telling people to get the fuck over some shit that you can't even understand. That's why I don't even know why the fuck they even having this conversation. Because you're speaking on some shit that you can't even understand. And you're hating some people about some shit that you can't even fucking understand. That's the problem. Everybody come from a single mother household. Too near me to hear me is the only motherfucker that come from a 2-parent household. And that's why he go around and let everybody know that the worst people come from 1-parent household. We get it.
That's why I address it, because it is a great sickness that is spreading through the land like a pestilence. And that's all I have to say about the Skittle Guzzlers. We don't have to get into it. I'm responding to you because you went pretty hard about them. And now I just gave my response to the Skittle Guzzlers, and we don't have to talk anymore about the Skittle Guzzlers.
To you. So first of all, we never even had a conversation about trans, because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right? I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen a homosexual person stop being homosexual?
Yes, sir. There's a famous one. His name is Little Richard. He lived his life as a degenerate, and then he gave his life over to God. Now, mind you, I don't promote slave religion. I don't promote it at all. But he gave his life over to God, and then he explained that he knew he was wrong when he did that, and he never looked back once he stopped doing that, and that's public record. And he's a famous person that we can both use.
Get the fuck out of here.
Boy, if you don't get your chicken-eating, watermelon-munching, corn-chip-smelling, black hole-looking, Kool-Aid drinking, eat-the-bone-cracking afro, having cotton-picking Jordan 4s wearing Thug Life, having Call of Duty playing anime, watching basketball bouncing line up, having ass-up goofy-ass monkey.
Bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Did this boy say Little Richard went from being like that to not being like that? And yeah, he said that. But come on now. Do we really believe that a nigga could be gay all their life and just switch back and like, you know what? Nah. I like women now. Hell no. Hell no. I've never seen it. Never seen it. Never seen it. That's like a unicorn. Y'all might say a unicorn exists, but we'll never see it. Never seen no shit. What the whole fuck? This nigga just said Lil Richard went gay and turned back. Stop it, bruh. But a nigga will say anything not to lose a goddamn argument, bruh. You just lost the whole argument by saying Lil Richard. Too near me to hear me. Too near me not to hear me. Will you ever go back to women? Cause we know you got to be yagged. Will you ever go back to a woman? Hell no. So we know damn well once a man is yagged, they ain't going back. And you can't technically go back anyway. Ain't nobody gonna let you just go back to, you know what I'm saying? Nobody just gonna say, oh yeah, last week I was yagged, but this week I ain't. And then I'm like, nah, you already done did the act. Can't just undo that. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Used as a reference point. Do you mind if I acknowledge some of the points, some of the people who have sent in their comments or questions?
Okay.
Okay, I'm just do that real quick, just a little bit of housekeeping. And by the way, folks, if you have comments or questions for the gentleman, or you want to say, hey, Mysonne, I agree with you, bro. This bald head nigga crazy. I agree with you. Feel free to send it in right now at this time using the information below. If you're on YouTube, you can use the Stripe link as well. May I acknowledge Kareem supporting the work. He used Earn Inspiration Knowledge as well. Bo went by then and Hilton Kern like my Gardner who like here. Shout out to for also not free for this reason. Men on a cliche.
First of all, my position, because what I said was my agree with anyone. Two things I want to say is, first of all, I didn't tell you that I believe that you should agree with anyone, right? That was never my position, because what I said was my agreement doesn't stop their reality. So I'm not telling you what to accept or not to accept, right? I'm telling people have their own ideologies and their own belief systems. And I surround myself with people who have the same belief system and ideologies that I do. Do I have conversations with other people to understand what they understand and then try to get an understanding of their reality? Yes, I do, because I want to learn. I don't want to be ill-informed. I don't want to just take, information based off my perspective when I can't even have a perspective about something that I've never experienced. So yes, I have conversations with people. So I'm not telling you what to believe or agree with. That's the main focus that I want. Understanding that my ideology is that we are all individuals and we have a different mentality. We have a different makeup, physical, mental, emotional, like whatever you believe. If you believe that it's a mental illness that they acquired after birth, that's your perspective. But if you have conversations with most of them, that's not their perspective, right? If you believe that a person who is gay changes to be straight again, I've never seen that. You say Little Richard has done it. I've seen a lot of people.
I can play the video.
So listen, you can play the video, but I've heard men saying that they stopped being down low and still was down low. So that's just a conversation. I'm talking about in reality, I've never seen it. I've heard people say it. I've watched people go to church and say, "Oh, I'm not gay no more," and then they find out that the person was gay. So I've seen the reality change. So we can have a conversation about what somebody told you. I'm talking.
No,
about,
I don't want to talk about the Skittle Guzzlers anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just talking about me saying to myself that. Understand?
We done heard a lot of niggas on YouTube say that too. Yeah, we done heard a couple of niggas over here on YouTube act like they ain't gay no more.
The level of disgrace and humiliation that gays have gotten for years, for them to still fight for a way of life that is clearly against what most people want, and still have to live in that and live in shame for all their lives, there has to be something to that. So that I want to understand that mentality, right? So when a person tells me that they feel the same way about being gay as I feel about being heterosexual, that makes me think, like, wow, if you feel that strong, then there's nothing I can do with you. I just have to respect you for being who you are and respect who I am. I just think that in this conversation, me having a conversation with your audience, I know most of them think like you, so it's cool. If we were having a conversation with my audience, then 90% of them will be saying that you're crazy. So I'm cool.
But your audience is not real black people, though. I just want that to be clear. Those are not real black people.
It's impossible for you to tell me that.
No, they're not real black people.
I'm around real.
This man said this man audience is not real black people. Now come on, now that's a little that's some player hating shit, bro. Okay, I just seen a white man come up on your platform the other day. So it's not like you only got black people that's your audience. And I am a supporter of both of y'all. I've never heard, I don't know now, one white person that's heard of neither one of y'all. Let's just be honest. But particularly Mysonne, since you're saying that. And I guess you're going to say that his audience is probably bought by some liberals or bought by the Clintons or some bullshit. I don't know. But come on, man. To discredit the man black card like that, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. That man talked too much black shit to even have any white audience.
Black people every day of my life. I'm around real black people every day of my life. That
real black people do not condone that at all.
It's not about there's not about condoning anything. It's not.
That's
about,
not our culture.
See, once again, you see what I mean?
See, he's conflating the conversation. He's slowly starting to say you condone it, you condone it, you condone it, and the man is not saying he condone it. It's clearly not saying he condone it. He's saying, okay, I can't hate you. But if I have to be in spaces where you're going to be at, because I'm not going to help some people not eat or find a place to stay or something that's in the community that needs to be done because of somebody that's working, somebody that's doing a job is a lesbian or a homosexual. I'm not going to not work with them and do something important. You hear, I can't stop it. Now, if, you know what I'm saying, so I better understand what I'm dealing with, long as you don't come on to me in that type of fashion. Hey, it is what it is. You could say all this, we losing population, we're doing a lot of stuff. Yes, all that's true. But we got to go another way about it. What the fuck we going to do about a whole, what we going to do, what y'all want to do, just mow them all down? Pause. Throw them in the gas chamber or some shit. What y'all want people to do? Come on now. You're focusing on the wrong shit. They've been talking about this shit for 30 minutes now.
You keep using the wrong words. Condoning and letting someone else live their own reality. I've never said I condone or don't condone.
No, you do condone it. Why don't you just be real with me, man? I mean, you just took out 20 minutes to give a Martin Luther King speech on behalf of the homosexuals. And you're talking about you're not an ally. You are an ally. That's the only thing. That's the problem today. We want to talk about being men. But if you're going to be a man, just stand on it. I'm standing on mine. I'm in the unpopular position. You're in the popular position. That's easy to stand on. I'm standing alone out here.
But listen, what I'm saying, it's not about standing alone. I'm just trying to tell you my position is not a popular or unpopular
It is
position.
popular.
It's my
Homosexuality
position.
is all over TV and Netflix. And
Homosexuality
like, Barack
is
Obama invited these people 3 times to the White House.
They represent about 3% of the population, 4% of the population. So they only
It's really 1.5%.
Okay, so whatever it is, so cool. But what I'm just trying to say that's such a minute issue. The reality, the things that I'm dealing with.
That's why I said 3 times I don't want to talk about.
So what I'm saying, the things that I'm dealing with. No, you're the one that keeps saying that.
No, I literally said I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, so the things that I deal with on a daily basis about stopping, violence in the Black communities, and educating our kids and teaching them about manhood. I have Right to Passage programs that teaches about manhood so that they don't have to be misled about gender and all of those things, right? So that they're not misled about who's influencing them, that strong Black men are influencing them about principles of manhood, right? So this is what I do on an everyday basis. So you having this conversation with me, I have to be able to deal with youth every day that have different mentalities, that have different ideologies, have grown up in different households. So when you're dealing with these youth and you're having conversations with them, the reality of what you think and a person that has to deal with this on an everyday basis is just different. So I don't expect you to understand my reality. Just like I don't understand your reality, because whatever you're dealing with in your circumference, in your circle, is not what I deal with on an everyday basis. I deal with youth every day. Like I deal with at-risk young Black men, women every day on a daily basis. So my conclusion of coming to what I come to is about direct contact. It's not about what I think. It's not about what somebody else told me to think, right? So just like when the numbers are conflated and they telling us we're not in a recession and that people are—
No, it's definitely a recession, but it's been one for a while.
But the data doesn't say that. So when you keep telling me about—
No, the data actually does say that. They're lying about the data. The data, the definition of a recession is 2 consecutive terms of declining GDP. We saw that under—
Exactly. It's crazy how he's helping the man make his point. He's done this a couple of times. It's like he'll try to shoot down what Mysonne is saying, and then he'll kind of agree with him. Just repeat what he just said, just in a more of a, fancier way.
Biden, and it continued on under Trump.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, is that the data that they put out there is always skewed to fit a narrative of whoever's in control of something. So I don't care about data. I care with direct human experience. That's what my data is. My data is not what I think, is not what I heard somebody else say, is what I experience on my everyday, right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. And the reality of the situation is that there are many different kinds of Black people. We are not a monolith, and we are the most divided individuals in this world.
And we're going to be divided until a great leader forces us into oneness. And that's why Africa is weak, because it's 54 separate countries with different currencies, different languages, different tribes. The reason that Africa gets outperformed is when you look at who do they compare Africa to. I just saw a recent political commentary. They said, Africa is going to rise up and they're going to become like China and like India. I'm like, no. They're like, Africa has just as many people as China or just as many people as India. I said, here's the difference, though.
They've shown me a vision I can't shake. New cabal, aberrant imperium.
Africa's 54 separate countries. China's one country under a strong man. India's one country under a man. Africa's a bunch of countries. Some of them are even run by women, like 2 of them. It's crazy. So they have to be forced together, just like the United States used to be different territories. There's a Louisiana Purchase. There's the American.
Actually, I think India just got a woman president. I could be wrong. Mexico just got a woman president. There's been a kind of a kind of rise of women, in power or whatever. But I mean, like, what's the fear of working with a woman? I ain't saying a woman's gonna be in full of charge or whatever, and he's in fear of, a woman-led society, which I'm not in agreement of no woman-led society. Trust me, that probably would be nightmarish. But smart women do exist. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get your whole fear about it though. Like y'all so hell bent on just saying nah, it ain't gonna happen. Like you're fighting some shit that's inevitable.
Mexican-American war that was started by the aggressive imperialists on purpose so that they could take control. That's why the Civil War happened. Not to free enslaved Black people, that's ludicrous, but rather to fuse together the country for more power. That's why Europe is the European Union. Started out as a European Economic Cooperative Community,
and then they made it a stronger formation because you're stronger together. Now,
and then you have situations like we've heard in history, like Queen Elizabeth. Shit. What's the woman name that the woman warrior? Was it Helena Troy or what the hell that woman name was? Not Helena Troy.
once you force something together, does everyone feel like their opinion is honored? Hell nah. And that's not the truth of the world. A democracy where you think everyone gets an opinion, that's called a majority rules system. Majority rules. And it may make considerations for the minority. So the black people will yield to one dominant ideology. And the most dangerous thing is the white liberal ideology. Oh, accept everything. You know, it's okay. There's different types of families. No, there's a man leading. He's the patriarch. The woman follows. He may have one wife or more because we're black people. We're not white people. Our heritage says one wife or more. There will be no sexual deviance. The children will obey their parents. Younger sibling will obey older sibling. There will be a defined hierarchy and things that you mentioned, which are uncommon. Domestic violence, uncommon.
That's not true.
That is true. It's statistically factual. It's uncommon. Okay, here's a test. Watch this. Everybody watch this. What is the data that supports that domestic violence is common? What's the data?
This man say domestic violence is uncommon. Now, bro, come on now. What the fuck rock you living under? Do you know how much domestic violence is not even reported and you over here talking about fucking data? You know a nigga could chase a female around the car and punch through the goddamn window and it won't get reported? Yeah, boy, he losing this motherfucking debate so bad, boy, he just pulling shit out his ass at this point. Did you just hear what this man said? See, he used to making arguments without having anybody challenge it.
To one dominant ideology. And the most dangerous thing is the white liberal ideology. Oh, accept everything. You know, it's okay. There's different types of families. No.
And he was cooking while he was saying all this. I was agreeing with all this until he said domestic violence is uncommon. He was cooking at first. I agree with him when he was saying all this.
No, there's a man leading. He's the patriarch. The woman follows. He may have one wife or more because we're black people. We're not white people. Our heritage says one wife or more. There will be no sexual deviance. The children will obey their parents. Younger sibling will obey older sibling.
Okay, I agree with everything he's saying. And you can stop right here. It was where I was agreeing with him. Everything after this, you know.
There will be a defined hierarchy and things that you mentioned, which are uncommon. Domestic violence, uncommon.
That's not true.
That is true. It's statistically factual. It's uncommon. Okay, here's a test. Watch this. Everybody watch this. What is the data that supports that domestic violence is common? What's the data?
Domestic violence is probably the highest violence inside, especially in New York City right now. It is the highest.
Okay, what's the data? I'm going to look it up right now. What's the data that domestic violence is common?
It is rising.
And my son was very specific because he was like, especially in New York City. Especially in New York City. So he was specifically talking about his geographic. I'm going to pull this up real quick. I'm curious myself. What's the highest rated crime in New York City? I hope I'm asking the question right. Say New York City is generally considered one of the safest large cities in the United States, with crime rates, particularly for violent crimes like murders and shootings, reaching historically lows in 2024. Now that's crazy that they had a historic low in 2024 and 2025. Y'all claim they so liberal and they got so many immigrants and all that. So let's see. According to crime rates, total crime rate, total violent crime. Well, it don't really say. Let me put domestic violence. Hold on, y'all. Okay, it says, hold on, can y'all see my screen? Oh yeah, y'all can see it. So in 2022, there were 39,224 reported domestic violent crime. Damn, that's a lot. I mean, New York City is a big city. In New York City, a 12% increase from 2021 to 2023. The number of intimate partner homicides in New York City was 30, a slight decrease from 31 in 2022. Victims reported the number of reported domestic violent victims in New York City increased both 2021, 2022, surpassing pre-pandemic levels from 2019. So, of course, they was high in the damn pandemic, but even after the pandemic, the motherfuckers high. Immediate partner violence in both NYC and the rest of the state. Approximately 70% of all domestic violence victims were hurt by an intimate partner. Victim demographics: 80% of intimate partners victims are female. Black and Hispanic females are disproportionately affected by the intimate partner homicides. Domestic violent homicide represent a significant portion of all homicides. So I don't know about the year 2025 because I don't see anything about literally the year 2025, but it has been on the rise since the pandemic. So he's right. It is hell. That's a high rate. 39,000 domestic violence.
What you said? It's common. So what's the data? Don't check right now.
And that is very common. If you got 40,000 fucking domestic violence, say it's common but not the highest. But that's what he just said. He said it's common. And his debate is not common. But then Mysonne is gonna say it's one of the fastest rising in New York. I don't know if he said it's like the highest, but I think he said it's the fastest, one of the highest growing problems in New York. And as we just look, the numbers has been rising since 2019. So he telling the man not to check, but the man is saying, from me working in the community, going down to the police station with these, you're telling us that domestic violence
in New York City right now. It is the
What?
highest.
Okay,
level
what's
of
the data? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Commerce is probably the highest violence inside, especially in New York City right now. It is the
Domestic violence is common. What's the data?
domestic commerce is probably the highest violence inside, especially in New York City.
Reports that domestic violence is common. What's the data?
Domestic commerce is probably the highest violence inside, especially in New York City right now. It is the
What?
highest.
Okay,
level
what's
of
the data? I'm gonna look it up right now. What's the data?
he say it's the highest level of violence. Like it's the most. What he's trying to say is, what I believe he's trying to say is, as far as violence, it's the highest. Because of course the murder rate probably going to be like 30%, but domestic violence rate might be 50%. So he's saying it's the highest out of all of the violence. That's what he's saying.
Data that domestic violence is common.
It is rising.
What you said, it's common. So what's the data? Don't check right now. So don't check.
I don't know the exact number. It is the highest.
Okay, so how can you feel so confident on something that you don't know?
I don't know the exact number. Listen to me. I go to the community meetings with the police where they have the violence reports and domestic violence.
Police are only required to have a high school diploma, number one, and number two, they deal with criminals. They deal with criminals and people who are suspected of crimes all day. So if they have the data and you feel so strongly, tell me right.
So hold on. So now you're gonna discredit the police? So a man say, I'm in the police. Can you vouch and say that you were at the police station and that you know for sure that this is that domestic violence is not? But you're saying, how does he know for sure? If a person say, well, hell, I'm at the fucking city meetings with the police and we're talking about this stuff, I think that's credible. No, he's not saying that it's the highest in the country. He's saying in New York City, it's the highest as far as how it's the highest rising. Well, it's the highest of the violent crimes. It's the highest. It's at its highest of the violent crimes. Like if you think about all the violent crimes, domestic violence is the highest. That's what he's saying.
Right now, without looking, look me in my eye, King. Just tell me what the date is, because you felt so strongly.
I'm telling you that it's the highest.
And that's my problem with you. That's my problem. You should not feel so strongly about something you don't know.
I do know. I'm telling you.
But you just told. I just said, what's the data?
I didn't tell you the exact number. I'm telling you that it's the highest form of violence in our community right now. That's
let me ask you a question. Let's use some logic as men. As men, let us reason. Let us reason. You said it's the most common type of violence, domestic violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And domestic violence is.
And I definitely agree with that. Like, how can you sit? I think right now, at this point, Marquett done lost so many of these talking points. Right now, he's reaching. Bruh, this was the wrong thing to try to argue on. Like, really? Anybody can tell you this, that domestic violence is probably the most common shit out of anything. And that's just what's reported. I think we all done seen some domestic violence that the police didn't get called. There's probably more domestic violence that doesn't get reported than that does.
Is a term that comes out of the matriarchy to create a different category of violence. Because let me use some logic here. This is the matriarchy. Let me uncover it for you. If I were to punch you in the face out in the public, that's called assault.
No, brother. See, this is where the word salad come in at. They made domestic violence for in the household. You and your wife in the household where there's nobody else around. Yeah, that's a relationship. Your intimate partner. It's the violence between two intimate partners. Other than just two, just friends, family members, or whatever. Same thing when it comes to family violence.
If I were to punch my wife in the face in the privacy of my own home, that should be called assault because it's literally the same thing. It's the exact same act. Pardon?
It's a domestic violence. It's you.
Correct. You don't have to interrupt me. I'm getting there. The reason that it's recategorized as domestic violence is because the matriarchy, it doesn't seek equality. It seeks control and dominance and to be above. So it recategorizes something that we already have laws on the books for to make it more sensitive when it happens to women. It's a bigger deal. That's matriarchy because it's not about equal protection under the law. It's about additional and novel rights. Now, you're interrupting me again. Let me finish. Let me cook.
Because what you're saying is not factual, though.
No, but I only talk facts. You're the same guy that I just asked you. I just asked you to explain the study that made you feel so strongly, and you couldn't reference the study.
What I'm explaining, I didn't have to tell you this. I told you that it's
because you feel strongly with no information. But I'm responding to you, but you keep interrupting me. Do you mind if I complete a sentence?
I deal with violence interruption every day.
I understand that. May I complete a sentence? I was explaining a logic to you real quick. I just want to explain this logic real quick. You said that domestic violence is the most common form of violence. And what I'm using logic while you're looking up your data, what I'm using logic to explain to you is that makes perfect sense. If that's true, you don't even have the data. But if that were true, it makes perfect sense because violence is going to occur with people that you're around. And you're going to spend the most time with people that live with you. So it doesn't mean that men are necessarily more violent toward women. It means that they spend more time with women because we're heterosexual.
Say what, nigga? Did this nigga just do all that arguing just to now agree with him? So you're pretty much saying domestic violence is common because people live together and people fight. You got you and your girlfriend, you start doing dumb shit, you start fighting. So you're making the same point that you're arguing about. Somebody make this shit make sense. Damn, bro, you taking his damn, Marquett.
And we live together. So it's a logical thing. But when you suggest that domestic violence is common, this is completely ludicrous idea. And that's why you didn't have the data. It's your feelings. I yield the floor.
But once again, it's not my feelings. It's that I'm in.
Well, then why don't you have the data?
Because I don't know the exact number right now.
Then why do you feel so strongly before you have the data? That's not rational.
I know this, right? 53% of Black women report experience of violence yearly. 53%. So
of violence, of what form of violence?
Of domestic violence.
What percentage of Black men? What percentage of Black men?
None. They said Black women, roughly 40% have experienced physical over with an intimate partner. 53% are doing it yearly. Let me see. I don't know what the Black men is.
Mysonne, do you understand my point about why would you feel so strongly before you actually have the data?
Let me tell you why I feel so strongly, because I'm in meetings, right? And I do anti-violence work. So when we do anti-violence work, we have to know what violence we have to look to when we go in communities and what resources are needed for said community, right? So if we have to do.
Now, for this man to put his head down, like this man is saying something that does not make sense. You're asking the man, why does he feel so certain about what he's saying? And he said, because I'm in the meeting where we're focusing on anti-violence. And this is what they're saying. In my town, if you're not in New York, how can you tell this man that he's lying? Can you pull it up? Can you pull up the data? Or are you just trying to do hey, now you're a liberal, you with them or whatever? Why not just come to agreement on things that are true and move on to things that can be productively talked about? It looks like he's trying to find somewhere to stumble Mysonne at. And I'm just looking for like good, I know it's supposed to be a debate, so you ain't supposed to agree on shit, but I'm looking for like real issues to debate on where you can really think about both sides. Like right now, he just pretty much telling the man, nah, you're wrong, and then say the same thing that he's saying.
Violence work to do anti-gun violence, then we have to send experts and people who know how to deal with gun violence. So those are the resources we send. We go in.
Why would you
are doing none of violence? That's right. The exact number right now.
Then why do you feel so strongly before you have the data? That's not rational.
I know this, right? 53% of Black women report experience of violence yearly. 53%. So
of violence, of what form of violence?
Of domestic violence.
What percentage of Black men? What percentage of Black men?
None. They said Black women, roughly 40% have experienced physical over with an intimate partner. 53% are doing it yearly. Let me see. I don't know what the Black men is.
Mysonne, do you understand my point about why would you feel so strongly before you actually have the data?
Let me tell you why I feel so strongly, because I'm in meetings, right? And I do anti-violence work. So when we do anti-violence work, we have to know what violence we have to look to when we go in communities and what resources are needed for said community, right? So if we have to do violence work to do anti-gun violence, then we have to send experts and people who know how to deal with gun violence. So those are the resources we send in the communities. Right now, the biggest and growing form of violence in our communities is domestic violence. So there is an overwhelming amount of resources being sent in our communities to deal with domestic violence. That's how I know. I didn't know the exact number, but I know when we sit in the meetings and we have to talk to the government officials and they say, okay, this is the violence. You have been lowering gun violence in the communities. That's been working. Right now, the highest form of violence in our communities is domestic violence.
Is that
That's
true?
That's how I know that. I'm telling you.
Is that true?
I'm telling you what they say in our communities.
That doesn't even sound right.
Okay, well.
Because 70% of black families don't have a man in the household. So it doesn't even sound logical.
I don't know where y'all getting that from. You're getting that from a census, right? Because you're getting a census.
Mic check, mic check. My bad, y'all. Damn, my shit is I don't know why my shit is sticking like that. Cause it's not saying that I'm on mute. But yeah, that's crazy that he just had the nerve to just say this out of his mouth. Hold on, let me play that back because I ain't get to react to it the way I was on mute when I was reacting to that.
Communities is domestic violence.
Is that
That's
true?
How I know that. I'm telling you.
Is that true?
I'm telling you what they say in our communities.
That doesn't even sound right.
Okay, well.
Because 70% of black families don't have a man in the household. So it doesn't even sound logical.
I don't know.
Bruh, who you work for? Who do you work for? Who this man work for, y'all? 70% of household don't have a man in it. Do you know every household gonna have a man come in that bitch, whether he live in that household or not? That don't even fucking matter. It's a nigga gonna come through there. Just because when the census people come around and they send the letters around that these motherfuckers ain't putting on there. Yeah, I got my nigga sliding through here 2 o'clock in the morning. And every now and then we get into a little play fight that turned into a real fight. But yeah, I went and beat his ass. He beat my ass. Ain't nobody called the police. Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. God damn, my side putting them hands on this nigga, bro. He putting, hey man, boy, you losing this debate real bad when you start saying shit like this.
I don't know where y'all getting that from. You're getting that from a census, right? Because you're getting a census. 70% of you saying that 70% of black families don't have a man in the household. That's the census that goes based on what you said, SNAP. Well, most of them are not there, you know, when they go there, so they're utilizing the system. But black men, especially black men, are probably the most present in their sons' lives and their families, their kids' lives than anybody else. This is a fact.
Huggies Double Grip Strips versus Baby Gear.
Now, I don't know about that. Not that anybody else. I ain't gonna say black men and their kids' family more than anybody else. My son, you just threw some shit out there now. Come on now.
No, you're misstating that. What you actually mean to state is not that black men are more present, because statistically they're not more present, they're more absent. However, the black men who are present tend to give greater richness and experience to their children. But frankly, I don't.
Now, I'm glad he, corrected that. And I don't believe my son said that on purpose. I think it just, slip of the tongue.
Even think that's a major value add, to be honest with you. I think that again goes with the matriarchal view, which is the suggestion that men and women are the same. And because we're the same, the man needs to put in as much time with the kid as the woman does. And that's another effort of the woman to force the man into unnatural behaviors and allow her to step out of the maternal role and step into the man's role so that she can go to work and she can have her job and she can go out and be unruly and promiscuous. That's what that is.
Nah. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's controlling. And a little weird.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, that's your
fair enough.
That's your
Fair
perspective.
enough.
I'm just saying when I'm sitting in these meetings, because we actually literally do the work every day, and we're looking at the data and we're seeing that the rise in domestic violence, and usually domestic violence comes when we're in a recession, and when, just like during COVID, it was one of the highest violence was domestic violence.
Why do you think that
was in the house?
Because everyone was in the house.
Exactly.
Thank you. Exactly.
So, and most likely when the economy is bad.
And why are you arguing against something that is just the
I'm
most
not arguing
obvious,
against anything.
basic
What
thing?
did I
It's like
argue
you put
against?
people together for long amounts of time, trapped inside, they're going to disagree. And in the
I didn't
case of the
argue
black
against
woman,
that.
she has a foul mouth, and the black male is effeminate and emotional. So you put together a weak emotional male and a foul mouth harlot, you're going to have violence. So the solution is not following after your white buddies and the Democrats that are running New York.
You're right, showgirl. He went from serious debate and then he went to character. I think he went from the saint to the sinner.
New York and try to we need to stop violence. No, what you need to do is establish order. Make the men actually be men. I agree with you on the part of them being males. Make them actually be men, and then make the women behave like females and watch their mouth. Now, another thing that you had mentioned earlier that I thought was curious, you had mentioned parents, and parents are hugely important, but somehow there's a disconnect between the idea that families are breaking apart, meaning the concept of the parent does not exist very much when you have SNAP benefits and welfare, because that deconstructs the family. Most of the things you've suggested haven't made logical sense because you say the government's our enemy, but you want to rely on the government. You say that black people can be so productive, yet they're not taking advantage of them using SNAP benefits and welfare at 200%. And what I'm telling you is that we do need to clean up the black people, but it's going to come from us, and it has to be an authentic ideology from us, not what has been given to us. And you're plugged in with the government, and I understand and I respect that, but we can look at the data, and the data shows us that the greater the government benefits have been, the worse outcomes have been for the black people. So your solution has been underway since the 1960s, and it's failed.
Well, my solution was never that we should depend on the government. You're
talking about reparations.
Yeah, what we deserve.
Now, here we go. We kind of see where this thing done led to, because now he's palleting on this man's back that, hey, your solution is, the man never said that's his solution. He's saying that if there's governor assistants out there, people that are on it need to learn how to use it to their advantage better. The same way other races do. Because we deserve reparations. They owe it. We know we ain't gonna get it, but what there is available is those government assistance. Use it. Take advantage of it. Yes, they're there for a trick, but that's only if you are dumb enough to fall for the trick. That means go and start depending on them. Actually, kick your man out of the house. What you should do is you should take advantage of it. Put yourself in a better position. Like you said, the lady, she was buying cakes and reselling the cakes and putting herself in a better position. Hopefully she didn't get caught, but hell, if she would have just, made some flips, put herself in a better position, and used that to go forward, she'd have been all right. And if a lot of, people start learning how to, hey, when you do get that little bit of food stamps, use it to maybe start you something or get yourself ahead and move along. Let it be a catapult. That's all the man saying. But for people to twist up these words, that shit be weird as hell.
Reparations. I didn't say that we should stop working until we get reparations. Yes, we definitely deserve reparations. That's not even a conversation. If you don't believe that the people who are chattel slavery deserve reparations, built in America.
Have you studied history? Have you studied history?
Yes.
History is the record of warfare of one civilization invading and dominating another civilization. And what we can certainly agree on is there's some civilizations that are more vicious and barbaric, namely the European civilizations. In fact, you might not even use the word civilization, but all the same, when you find one collective destroys another collective, like say what the Romans did to Carthage, there's almost never a case where they turn around and say, oh, we're sorry,
do-over. We want to
where's
fix everything.
the case?
Now,
You
you don't have to interrupt me. You don't have to
did it
interrupt
to
me.
me 4 or 5 times.
You
You
don't
keep
have to
saying
interrupt
that.
me. You don't have to interrupt me. But the point is that there have been small instances where there has been reparations paid.
See, you just said, it's like, okay, he just said, well, history is written by the winners of war. There's never been a time in history somebody would destroy some shit and turn around and say, hey, here's something, in return for that. But now you're about to describe situations where countries got reparations. So what's your point? You're saying that nobody can get it, but now you're about to tell us about people who got it.
And I'll make some notes of them. The Japanese, there's a very small portion of Japanese, nowhere numerically comparable to the large population of the Black American. So that's number one. Then number two, you had the
fucking cap. Right now, we owe the Japanese like $13 trillion. That's enough to probably cover reparation for Black people. The reparation that they paid the Japanese, yeah, you can split that up. And you ain't got to give Black people cash reparation. Free education is enough. Free education is enough. Hell, a trade school education is enough. And we'll make do with that shit. Give us free trade school at the high school as reparation, and we'll make do with that shit. Damn. Like, niggas be going too far with that shit. They be thinking that everybody talking about you got to give everybody $1 million. But the type of money that they giving away to foreign countries, like, hell, it wouldn't matter anyway.
The Jewish population has been very well compensated. Again, numerically a small.
Exactly. The Jewish population, very, 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 very well compensated. Who else? Everybody but us. You name it, everybody but us. You're making a man's point. So you're telling me, everybody is deserving of it. The Asians, the Jews, and who else you about to say?
Smaller population, but most importantly, they're a white population. So you got to factor that in. They're actually a part of the tribe that's compensating them. Then there's a third situation where there's reparations, which is the Native Americans. They were nearly eradicated. Their population is so damn low that I didn't meet my first Native American in America until I was 25 in northern Michigan. So the thing that you have to focus on is the truth is
there are people who got reparations. The Native Americans, they got a low population. What the fuck that's supposed to mean? That means you're not supposed to give people what you owe them because of how many of them it is? I'm just saying. It's enough land in America for you to make you to carve out a little bit for Americans, for African Americans. I wouldn't want to stay there. I ain't gonna lie. It'd be hard. Oh man, that's gonna be horrible. I like staying around a mix of people. Too many niggas, too many white folks, too many Mexicans.
the Black people are the most hated. They have no friends in general. Black people don't even like Black people, but certainly the idea
that's a fact
that the white ruling class is going to give you the sons of slaves, the children of slaves, is going to give you anything back. If you believe that, you're completely deluded. They didn't even give you 40 acres and a mule. And here's the thing, that was in.
And see, that's the problem. The man never said he believed that that's what's going to happen. He's never said we're going to stop what we're doing. He never said we're going to beg for it. He just made a statement. We deserve it. They owe it. And that's it. And you make a big deal like somebody's, just waiting on a handout some kind of way. This man done lost every debate talking point. To the point where now he like, fuck it, I just got to go into character.
Enshrined in law. And in some cases, they did give it, and then they stole the land back as a point of fact. So the idea that you have to go with your hand out, I think is pathetic. If you look at certain wars, like maybe the Crusades, for example.
And see, that's what he does. He does that just like another person we know. They'll change what you said, mix it up, talk fast, throw insults in the middle of them talking fast, and if you say anything to rebuttal or stop when they throw out a quick lie.
Thank you for your patronage.
Shout out to Let Me Tell My Story for showing love.
Thank you for your patronage.
Showing love on the memberships. Thank you for
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Example, or even you look at the Moors that have taken the black Moors, took over Southern Europe. Did the Europeans say, hey, give us reparations? They said, no, we're going to rebuild and we're going to go to war with you and we're going to expel you and we're going to take control and we're going to dominate you. We're going to steal your history and in some cases erase your history. But we don't need a handout. We're going to take ours back. And I'll give you one last example. You mentioned Adolf Hitler earlier, and like strangely, you were saying that he ruled with his mind. You also forgot that he ruled with blitzkrieg and a tremendous amount of violence that the world had never seen before.
Thank you for your patronage.
But he still ruled with his mind. He ruled with his mind still.
Thank you for your patronage.
Yeah, we can almost say that about Trump right now. It ain't that he just,
Thank you for your patronage.
He ruling with his mind. Hell, he know what to say. He know how to play on people's emotions.
Thank you for your patronage.
Mysonne made a good point when he mentioned Hitler. He didn't mention Napoleon. Napoleon was a small man, but a leader of men. So people respect your mind. So I get it. This is supposed to be a debate. So Marquett, he can't just agree with the man. You can't just agree. But boy, you getting spanked out here. I ain't lying.
Factor that in. And what I want you to understand about the Germans is when they were destroyed in World War I at a level, and they were facing huge levels of inflation and poverty and shame, just like the black people, poverty, shame. They said, you know what? I tell you what, we don't need anything from you people. We're going to rebuild because we believe in ourselves and we're going to make you respect us. And if you don't want to respect us, we're going to take our respect. I would never identify with you or the community you're talking about because my community, the black people I lead, the good people I lead of all races, we're a strong people. We're a capable people. We're a proud people. And if we're owed something, we're going to take it. You heard me? If we're owed respect, we're going to take it. If we're owed money, we're going to take it. As men, we won't be begging. And I can assure you, there is no ear to your begging.
Well, it's not about begging. It's about reparations owed for harm done.
If you're not begging, then take it. Why don't you have it then? If you're not begging, why don't you have it?
We live on land. We are in enemy's territory, and we've been indoctrinated into the enemy's territory.
We have been indoctrinated? You.
It's not we. It's not me. So what happened? So why haven't the people like you who haven't been taken?
Sir, you're saying you haven't been a part of the indoctrination, but you have a education from an American Institute, sir. Me as a high school graduate, I even know that. That's part of the indoctrination. See, I ain't even as smart as you guys, but I know better than that.
Identify with you or the community you're talking about, because my community, the black people I lead, the good people I lead of all races, we're a strong people, we're a capable people, we're a proud people. And if we're owed something, we're going to take it. You heard me? If we're owed respect, we're going to take it. If we're owed money, we're going to take it. As men, we won't be begging. And I can assure you, there's no ear to your begging.
Well, it's not about begging. It's about reparations owed for harm done.
If you're not begging, then take it. Why don't you have it then? If you're not begging, why don't you have it?
We live on land. We are in enemy's territory, and we've been indoctrinated into the enemy territory.
We have been indoctrinated.
It's not we. It's not me. So what happened? So why haven't the people like you who haven't been taking it back? Because there's a bunch of y'all. I always have these conversations.
Right as we speak. I'm on 62 acres of land.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally
my son hit him with that bomb. He said, why don't people like you that claim that you taking it, where your shit at? Why you ain't take shit?
Always have these conversations, and I know a bunch of people that got land, and they got about 20 or 30 of them. But I'm talking about the collective of black. It's 48 million people, black people inside of America. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about when you can galvanize half of them or 2/3 of them.
Only need 5%.
Okay, if you can galvanize 5% of them, we've been having this conversation.
He said he only need 5%. And I think that's the same thing Dr. Boyce Watkins said. And I heard a certain person try to criticize him for saying that. But to be honest, hell, probably about 5% of the black population is about all you can even relate to if you on some trying to do something, because a lot of our population is gone. So I don't understand why he's so hell bent on. He wants 5% of the people who are homophobic, misogynist, looking for a hierarchy, but I don't think that he's gonna get anywhere besides the top of that. So it's kind of like he's trying to form a cult. This is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I do enjoy his content, though. I do enjoy his content. Not gonna lie. Sometimes he be cooking. Sometimes it just sounds like a crazy man.
With people saying we don't need this from the government, and all the time, none of those people who have said it have done anything to do it. And when they do,
no, that's not true. You ever heard of the Nation of Islam? You ever heard of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Yes,
they did great things. They had farmland, they had stores. In fact, New York was a major epicenter for this thing, and they did extremely well. But I tell you, when they got poisoned when Malcolm X became you. When Malcolm X started espousing the views of the white liberal, and when he started working with the government, and he betrayed his own people because he left the core of what black folks are.
Damn, you see how he just did her. And my son got to hold this motherfucking cool. He thought that they was just about to get on the same page. He was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam. And you say, you know what happened to him? Malcolm X. He did what you did. And what? He got killed by his own people? Them same people? You mean the same guy that had a minor pregnant, the leader of the same group that you're talking about? And I know I might get in trouble for that. But you're telling me that because Malcolm X had morals and he wasn't cool with some shit like that? See, because that's that white folks pedophile shit, that Catholic church bullshit that you want to tell us so much about homosexuality not being in our culture. Are y'all telling me that pedophilia is in our culture? You're telling us that we need to find this great leader and all that, but then when we do have these great leaders, we find out that they're so smart. They're great leaders. They know the Bible like the back of their hand. They know all different type of languages and all that. But then we find out they're messing with little kids. Is that part of our culture? So mad about the homosexual, but you don't care about the underage. Because now you're talking about the Nation of Islam. So you can't just skip the Farrakhan. You got to talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and why it was that Malcolm X was assassinated. And it wasn't just because he was a white woman liberal. He wasn't with that shit that goddamn so-called honorable. Well, let me shut my mouth. I don't want to get in trouble. But I'm just saying. And I could be wrong about that. But I'm just saying. Y'all need to stop this shit, man. Stop it. We ain't nowhere with that bullshit.
That's when the movement fell apart, when we were infiltrated.
Well, I'm
so you lie. You lie and you suggest that we have never been able to separate from the government and thrive. The Nation of Islam separated from the government and thrived very well.
No, they didn't. Because everybody know that, you know, Farrakhan getting what he get from the government. They leave him alone. He took his motherfucking cake and he got the fuck out the way. Where the Nation of Islam at? Do they got their own country? Do they got their own land? They got power. Don't get me wrong. I respect the fuck out of them. But I'm not a cult type person. I'm not a leader. I do as one leader says, no matter if he right or wrong type nigga. I don't give a fuck how much knowledge you got. I will learn from anybody. Hearing the teachings of a lot of these motherfuckers it's enlightening. But then you got morals too. For example, like Dr. Malachi York. Brilliant. That man knew all kind of languages. Just his knowledge was incredible. But what it was proven that was going on his land and everything in that compound, if y'all are saying that's our culture, that ain't the culture I'm trying to be a part of. Nah. And for some reason, these powerful people, that's something that they like. That's something that they like to get away with.
I love the Nation of Islam. I've been raised underneath the honorable minister, so I know what's going on within the nation.
But if you were raised under the brother minister Louis Farrakhan, you would know that the Skittle guzzling is a vile abomination, and you wouldn't tap dance when I ask you, are you indifferent?
Well, if you was raised, well, my son made that very clear. If you was raised under somebody, you learned from people, but then as you grow, you learn that you have to learn for yourself. You can't walk around life with somebody else's ideas in your head. You can learn from somebody, but then when you learn later on in life that your grandma ain't know no better, your granddaddy didn't know no better, the people that taught you were ignorant as fuck and they didn't know no better. The nigga down the street that you was learning from, that nigga ain't no shit. Your cousin, he ain't no shit. Everybody that taught you, they ain't no shit. So you have to reteach your damn self at a certain age, if it's not too late. Because life will tackle your ass, kids, bills, all type of shit can start going on, and you can stop learning at a certain point, and then, you know, be stuck on stupid.
Against it or an ally. The brother minister Louis Farrakhan would condemn something like that. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I've heard it myself in Mosque Mariam in Chicago.
When the last time you heard the minister speak? When is the last time you have heard a conversation?
It's been years.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do, because it's enshrined in a book by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man.
What I'm explaining to you is that I've sat in hundreds of the ministers speaking, and the last time the minister spoke about the homosexuality. He made it clear that he has nothing against him. He understands him. He got him in his family. He's saying that we just live a different way, and we understand. We're not anti him. We're not trying to kill him. We're not doing all that.
I'm not trying to do that either. That's crazy.
So that's what I'm trying
that's
to say.
mentally ill as well.
So when you're having this conversation saying he despised, that's none of that language that you're using does the minister use.
Where can I want to pull up a video on that one. Can I pull up a video on that one? I want to, because I don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't believe that.
Okay, pull it up.
I'm asking you, can you tell me like what I should search to find such a video? Because I don't believe that.
Okay, so you look. All you got to do is look for it. He spoke on it. It's online.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a simple YouTube search and Mr. Farrakhan, click the share screen.
I told you.
Okay, I'm just explaining, create a particular perspective. So I'm going to do two things if you don't mind. He's old right here and he's young right here. So I'm just going to click this one and we'll listen, and then I'll click this one. So here's a young man.
So this is him trying to be slick, if you ask me. If you ask me, because look at what he's doing right now, right? Damn, Marquett. Marquett, man, you trying, bro. You trying. I get it. So here's a video that was 3 years ago. And then you got another video that was 7 years ago. Now, we all know even these videos are uploads of older videos. Because you think this video right here is really 7 years ago? Hell nah, nigga, this about in the early 90s. Even this video here, this probably early 2000s. But you could clearly hear Mysonne saying in recent speeches is when he's changed his stance on being so, not saying that he's agreeing with shit. He still think the way he feel. It's an abomination. It's a sin. You're living in sin, all of that stuff. It's just that, hell, we don't have to impose on you. That's the way he's saying that Farrakhan is feeling. Now, I believe that Farrakhan wouldn't have one of them nowhere around him. And that's the same thing that I think both of these guys will feel. They ain't going to have them nowhere around them. But there's going to be times you're going to run into them. Whether it's trying to do business or, at work, most of the time that's where it's going to be.
Mr. Farrakhan, and here's an old Mr. Farrakhan. Do you mind if we just listen to each of them briefly?
Okay.
Okay, very good. And in the audience, if you can confirm, were you able to hear him?
By nature is inclined to.
Can you hear him?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the volume's good. Okay, fantastic.
Man by nature is inclined to and leans toward the female. And the female by nature leans toward the male. Now we want to know whence came this deviation.
Hello.
Listen very carefully.
I'm listening.
The Bible says he changed the truth of God into a lie. And when you pervert the truth of God and make it a lie, then what follows from that is a system of perversion, a system of deviation. We didn't learn this freakish behavior in Africa. You cannot find brothers in Africa walking around with broken wrists.
I said that earlier.
You don't find women in Africa running with women. We learned that behavior.
From who?
In our sojourn in America.
That part.
So since we learned this behavior, we can unlearn.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that because I think we get the gist of that one. And as promised, I'm gonna go back. So that was young Farrakhan. Here's old Farrakhan. So I'm just got that right there. And it says the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on black homosexuality. And then I'm just gonna click play here.
I love you as a brother. I love you as a sister. But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful. But when we take it to the extreme, which Satan has caused us to do now, we have gone to the extreme under the tutelage of a real satanic mind.
Okay. So I'm now going to stop that one because we've heard enough. And I'm just going to repeat for everybody who didn't get it. When he was young, he said, this is not of us. This is wicked. And I just played one when he's clearly old. He says, if you do that, you're under a satanic mind.
That's not what he said.
That is not what this man said. See, You can let's listen to that. Let's break that down. What the man just said. And this is the problem, man. When you have to let somebody else think for you, and they entertain you at the same time they think for you, that's how you can be easily manipulated. Now listen to the first words that came out of this man's mouth.
That right there, and it says the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on black homosexuality. And
listen to the very first sentence that comes out of the man's mouth. It doesn't say, I hate you motherfucking devils. Why would you tell a devil you love him? Why would you tell a satanic person you love them? So what he's saying don't make sense. Listen to the first thing that Farrakhan says.
And then I'm just going to click play here.
I love you as a brother.
I love you as a brother.
I love you as a sister.
I love you as a sister. So it don't matter what the fuck you do, I still love you. But this is how I might think about you. I can't fucks with you.
But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful.
And he's saying sex is wonderful. When it's rooted in righteousness, it's wonderful. I love you, brother. I love you, sister. Having sex with each other, that's in righteousness. That's wonderful.
But when we take it to the extreme, which Satan has caused us to do now,
when we take it to the extreme, which Satan has caused us to do, he understands that people are falling weak to the flesh, as in how people are taken over by demons. You falling weak to the flesh. And he's acknowledging that. He's acknowledging that people will fall weak. And he's just letting them know. He ain't saying that, hey, you need to be crucified. I don't fuck with you. He just said, I love you, brother. I love you, sister. But Satan is making us take sex to the extreme. You don't have to take it to the extreme. He's at this old age, he's cleared up the way that he talked about it. Because he used to talk reckless about the shit.
we have gone to the extreme under the tutelage of a real satanic mind.
Okay. Okay. So I'm now going to stop that one because we've heard enough. And I'm just going to repeat for everybody who didn't get it. When he was young, he said, this is not of us. This is wicked. And I just played one when he's clearly old. He says, if you do that, you're under a satanic mind.
That's not what he said at first. So you ignored what he said? So you ignored what he said at the beginning?
What?
So did you,
what?
You ignored what he said, bro? See, this is
hold on. Wait.
I'm just asking you, did you ignore?
Did you understand what he was saying? He said the natural love that we have for the same gender in a righteous way, meaning like I have love for you as my fellow man. No. He says that is appropriate, but when you take it beyond that, meaning inappropriate, homosexual, now you have a satanic mind. That's what he said.
No, sir.
Wow. I want you to explain briefly, and I'm gonna replay it, and you can re-explain it. Just tell
I've been there. I've been in the mosque, bro. You can't tell me.
I've been in the mosque.
I've been in these recent conversations. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the recent conversations that he has had.
No. Tell me what he just said.
Okay, if this man saying I've been in the recent conversation, and the person saying I haven't been in one of his mosques in years, man, come on, bro. You can't be getting smacked this bad, bro. You saying the cape is real, bro? Come on, bro. You really got on the cape over there, man. Bruh. Hey, I fucks with you. I don't know where you came from. Too near me not to hear me. But, boy, you must really fucks with Marquett. I rocks with Marquett. I ain't against Marquett. And I ain't against Mysonne. I'm looking for a fair debate, bro, and I'm calling it down the middle, bro, and Marquett getting smoked, bro. Mysonne ain't had to insult the man none. This man done proved his point. This man came with the facts. Facts are backed by evidence. I don't know if you know that over here. This man getting smoked. That's why he just jumping all around. This conversation was supposed to be about SNAP benefits being the destroyer of the black family. And Mysonne pretty much proved that that's not correct. The crack epidemic was more of a damage to the black family than SNAP can ever be. Domestic violence is common, and it's definitely common in the black community. Well, I agree with Marquett on that part. We don't have a black community, but it's definitely common in the black family. You can't deny that shit. Single mothers, it's not all just because they just disobedient, they don't want to do shit. In the 90s, in the early 2000s, a lot of them was being abandoned by mass incarceration. A lot of it due to the crack epidemic. And then it turned into an opioid. And the results of that is we getting a whole bunch of femininity. We getting a whole bunch of, same-sex shit going on. We getting a whole bunch of, different behavior. This is something that's been brewing for 50 years. This ain't some shit. Yeah, we can kind of tell what everything did a 360. And we're trying to get it back on track, but we can never get together and come to the same conclusion of what we can do to, change things.
Just now, because I was listening. I'm gonna play it again because you're playing games. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm gonna play this again. Tell me what the brother is saying, because you're trying to reinterpret, and that's what liberals do. They lie.
There you go. I ain't gonna stop you. That's what liberals do. They lie. The man trying to play the evidence. The man trying to play the evidence. You know who else do this? When I started trying to play the evidence, now I want you to play no, that's what the rules do. That's what they started name calling and all that. Man, grasping for hell, brother. Come on. The man trying to play what it is, his evidence is. Now he don't want to hear it.
I love you as a brother.
I love you as a brother. So that means not romantic.
I love you as a sister.
Not romantic.
But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful.
What does that mean?
I want you to explain that, because I've been feeling like you're misunderstanding.
No,
what does that mean?
Because I'm trying to tell you. He said,
what does that mean?
He's saying that he understands that that's their reality. It's rooted in righteousness.
No, use the words he used and then explain it to me.
Let me play the one that I know.
No, don't play the one you know. We had the brother on screen. I'm asking you, explain based on what he just said. Why are you running?
Say I'm better than you.
Wait, Mysonne, like we just played the brother Minister Louis Farrakhan in his own words. Why are you running? I'm just saying.
Well, why you want to just let him play? Why you just won't let him play the one that he heard? If it's more recent. Kind of sound like he's running.
And why not just explain to me what he just said? Because I got great English language comprehension.
The prostitute.
Why are you? What are you doing? We didn't agree to that. Like, why are you?
No, because you're pulling up something that doesn't go.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something. I literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes.
Is sin according to the standard of God.
People are saying that you're lying on the minister right now.
I'm not lying on the minister.
Well, then why can't we look at what he just said? Why do you have to go like search out something like he just spoke up?
Brother, I'm just trying to tell you this, man, that what the minister has said.
You don't have to tell me that. We just played his face. I'm saying, tell me the minister said this, and these words mean X, Y, and Z. So I'm saying, like, quote him and then explain to me, because I understand English is my first language and I'm very good with it. So how did I miss this?
Okay, what I'm explaining to you is that the minister has said this is not our way of life, and we believe that it's against the will of God, but he is not against you, and you are his brother and you are his sister. And that's what he said. And that is exactly what I was explaining to you. My way of life and your way of life is not the way I live. The way I live is not something that I live for me. But I'm not against you as my brother or sister, and I do not have anything against you because you live outside of the way that I live. And that's what he has said. The same thing that I said.
If that's what he was saying, why did you feel the need to not analyze the video that I just played of him speaking out of his own mouth?
Because I've heard the words that he spoke out of his mouth, and I was trying to let you hear the words that I've heard, so that we don't have a miscommunication.
We were just playing his words, so we don't need to go based on your memory. We don't have to go based on my memory.
Brother, you played 30 seconds of a 10-minute conversation, and you said that's all you need to hear.
We can go back and play more of it because I can assure you I already know how it goes.
Okay.
Because the brother minister Louis Farrakhan has never once said that being a homosexual is okay. He in fact just stated that it's satanic. And we honestly don't even have to be on this topic because I said six times.
I never said that he said it was okay. I said
six times.
I never said it was okay.
You have represented that it's okay. No, yes, you have. You certainly have. And in fact, we're only talking about Skittle guzzling because you have persisted in the conversation.
Keep bringing that up. I'm not insisting on it. You keep bringing it up.
I said 6 times. We don't have to talk about it. And right after I said that,
bring it up? So how did this come up?
Because when I stated this, I remember like it was yesterday. You had said something on homosexuality, then I replied to it, and at the end of my response, I specifically said, "And I don't even care about." Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making up stories. You gotta,
bruh. Come on now, hey, too near me not to hear me. You can't sit there and cap and act like this man ain't lying, man. This nigga kept talking about this gay shit. This nigga been talking about this gay shit for 20, 30 goddamn minutes because he been losing the other battles or the other topics. Y'all say I'm choppy? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. But yeah, this nigga been getting whipped in this debate the whole damn time. He the one keep talking about this gay shit. He been on this gay shit for the last 20 damn minutes. Come on now, what's up with your boy too near me not to hear me? Oh,
how do you feel about homosexuality? What do you think this, that, and I explained to you my position, and you stayed on it. I never brought up homosexuality.
Okay.
There's no need for me to bring that up at all.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we have an understanding here. So you're saying your position on homosexuality is the same as the brother minister Louis Farrakhan. Is that what you're saying?
My position on the homosexuality is that it's not my way of life, but I don't have anything against someone else that does their own way of life.
Okay. You said you have nothing against them. Would you describe their behavior as satanic?
No, I'm not religious. I don't have.
Okay. So I'm just asking you. Would you describe it as satanic? So you can say yes.
I don't have a religion.
Okay, cool. All right. Would you describe their behavior as unnatural?
See, you would have to be religious to even call it satanic. And that's where a lot of people pull themselves out of that shit. Pause. And he's thinking he's so much smarter than this man that if he answered the question of, do you think it's satanic? Do you agree with Louis Farrakhan? He's trying to put this man in every trick box. Man, just debate, bruh. Just debate, bruh.
Natural.
It's a difference than mine. So if we look at calling to,
you can say yes or no. Just a yes or no would be cool.
It's different than mine.
Yes or no would be fine.
It's different.
And you keep telling me that you're a man, but you can't say yes or no. That's not manly. A man can.
Yeah. And then when you lose the debate, start challenging a man's manhood. Start throwing insults. Start calling names. Start getting loud. Female tendencies. Oh, man.
Can be black and white. Women live in the gray area.
I don't have to demonize somebody.
They live in the gray area.
It's not a gray area. It's different than mine. I don't have to demonize somebody because they have a different ideology than me. I don't have to do that. I don't have to demonize an individual because we have completely different ideologies. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that.
The problem that we have with our political class is that to get their money from the lobbyists, the people who control them, to get the money from the interest groups, they have to tap dance. They have to lie. They can't say what they really believe. It's easier to be popular.
I don't have any political affiliation.
Okay, I hear you. It's easier to be popular when you go with the flow, when you go with what's common. It's easy to be popular when you never stand up against anything. It's so easy to say.
I stand up against a lot.
You don't have to interrupt me. It's so easy to say. It's so easy to say, oh yeah, like, I don't judge. That's what the broads like to say. Oh, I don't judge. I'm not judging.
See, he keep trying to slick call Mysonne a bitch. Like, you see, like, the nigga mad passive aggressive. He keep calling the nigga a female. Keep calling him a female. Why? Because you're losing the debate. Can't argue the facts.
That because they don't want to be judged, and the reason they don't want to be judged is because they're engaging in filthy behaviors.
There you go again.
So the fact of the matter is that it's upon the man to establish the standard. It's upon the man to identify right and wrong. It's not upon the man to deal in the gray area.
Yeah, he definitely said that. He definitely said it's rooted in righteousness. But he said a man and a woman is rooted in righteousness. But when you hold on, I'll play it back. Hold on, we almost at the end. Hold on, let me see where we at right now. 155. I think you might be behind in the live. I think I did play it back a couple of times.
Area and say, oh, it's, you know, I'm not here to judge. I don't do that, but it's okay. And then you tried to throw that on the Mr. Louis Farrakhan, and he's never said that. He said it's satanic, and he also said it's unnatural. We just heard him say it out of his mouth. But conversely, we've not heard him say anything good about it, and we've not heard him say that he condones it.
But he doesn't demonize. He says, I don't demonize you, and I still love you.
He said that it's satanic and unnatural.
I don't demonize you, and I still.
I just played a clip, and he said it's satanic and unnatural.
Did you listen to the full clip, bro?
I just heard him say it's satanic and unnatural.
Okay.
So if you, for you being a person who's not a gay ally, you sure as hell can't just accept where we're at with it and move on. Like you're really bent. You're bent on the idea that Minister Farrakhan did not condemn them. You're really bent on pushing that.
I'm not bent on anything.
You are bent on that. And here's the crazier thing. This is why that Barack Obama stuff, that liberal white woman ideology, I know it's got hold of you because you have not been so passionate about discussing the black issues as much as the LGBTQ. And that's the same thing we dealt with Barack Obama. Barack Obama was all about the LGBTQ and he ain't do nothing for black people.
But you're the only one that keep bringing that up.
No, that's you.
When you go back in this conversation, you started off with, what do you think about gays? Then you said the Minister Farrakhan would be answered. We were talking about who built something in America. And you started talking about the Minister Farrakhan, and you said the Minister Farrakhan will be completely against it. You did that. That was your statement. I didn't bring up gays. Once again, you brought up gays. You
did bring up gay language at the start of the conversation. You were saying partner, and that's gay language, my boy. That's gay language.
So he's trying to blame it on him that they started talking about gay stuff because the man briefly mentioned your partner and he wanted to hold on to that, and now that shit done just got immature.
You said partner. You started that way earlier.
Started in the gay. What are you talking about?
Yes. Let me educate you. You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. You said partner started with the gays, and my answer is yes. And here's how. The gays have made every effort to remove gender from relationships. Instead of saying boyfriend or girlfriend, because these people are non-binary, they can't look below the belt and figure out what they are. They have to introduce gender-neutral terms in gender-neutral bathrooms. So you're not a boyfriend. You're interrupting again. May I answer? May I respond? You asked me a question. May I respond? May I respond? May I respond? And when the truth comes out, they always. So what they do is they use the term partner to remove gender from terms like boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, and wife. Partner is 100% an LGBTQ term that they've pushed out to the masses, just like non-binary. And why do you keep interrupting? Why do you keep having to interrupt? You feel so strongly. You're so emotional about this, but you keep interrupting. You're so emotional about it. 1 second. You're so emotional. You keep interrupting. You're so emotional. You keep interrupting.
I'm asking a question. What if you don't want to?
But you don't have to interrupt to ask the question.
Or you're a grown man as a boyfriend, and you don't want to. You don't have a wife or a husband. What would you call that person? What would be a good?
I'll give you an example. A lot of guys, especially in the South, you say my old lady. You say my woman. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Okay. The fact that you're playing dumb is very embarrassing because people are watching you and they're like, why is he pretending?
I don't like to use the term woman.
Why is he pretending as though he can't call a woman?
Exactly. So now you're forcing somebody to use a term that you're comfortable with. Oh, down south they say old lady. Well, the man from New York. What you want to say, my shorty? And then you're going to say that the man is not talking intellectually. If you say your woman, then that can be interpreted as your wife, girlfriend. It's not being too specific. And you might be dealing with somebody that's not your wife or your girlfriend. They could be more of a business partner. So it was definitely very brief that he mentioned partner, and he didn't even mean it like He just said the person that you're supposed to be a partner to. And this man is taking that to a whole level of gay shit. What's up with your boy? Too near me not to hear me. What's up with your boy with this shit, man?
Woman, a woman. You just said using the term woman is a ghetto term. Did you just say that?
No, that's not a professional term. This is my woman.
It is your woman.
That's some ghetto shit.
That's not ghetto. Woman is a word in formal English. It's not slang. This is my woman. That's not ghetto at all.
That's slang.
No, that's actually not slang. And furthermore, girlfriend is not slang. You can say girlfriend. We've been using that for a long time. You can say it's my wife. You can say it's my old lady.
Any individual. We were talking about.
So you're trying to justify something that is unjustifiable. Partner came from the LGBTQ. That's full stop. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact. There's no negotiating. It's a fact.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you. I totally believe you. I totally believe you. But that's my point. You're so brainwashed by the liberal white woman that you're speaking like her, and you don't know where the words came from. It's just like when white people start trying to talk in slang and they don't know, like, oh, this word came from Louisiana. Oh, this word came from the Bay Area in San Francisco. But they're trying to talk like us, but they don't fully understand the origins because it's not their culture. Similar with you. You're a black man from New York talking like a white woman from Orange County, and you don't realize that word came from the San Francisco LGBTQ mafia. That's what happened.
You're a black man.
I'm the black man.
No, you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
A black man who's talking like he has he has some complex that he has to prove something.
I'm
so he has
the
to
black
yell or try to sound strong every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep.
He's triggered, y'all. He's triggered, y'all. So my son getting under his skin. Oh man, he triggered. He got to prove something, like he's
trying to sound tough. Or sound strong.
I'm not trying to sound tough because we're not in person. Like I would never try to sound tough. I think you're plenty tough. I don't need to sound tough to you. Like between the two of us, I think we all agree you're tougher. You're tougher. You got that. So why are we trying to sound tough? What are you talking about?
I don't know why you're trying to be aggressive or trying to diminish something.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology, and you keep trying to put ideology on me. And once again,
you said you don't have an ideology. You just don't know what it is.
Okay,
you don't know what it is.
All I'm gonna say is this: we leaving this conversation alone. You have your old lady, you have all that. I was talking about just in general, two people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool. I don't have any white women ideology. I utilize the word partnership because to me, it's two people that come together and they form
a unit. That's not where you got that from.
Well, you can't tell me where I got something from.
No, I know. I can tell you.
You just met me today. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're the one who invented the term partner to describe your spouse? You invented that? You invented that.
Partner been around spouses before. You think that you're the first?
No, that's a new thing. When people used to say, "Oh, my partner," they were referring to their business partner. That's how I know you're lying because it was commonly used as a term for business partner. It's only recently been used to describe your spouse. So you're lying.
It's not true.
No, that's a fact.
No, it's only recently been used to you in that term. That's what you were introduced to it. So don't tell me what I learned.
Okay, well then you tell me, where did you learn that from? Like, how did you invent that?
Because at this point we're going around in a circle talking about the same stuff.
Real quick though, how did you invent the term partner to describe your spouse?
Anything. I utilized the term because it was more comfortable for me because I thought I wanted a partnership rather than saying my woman. To me sounded ghetto, and saying my girlfriend when I'm a grown man is not my girlfriend. And if you're not my wife, then there's no need to say my wife. So the word partner was talking about two people that are in a relationship that you don't actually identify as a girlfriend or a marriage. Is a partnership. It's two people that come together to form a partnership. That was my ideology. Whatever you got or where you got it from, that's on you. I no longer want to talk about this. So let's end this because it's been 2 hours and I got things to do. And I appreciate the dialogue.
Absolutely. But thanks for coming on. Until next time.
Okay.
Okay, let me.
So y'all, we got through the whole thing, man. I'm not gonna, listen to his solo shit because, it's that's kind of just meant for the people who, who follow him hand and foot and all that. Like I say, I enjoy his content. I ain't, I definitely enjoy Marquett's content. I just think he got cooked on that debate. I've heard debates where he's cooked people. So I wanted to kind of share that debate with y'all, man. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Man, they made some good points, man. and hopefully it just gave y'all an insight of two new content creators that y'all might want to enjoy. Here, let me drop the link for the channel, the brother channel that I was just sharing, that I was just watching. So if anybody want to go and check out the Saint and the Sinner Marquett for women. I think that's what that particular channel is called. But he definitely has a couple of other channels. So if you see this guy, you know, you can just enjoy the content. I mean, you ain't got to agree. You ain't got to disagree here. Sometimes just enjoy good content. But it says sin for peace, smoke them. Yeah, my son stood on business, if you ask me. My son really stood on business, you know. And like I said, I don't agree with a lot of all of liberal talking points like what we went over yesterday when we got men in a women's locker room, and you got laws that's trying to make it where people can identify as whatever the fuck they want to, and you know they're not seeing any problem with that. Yeah, that's something I cannot get behind. No, I don't want the abuse of governmental programs or whatever, but I don't want them all snatched away and all that stuff like that. Hell, I actually think everybody that make under $200,000 a year should get food stamps. Hell, we all pay into the system. So, yeah, his closing was awesome. That's kind of why I went on here and played that to the end, because the way he closed that and the way that Marquett was so desperate to try to get a W, because in my opinion, he didn't get a W on any of the important talking points. So just to kind of recap, the real reason that Mysonne came onto the platform is because Marquett did a interview on Willie D's platform, and maybe I should have went over that a little bit, but you know, maybe another time. He went on Willie D's platform and he made statements like SNAP benefits has destroyed the black family. And Mysonne made a comment in the comment section that, you know, the government has cut more benefits for the rich, and most people that are on SNAP benefits really need them. So they decide to have this debate. And Mysonne made a great point about, you know, how those SNAP benefits really help out old people, disabled people. There's a lot of successful people that, you know, use those SNAP benefits to put themselves in position. And that SNAP benefits is not the destroyer of the black family, because the crack epidemic was more detrimental to the black family than any other thing that we can think of. And then, you know, you had the Jim Crow laws. You just had a whole bunch of, you know, things that stemmed from the crack that got dropped into our neighborhoods. You had a whole bunch of mass incarceration. A lot of opportunity that, you know, got flushed down the toilet. So nobody can never tell us that everything was just peaches and cream, and it's just all the women just decide to kick out all the men and all that shit. Nah. You cannot leave out that crack era. You cannot leave out that crack era and just act like black people just got the way and got this destructive and found themselves in this hole where the family is divided, all because they started accepting food stamps. Nah. We ain't gonna go for that. We ain't going for that. But he tried it. He definitely tried it. and he definitely tried to throw out there that Mysonne getting paid and all that. I believe he getting paid. I definitely believe that he getting paid. You ain't telling me that you making all those talking points. You making Charlie Clerk talking points. Boy, you getting paid. But anyway, man, I appreciate everybody that rocked out with me, man. It's 11:40, so I even got a 59-year-old woman sitting up rocking out with me. Hey. So I appreciate all y'all. Salute the Let Me Tell My Story for donating the 10 membership. Salute to the tradesman, Carl Belton, for supporting the tradesman. I got to go back to work next week, y'all. My 2-week vacation is almost up. Damn, that fast, y'all. I got to get back on the road. I got to go back and get some more of that money. That money nice, y'all. That money nice. Salute to Rand. Salute to the bag of chips. G Mama Body. Not worth it. Salute, salute. Hey, salute to one of my new trolls. Too near me not to hear me. You should come up here and debate me one day. Too near me not to hear me. R&B Garvey, salute to you. Salute to all y'all, man. I'm gonna get up out of here. Sherry Bestie, salute to you. Y'all have a nice night. I'll play 2 songs for y'all, and I'll get up out of here.
That y'all won't come see in the field. I'm sick and tired of these niggas who screaming they gotta pay rent if you niggas gon' play where we live. So say now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get and they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning. It's time to put these niggas' mind in the right place and make these niggas show respect in the right way. I'm a big dog, you niggas just a lightweight. And I chin check a nigga for what he might say. So many dark nights, a lot of bright days. Serving junkies at the guard, so many night plays. Too many niggas walking around with these pipe dreams. I know what it might say. Got the crown on the right, king. You looking at the boss, nigga. Ain't no might be. I know they tired of me. These niggas, they won't fight me. But more than likely, they sweeter than some ice cream. Catch me on the right scene, I promise I'll be Billy D. So tell me, who the one that made your team? Who the one that made your roster? Ain't asked the king. That saddens me. Now you just made some tragedy. Now it's a waste of time for you pussy niggas to battle. All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get and they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Hey, hi hater, goodbye hater. Assalamu alaikum, I holla later, no holla later. My mind on paper, split your tomato, hasta luego. Bout to hit the fucking block with a circle the size of an Eggo. Bout to spread the block, I'm all on the bread like some mayo. You a tough guy, so you say so. Bullets be size of tomatoes. The way these niggas be capping, I hope your head fit this halo. Then I go dig up in your hole. Then I say bye ho, I got ghosts. I been the truth business, that's why she let her cruise shit. I'm slightly retarded, so you know I gave her that stupid dick. This is not a word, but y'all gotta know I'm the truthest. Leave your head where the roof is and leave your mouth with no tooth. Stay in her mouth like a toothpick. I'm easy, cool and ruthless. She called me Bill Cosby cause a nigga stay in her pudding. Nigga, my pimpin' game old like a nigga named Rufus. It's about to get ugly like Whoopi. Y'all niggas is goofy.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get and they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Yo, Cruise Gang,
See,
what
these
up?
niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot.
What up?
Man, for real, man. These niggas don't know the motherfucking struggle that we go through, trying to get to where we wanna get and be at. You feel me? These niggas don't around to me. Got a strap and some cheese and a pound of weed. Listen, niggas wanna hate in these bronze streets, but only time will tell, so I keep it real with me. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Swag still a G. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Niggas ride with me. These niggas wanna hate, cause Scoosh long top. I done came a long way from a dime on the block. They know I get around like pop, and it ain't no thing for a bitch to get popped. I'm a Swag City G, a Wick Town pimp, so it ain't no guess if I can get your chick. Come here, I am first round draft pick. You shot her on my dick like sick. Damn, so her ass I'm gon' get. 15 jumped out the porch, did time with some real niggas straight from the post. Now I got gold on my wrist and gold around my neck. Got money in my pocket, screaming out what's next. Talk like Big Al Killer, my niggas cross my heart, got beef, let's get 'em. Niggas talk shit, but they don't really want it. I'm a stand up guy, yeah, I'm all that, homie. And you know, I ain't nothing but G's standing around to me. Got a strap and some cheese and a pound of weed. Listen, niggas wanna hate in these bronze streets, but only time will tell, so I keep it real with me. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Swag still a G. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Nigga ride with me.
Counting on my money, smoking on a blunt. Blow stat for the pussy haters, just a stunt. Hoes looking at me like, damn, he left a mess. Now you can't help you tell yourself that nigga fresh. So time to get it in, show love, we tryna win. Try to stop a nigga, catch a blow to your chin. Cause I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm way too gutter. I know I fuck your bitch, I hope you don't love her. What a freak. I've been pimpin' since a nigga can't remember. Knocking hoes down all day like timber. Big Al, laid back, young, smooth nigga. As the money go to scrap, get bigger. We on track like we racing at a meet. We on sports in the top 10 plays of the week. Get out the way, show love, we coming through. Make all types of wild animals like a zoo.
Ain't nothing but G's standing around to me. Got a strap and some cheese and a pound of weed. Listen, niggas wanna hate in these bronze streets, but only time will tell, so I keep it real with me. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Swag still a G. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Nigga ride with me.
Even though I'm running for a living, still on the mission. Life is all I have, fuck I give about a million. Like I need a million niggas smiling in my face, laughing when they ramming when I turn around and hate. Old hungry ass niggas trying to eat off of my plate. Every move I make, niggas feel they gotta commentate. Know what a million niggas was when it was time to regulate. Well, what a million niggas was when I was upstate. Exactly. They don't remember them days, only days they remember is the day you got paid. But I be goddamn if I'ma work like a slave. And how these grown folks think they got it made in the shade. Boy, stop, way too real, way too hood, straight from Dixville. Still hollering thug life, but give a fuck how you feel. I was raised in the streets, I'm just getting it how I live.
Ain't nothing but G's standing around to me. Got a strap and some cheese and a pound of weed. Listen, niggas wanna hate in these bronze streets, but only time will tell, so I keep it real with me. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Swag still a G. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Nigga ride with me. Ain't nothing but G's standing around to me. Got a strap and some cheese and a pound of weed. Listen, niggas wanna hate in these bronze streets, but only time will tell, so I keep it real with me. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Swag still a G. Because I'm way too fly, I'm way too fly. Nigga.
Here's a simple Christian-centered online business that you haven't heard of before, and it's built to bless your community. I'm Douglas James, and this isn't dropshipping, crypto, or chasing sketchy affiliate links. We help Christian professionals build a
Kevin, this is nice.
Jump fresh. Slept like I was on bed rest. Last night I had the best sex, and the bitch gave me turkey neck. I think the bitch took a Percocet, cause I can't believe the way she work her neck. Now the dumb bitch said I'm the first to hit. I put a load in her mouth, she the first to spit. Jumped in the whip, then I'm back to business. Been a couple corners just to find a bitch. I do my dirt dolo, I don't ride with witness. Cause these niggas homo, they be lying and snitching. I be tired of these niggas, never let them ride with me, nigga. I don't need a pussy nigga sitting on the side of me, nigga. I need a thick bitch, that's what it gotta be, nigga. Have a nigga feeling like you want the fucking lottery, nigga. I don't want a pussy nigga calling me, nigga. I just want a bitch that wanna swallow me, nigga. But I don't want a bitch that's gonna be stalking a nigga. I don't want a bitch that fuck a lot of you, nigga. Cause a lot of you niggas steady be burning these bitches. And I don't have a lot of time to be learning these bitches. They taking turn with these bitches, yeah. I be curving these bitches. I just want a little head, send the word to these bitches.
Hey, we want a little head, send the word to these bitches. Boss and Kusha K be the Y'all niggas three funny. Light in the ass, lighter than K money. Pusha K gon' keep eating these instrumentals like a smoke that gas. I got the munchies. Hey, turn it up top, hey, please don't be eggy. Bitch, I'm chillin', I'm coolin' on the attic. Please don't blow it unless you blowin' like beep, beep, beep on the dick like a horn. Hey, shawty like skin and a pussy look orange. Shawty is a freak like them bitches in them prawns. Even though she look good and a booty big, shawty pussy deep, you can fit 6 arms. Boy, you better ring the alarm. Co-ed, we done ran through it like a dorm. So many niggas done been up in this bitch, man, they look like children of the corn. Some of this shit she do not know. Hey, spread them legs like Grey Poop pun. Her booty still big like 2 big puns. I run up in it, pussy like run for his run. Okay, polo on my feet, bitch, grapefruit punch. Got a plug on the kicks, these will come out in a month. I pull me a chick, nigga dressed like a monk. She see these pockets on thick like lumps. She know I get money like the first of the month. Hey, tell your nigga chill, you'll be back in a month. Cause you're not the type that a nigga really want. All I want you to do is lick the D like a blunt. Y'all pussy niggas can't walk in my shoes. Couldn't get my chick, couldn't get my man, couldn't get my freak, couldn't get my boo. Cause I hit it like an animal, bitch, I'm from the zoo. Cause down there like a sneeze, I'm blessed, I got you. I'm kicking niggas' asses dressed like Ryu. Bust your head open, see the pyro red. Lost his head, lost his dreads, put on the bed. Lost his back, lost his front, lost his arms, lost his leg. You heard what I said, ain't no play, cause we ain't playing. Georgia boys, Georgia men. 100 nigga, you ain't even on the scale of fucking 1 to 10. As a matter of fact, I'm cool like this, I'm cool like that. Bitch, I'm lit, bitch, I'm 5. Accurate, nigga, your pocket sitting on patches. Woo, take your breath, asthmatic, jump, crisscross, knocking your pants backwards. Oh, you don't dance, pow, he big dabbing. Get on these tracks, lean with it, I'm big snapping. Don't forget I'm international, I'm big mapping. Cat flew in the air like he graduated. Boom, boom, beat the beat up, call that masturbating. The bitch ass nigga done dilated, he violated, decapitate him. Swag to the BTBG.
Damn, K, man, you could've saved me something. Shit, nigga.